Welcome to this Vue 3 full course where we are building 10 apps in 10 hours. This is a live website. You can directly go to vue3-full-course.netlify.app to see what exactly we are going to build. But I'm going to show you all the features. So first, I'm going to show you that we have this TensorFlow where we can use this TensorFlow JS along with the Vuejs to detect the object into this image. You can see it has detected this object inside this image as a cell phone. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to open my camera from my webcam and then I put my mobile phone and let's see, is it going to detect that thing or not. Now click on open camera and here I am. This is the phone I have and take the snapshot for this. And I can actually close the streaming or the camera, and now let's say detect object. But yeah, you can see now it has detected it as a cell phone. Let's try with my face, and here I am and detect, and it says person. So this is TensorFlow, but we have a real-time chat, and to go into the real-time chat we have this nice little modal also. It's having a form and this modal is connected with Firebase Authentication. You can use the email and the password, or you can use the login with Google. So I have user 1, so I can just log in and you can see I am logged in. Then I will open another window and I will put side by side so that I can show you that this is a real-time chat. So I will search from here, yeah, real-time chat. So with the user 2 I can log in, and here I can go to chat, here I can go to chat, and now I say this is demo, hit enter, and you can see this is demo comes on the right. So this is real-time chat, and we are having a reusable model where we can use any model anytime you want. Then we have a nice little calculator which you can operate with your keyboard only, and you can see I am operating it with my keyboard only, and I can clear it, I can do all sorts of things. Then we have a little slider, and you can see the image is sliding and it's just have a simple colors. You can have these bullet points where you can move between the sliders. We have a Markdown app, and here we can create some Markdown applications, and this will be very interesting to create. And on the right side you get the Markdown. Then you have a calendar app, and here we can see we have a nice little calendar, and we are not using any kind of plugin for this. It's pure JavaScript and pure Vuejs. So everything is there, and it's highlighted the current date, current month, year, and with the change of year it's also detected. And we have a DC hero list where you can add Aquaman and hit enter, and yes, it is added. You can actually delete, and very easy stuff. And finally you can see we are having this logout, and obviously that login modal is there. User CRUD is there, which is actually I cannot show it here because I have used CrudCrud, which is giving us the endpoint for 1 day only. So now this endpoint is expired. But if you want to know what actually we are going to learn for each and every app we have, because every app is not just a random app, it's just chosen to demonstrate you very important topics of Vuejs. Like DC Heroes is having all these topics, then calendar is Vue Router, Markdown has a mix-in important thing, slider is virtual DOM lifecycle hooks, animation most important part, then calculator is having a composition API with a Vue 3. That's amazing thing, really amazing. Then reusable model is going to explain you about the slots in Vue. Then chat is using the real-time database Vuex4 we are using here in the chat. Then user CRUD is explaining you how you can use the Axios, talk with the external API, pagination, environment variable, reactive data in Vue 3. TensorFlow is going to help you understanding how you can use the TensorFlow, obviously, but opening the camera, working with a canvas. And very important thing we are going to learn in this login modal we are going to create, where we have a modal, we have a custom event emitting system, then form handling, the Firebase authentication, loading effect, template ref, components, Firebase login, Google login, refactoring with component, and Vue 3 teleport. Oh my god, what a course. This is going to blow your mind. And I have used some presentation from the Canva, which is here, and also we have this source code from this GitHub. Both are provided here, so you have this GitHub, everything is defined here, and some of the slides I have used in the course. So now let's start the journey of Vue 3. If you are on Twitter, then make sure you share your experience about this course, and don't forget to tag me, the Sarthak Savvy. If you follow me, you will get tips and tricks for becoming a better programmer behind the scene of the courses I am working. And there is the official Bitfumes account you can follow here also, but I will wait for your tweet, and if you tweet, I will retweet that, and let's have a chat on reading books, self-improvement, and obviously the programming. I know before starting Vuejs, you must have this question in your mind that why Vuejs and why not React? So I can take you on this GitHub repository for React, and you can see the stars. It has 157k stars. Oh my god. But if you check the Vuejs, this is a real Vuejs, Vue 2, you can say, it has 173k, insane amount of GitHub stars. Now the question again comes in my mind, which one, React or Vue? So the answer is very simple. If you are getting started with any front-end framework, front-end JavaScript framework, go with the Vue. Since Vue is very easy to get started with the front-end framework, you can easily grasp the concept of Vuejs, and along with that, it is very powerful, and you can do almost anything you can do with React. But if you have some knowledge of JavaScript, obviously, and you want to get job in a big country and you want to prepare yourself for industry, then go with React, because React is so popular in the industry that every second job for front-end framework is for React. But if you have any startup, if you want to use any framework for your side project, or if you want to learn the front-end framework just for your enhancing the knowledge, go with the Vue. And that's why I already have this Vue 3 library open for you, the GitHub repository actually, and you can see it is just released and now it has 18k, and it has a separate repository for Vue next, but later maybe it will be merged to Vue, because currently Vue 2 and Vue 3 both are active. Now, how do you get started with Vuejs? So first you need to go to the Vuejs documentation, and for that you can simply search for Vuejs and you will land on this kind of search result. So go with the vuejs.org, and now it says it's a progressive JavaScript framework. And the progressive means you can easily change whatever you have previously, like you have core JavaScript, the vanilla JavaScript, or you have jQuery. You can easily convert the existing project into Vuejs. You don't have to worry about any compiling and anything. Just plug in Vue and you're ready to go. That's why it is progressive. As you progress, you can use the Vuejs. So it's a JavaScript framework, but do you need any framework? No. If you want, you can write everything with vanilla JavaScript, just only JavaScript, no framework required. But what happened with the vanilla JavaScript, as you progress, your project become bigger, then it will be hard to manage everything, and some of the things is really hard to implement. But with any framework, not just Vue, with React, Angular, Svelte, anyone can help you to implement the complex thing in a very easy way. And that's why we have framework, and that's why we are going to use the front-end frameworks just like Vue. So to get started with Vuejs, you need to click here on the Get Started. But if you go here, you can see it says a guide for 2.x. But because Vue 3 is released, we can click here and it will take you to the new website for the documentation of Vue 3. So as I clicked, yeah, you can see I'm redirected to a new page. This is the whole documentation for the Vuejs, and we are going to cover each and everything. To learn any framework or any language, the best resource is the documentation. Yes, first time when you go on the documentation, it becomes very overwhelming and you will not get how these are structured. But once you get familiar with the things and how everything is placed, this is the go-to place for every day. Like you spend 90% of the time here when you are learning. So that's why I have taken you to the documentation. We are going to visit this documentation every time we are going to start something new. But here we want to get started with the Vuejs, and now it says getting started and go to the installation, which is actually above the introduction. You can see on the left side, essential. Yeah. So let's click on the installation, and now it says Vue Devtool is required. We will talk about the Devtool later. So it's currently in beta. Maybe when you are watching this, it would be not in beta. So to get started with Vuejs, either you can use an npm or you can start with a CDN. But the best way to start with the Vuejs is by using CDN and this script tag. Also, what you can do, you can go to the code box or code sandbox, actually, not sand code box. So you can go here and actually start with your Vue journey. And here it's simply saying create a sandbox. It's free, no sign up required. So that's very nice. And now it says what you want, what template you want. So I want this Vue, but I actually want Vue 3. So you can see here we are with the Vue 3. So let's click here and yeah, it's there. And we are good to go with the Vue 3. Very nice thing. But remember, this is for the npm kind of thing, and I want to show you how you can get started it just like a jQuery. So we will go to the sandbox, code sandbox later once we understand how Vue is going to work. So let's get started with this script tag. Now to use this CDN, the script tag, we need an index.html. I have created this Vue 3 tutorial directory, and I'm going to open this with VS Code. And you can see on the sidebar we don't have anything on the Explorer. So I'm going to create a simple file called index.html. Very simple thing. And then I will use the exclamation mark, which is going to create this kind of structure for me for HTML, and I will call this one Vue 3 tutorial. Okay, so then I will create a simple div, and inside this div I'm going to create a h1 which say hi Vue 3. Okay, and I need to open this, and I can copy the relative path, I think. No, I don't think relative. Yeah, I need to copy the real path. So copy the path and paste it, and yes, we have this hi Vue 3. That's very nice thing. But now we need to use this script tag. So copy that script tag and paste it anywhere on the head tag. Now we are having the Vue next, that means we are having a Vue 3. Then how do we get started with Vue 3? If I go here and open the Devtool for this Edge browser I'm using, it's exactly same for the Chrome. So now you can see we are having you are running a development build of Vue, and that is because of this script tag. If I comment this one, refresh this page, you will see we don't have that. That's very nice. So this proves that yes, we are having a correct script tag, and that should be the one because here we are. Now next you can use the npm. As I said, we are going to use that. Also you can use the CLI. We will also going to look upon that one. But how you will start with that, we will take a look on the white later, or wheat, whatever you want to call later. But let's see how we can get started with the CDN. For doing that, let's go to the VS Code. Let me zoom once, yeah, and create a script tag here like this. Inside that I'm going to log, and I'm going to say console log, and let's say capital Vue, capital V, and then Vue, and let's see what we are getting. Okay, so refresh this page, and now you can see we are getting this. It says base transition, comment, fragment, keep alive, static, and lots of things are there. And this is obviously we are getting because we are having the CDN. So you can see all of the Vue is here. But if you scroll down and see here, we have this one called create app. So we are going to use this one to create our application, and that's once again written inside the documentation. If you go at the bottom, you can see it says how we can start. We can start with the Vue and then create app, and then we need to define the template. Okay, so we can do that. So now above this console log, we can say Vue dot create app. And what if I'm not defining anything? Let's see what's going to happen. So nothing is going to happen. And what if I try to log this thing, and let's see what's going to happen. Now we are having some of the things. Now so we have actually invoked this create app function from the Vue, and then you can see that function is again having lots of things, like we have a component function, then directive, mix in, mount, provide, and mount. All of these things we are going to use, but we are interested in giving some of the very important thing which is given here, which is called template. So how do we use this template? So as written here, let's copy that and use it just like it has given. So I can undo, inside that start curly braces, and then I can say simply I want this template to div with a hi there, and then closing of the div. Everything is a string. You can see this is having double quotes. That means the template is a simply string. What if I refresh this page? Nothing happened, and we cannot see highs anywhere. This high is from our h1. So if I comment the h1, nothing is there. We can see on the DOM, this is DOM, document object model, which is simply called the whole HTML. Nothing is there. So what's happening here, we cannot understand. Now to progress, we can once again head over to the documentation, and now after having these things, it says introduction. So after installing, we have installed, we know Vue is there, go to the introduction, and after that you can see it is given here. Okay, so once you have created the app, then you also need to mount it somewhere, and for here they have mounted on a div with the ID of counter. You can see they have created a div which having an ID called counter, and on that div they are mounting the Vue application. So they are mounting this on here on this you can say div which we are getting from this ID. Okay, so we have this div which is having nothing, And if I create, and I can say Vue App, I'm not giving any counter, so I'm giving a Vue App as an ID. So once we have created this app, so I can create it like const app is equal to Vue create app with a template, and then I can say app dot, and now I want to mount, so I can say mount. But where I want to mount? In a string, I need to define with a hash that this is an ID and the app. And now let's see the magic. So if I go refresh this page, still we cannot see anything on the console. It says property high was accessed during render, it is not defined. Okay, so we have some problem. We will talk about this later. So I can just remove these double curly braces, and then if I save this file, go here, refresh the page, and a little high is there. You can see we are having this, and yes, we have mounted and used Vuejs for the first time without having anything on our application. So see, this is just like a jQuery. You add a script tag, you add an ID, and you get that element by the ID, and you can do something. Now here is very important thing. It doesn't matter, you can call it via ID. You can also use class name. So if I say class name, then I just need to say dot Vue app, and if I refresh this page, still you can see hi is there. This means any thing by which we can target the div is valid. So why ID is preferred? Because ID is only available for any one tag. Class can be for more than once. So that's why to have only one instance of Vue on here on the div, we are using the ID. So that's how you have created the first Vue app. You can also do anything, like here we have a div, and inside the div I want to create a h1 tag. So I need to close the h1 tag. So h1 tag, let's close it, and now I say hi, and in that way now this has become bigger because it is h1. And you saw that when I hit enter, now we are having error. So you can simply use the backticks like this one, like here we have, and then you can actually do something like this, and this is also valid syntax. And here you can see on the div what we are getting. We are getting another div and then h1 tag. This is really amazing. We have pushed this HTML inside of this div. See, ID Vue app, and then we have a div and then h1 with a hi. Okay, so Vue has added one thing called data v app. This is for internal use of Vue. We don't have to care about for this one now. So once again we can see it's super easy, and that's why it is progressive, because you can easily convert your jQuery or your basic JavaScript application to the Vue application. You can progress with the Vue as you go and as you want. So after having the connection with the HTML and the Vue application, we can once again go to the documentation, but here we can see they have mounted, but they doesn't have any template. Actually, they have skipped that part because they want to introduce you with the data. Now think about the data as, you can say, the variables you have for the Vue.js application. Generally they are not called variable, they are called the state of that application. So since we have the template, we can also define the data. And remember, if you already know Vue.js, you may feel that previously it was just an object for the Vue instance, but for the component it was the function. Since we are on Vue 3, Vue 3 is only having functional data. That means data has to be function which is going to return your state. So I can say return and then returning an object, and this is going to hold your variables, or we can say the state. So it's a simple an object, and this is going to say title, and the value of title is Vue 3 tutorial. So since we have defined this data, or we can say simply the state for our Vue application, we can use that data inside of our Vue connection. So we know that the Vue is mounted on this Vue App ID, which is actually a div. Inside this, we can say I want to have the value for the title. But if I go and do that, we can see that we are not getting that title and we are not getting anything actually. And why we are not getting? Because we told to the Vue that, hey Vue, you need to handle the HTML using this template. That means put everything inside this div, whatever I have defined in the template. So that's why we only have this div h1, and that title, this title is removed. Even if I create an app and I say anything, that also is not going to appear, because we have once again told to the Vuejs that, hey Vue, use this template inside of this div. So now if I remove this template, and then if I see, yes, this time it will going to render that p tag inside the div, because we have not told Vue to use any template, so it's going to use this thing. And now I want to use the title. So if I use the title, it's actually a simple string, and we want to have the value of the title. For that, Vue has a very nice thing which is called double curly braces, or sometimes people call it mustache syntax. So we can use it double curly braces. By using this, we are telling to Vue that, hey Vue, whenever you see these two double curly braces, just like this one we have, inside that we are going to define some data, and you need to put the value of the data instead of this mustache and the title thing. Okay, so let's save this file, and I have saved it. Go refresh this page, and yes, we have a Vue 3 tutorial that is coming from here. And now we can change it. So if I say Vue tutorial updated and refresh, yep, updated is there. So you can see P is there. So this is how you can connect the Vue data or Vue variable to the actual you can say HTML or inside the DOM. But once again, if I undo everything and I get back the template, what if now I want to use this title instead of this hi? So if I now see hi is back, because we are now having a template, and inside this I want to say double curly braces and use the title. Is it going to work? And yes, it is going to work, because as I told you, whenever you found this double curly braces, then it says, okay, there should be some data defined there, and then we need to give the value of that data. What if we have given something else which is not available inside the data, like say name? So you know that there is no name data available or name state available inside our data. So refresh, and you can say that it's not actually complaining about anything, it says okay, there is nothing called name. But here we are just getting simple warning which is says name was accessed during the rendering, but it is not defined on the instance of the app. And yes, we know that name is used, or they are saying accessed, but it's not defined. So if I say name is Sarthak, and then if I go refresh this page, yep, warning is gone, and now we have the value of Sarthak here inside this h1 tag. So this is how either you can use a template, or you can directly go inside this div to connect the data with your application. As you progress with the Vue application, this script tag become unmanageable. So what we can do next, we can first open the sidebar and create a directory called source src, and then inside that I'm going to create main.js file. Inside the main.js file, let's move everything. So I will just cut everything from here and paste inside main.js, and then for this index.html I will say source is inside the source, and then we have a main.js. Simple. Let's try, is it going to work? Refresh this page, and now it's not working because we are having this relative path. Okay, no issue for that. We can simply remove this one and try. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, so this is very nice, and because of doing this, now we don't have to touch our index.html, and here we can extract things apart. So first I can say const template is equal to, I can cut it from here and paste it like this. Okay, then I can say const data is equal to like this one, or I can totally fully have this thing which is going to be like this, but it has to be a function actually. So this is like a function which is of data. Okay, so we can simply say here is the data and here is the template. So if I'm not defining anything, that means the name and the value is same. So since we have done that, yeah, you can see like this. One more thing we can do, we can actually say, yeah, we have it there, and now we don't have to define this app, so I can totally remove it like this, and then I can say create app and then mount. So see, this is very nice and easy to understand, that we have some data and then we have the template here, and then we are passing both of these things here. Let's refresh, still working. One more thing we can do, we can say const app is equal to this thing. So now I can simply say app like this here, and it is also going to work. Yes, it is working. So see, just one thing is there. Vue create app with the app and mount it on the Vue app, the div we have. So now let's install the real Vue application using the Vue CLI, because this is very nice. You can directly run yarn global add Vue CLI or npm install global Vue CLI. So it is very easy, and you can create the Vue application with the use of Vue CLI. So let's open the terminal, and in this terminal if you type vue --version, and if you are getting this thing, that means you already have. But make sure this Vue CLI version is having this version or later, because now we are going to use the Vue 3. So once again, if you don't have that, you can simply run this command. So when you have the Vue CLI, if you write Vue, then you will see lots of command, and the important one is this create. You just need to provide the name and it will create a new Vue application for you. So you just need to type here Vue create, and then I can say Vue 3, simple. And then if I hit enter, now it's going to ask you some questions. So let me zoom for you. Now, since we have a latest version of Vue CLI, which is 4.5.6, it's now asking, do you want to start an application with the Vue 2 or with the Vue 3, which is still in preview, but later it will be the default one. So we want the Vue 3. So now you can navigate between them and then press enter. Once you have that, it will now actually going to install everything, and you can see on the sidebar we have this Vue 3 which is having a package.json, and sooner it will have all your application. After having installed the Vue 3, you can see the Vue 3 folder is having a node modules folder, public, source, everything. We will talk about the directory structure later, but what we are going to do next, we need to cd into this Vue 3. Let's go here. So cd Vue 3, which is the project name and the directory name we have. Then we need to say npm run serve. And when I do that, it will going to compile everything and then starting a server for us, so that we don't have to use the index.html manually. Instead, we can have now the server, which is localhost 8080. So just press command and click here, and it will open to your favorite browser. And yeah, you can see we have this Vue application created by Vue CLI, which says welcome to your Vue app, and some of the resources available here, which is extremely nice. But from where this app is coming? So if I open this Vue 3 tab here, we can see we have lots of things, but first let's focus on the source. And you see that we have already created the same structure, source main, and here have a source main. So click on the main, and it's very easy. See, it's importing the create app, and we can simply say vue.create app also if we want, but they have actually destructured create app. And then they are importing app.vue. So if you are new to the Vuejs, then you will find this as a new extension which is called vue.vue, is a new file extension for Vuejs application. And this one is actually holding all of these things. Remember, on our own main.js, we had this create app, we had the app, and app is actually holding data and the template. But here we are importing this app.vue, which is actually having all these things in a different way. It's having some template, it's having some script and some styling. And this is the real power of Vuejs. You have your HTML, your JavaScript and your CSS in a single file, and this is all these things are coming from here. So you can see we have this image of logo. So if I remove this, and you will see it has a hot reload. Without refreshing the page, it's now updated. Then we have a hello world component. We will talk about that later, but first what I'm going to do, I'm going to clear everything. And if I save it, you can see we don't have anything. Obviously, we don't have anything here on this app.vue. And then I'm going to create the template. Inside this template, I'm going to say h1 is hey Vue 3 from CLI. And you can see we are back with the same situation, and now we can understand things from the scratch. Now let's understand the directory structure of Vue application. But if I open this source and app.vue, and if I create another tag like p tag and I say something else, you can see we are getting this error, and this error is obvious because previously with the Vue 2 you will not going to have more than one root element inside the template, but now since it is Vue 3, this is a proper valid syntax, and we can see it is rendered properly without any error. But VS Code is creating problem because on the root of our application we don't have the package.json, so that the VS Code can see that this is Vue 3. It's very easy. We need to open this project with the VS Code. So I will drag Vue 3 only on the VS Code. This means now if I go to source app.vue, you can see we are not getting that particular error. So since we don't have any error, let's proceed understanding the directory structure. Every JavaScript framework start with the package.json, and the very first thing you see is these three scripts. Remember, we have actually started the server by running npm run serve command, and this serve command is actually going to trigger this command, which is called vue cli service serve. Similarly, when we are ready with our application, we are going to use the build command to build the production version of our application. Similarly, we have a linting, that means it will going to check for proper way of writing the Vuejs code. Then we are having dependencies. One is core.js, then Vue, which is 3, and then some development related dependencies, which are useful for hot module reload. That means whenever we save, it's actually triggered here without refreshing the page, and some of other things. So one more thing is that we have this package lock.json, which is actually going to lock every version of the dependencies we have, whether it is dev dependency or the normal dependencies. It's going to lock exact version of every dependencies and the dependencies of dependency. After that, we can see we have this Babel configuration. Babel is going to be useful for every JavaScript framework because it's going to compile the Vuejs code into the normal JavaScript, which is very useful. I think you know probably about the git ignore, so we don't have to say anything. Then comes our node module, heaviest thing inside the planet, and then public. This public directory is, as the name suggests, public. That means we are having everything inside this index.html. So see, this index.html have a div with the ID of app, and now if you are following me, yes, you will say that the main.js file is mounting the Vue application on this app, which is here. So ID of app and this app, you can convert it to dot app, that means with the class, and now you can see it's gone because now we need to change it to class and it will be back. Yeah, here we are. So let's once again get it with ID. Cool. So we saw that index.html is actually going to be served to the end user. Done. And now comes the very important directory, which is called src, which is actually the source. We are going to write everything inside this source directory. Everything means everything, and this source directory start with this main.js. We have already had the look on this file, which is actually getting the app and creating the app with this app, which is actually app.vue file. We can find this in a same directory. Dot and / means in the same directory. If I have double dot and the / means one directory up. So here we have this app.vue in the same directory. If I click here, you can see we just have a template, and we can also create the script here. We can also create the style here. we will talk about these later. Then we have this components directory where we put all our components. We will talk about the components later. And some assets directory where we can have some static files like a style file, CSS file means some images, and some of the things which are not actually code, which are just static files. For now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete these two things. Asset and components are deleted. So we just have main.js and app.vue. So from here, we need to start the journey of our Vue 3 application. Since inside our app.vue, we just have these two tags h1 and p inside the template. And server is running, and we can see we have this inside our Chrome. And if I open v3.vuejs.org, that means the documentation for our Vue 3 application, on the installation, we have seen that Vue Devtool is there. It's currently in beta, that means Vuex and Router are not included. So if you have already the Vue extension, that means the Vue Devtool here for Chrome, it will not going to show here. Why? Because you can see on the right top, we have this Vuejs Devtool, but this says Vuejs not detected. Obviously, this exact Devtool is for the Vue 2. For the Vue 3, we need to install the newer version of the Devtool, which is coming from this one. And for the Chrome, we can go on this link, which is going to open this site here. Okay, so let me tell you the difference between the two Vue Devtool. So I just search for Vue, and here comes the two different versions. You can see the first version is having Vuejs Devtools, which is offered by Vuejs-dev. It's in development, that's why it's dev. Next we have Vuejs Devtool, same name, offered by vuejs.org, and it has 1657 ratings, which is like 4.8 stars. Okay, so we need to install this one also. So that's very nice. Add to Chrome. And now you can see it is done. So we can go here, refresh the page, and let's now go. And you can see we are having the access for the Vue 3, and both are active. They are not gray colored, they are green colored. That means Vue Devtool is active. This means if I just reopen the Chrome Devtool, we now have a Vue tab. Wow. But if by chance you are not getting it, you can restart your Chrome and definitely you will get that. And you can see we have the Vue 3. Cool. So now we have this Vue Devtool, and what's the benefit of this? This means whatever happened in your Vue application, you can see it here. So if I click on this app, or just by hovering it, it's now, you can see we have a green color at the top. It's saying that, okay, this is your app. And now inside app, we don't have anything. Let's create something and see how it's going to look inside the Devtool. So let's create a script tag, and inside this script tag we know we need to export default, and let's create a data which is going to return an object which is going to hold the state. And once again I'll say title is hey Vue 3, and it's done. So although we are not using this data, but if I refresh this page, you can see we have the app. And now this app holds some data. Data is title with a hey Vue 3. And you have seen that we can easily use this title here. But if I try to start the curly braces, and if I just press T, you can see it's giving the suggestion. And this suggestion is coming because of an extension I have installed, which is called Vetur. And this is a very nice extension for Vuejs. You can install it, and it's also supporting the Vue 3. It's actually a collection of different extension for the Vuejs, and it has very high amount of downloads, very famous. So by using this, I am able to get the suggestion. Also, even if I cut this and I type Vue, you can see I'm getting this autocomplete or snippet actually, which is giving the all template script style. If I want, I just have a template part. If I want, I just have a style part. And that's how I have used these things. So I have used the title, which is title used here inside the template, and that is showing here. Now let me show you the different parts of this Vue Devtool. So when you start the Vue Devtool, so if I once again start it, first thing you can see we don't have anything here. Now what if I click on this button? It is selecting the component in a page. If I now select, it's actually not selecting. I need to refresh here. Yeah. So if I click in here and now hover over the component, it's giving me the detail of that component. I don't have to find it here, or I don't have to search inside this when we will have the lots of components. Then if I have a tree of component, that means various components, then I can switch between the components from here. The drop down, I can have the inspector. Inspector is just inspecting for the component, or we should have a timeline. Timeline is actually holding every event. So if I click here, you will see we are having all these timelines, and if I click on any one, you can see it's giving the mouse 3 event. One is mouse down and then mouse up and then click. So 3 type of event is there for just single click. Also we have some keyboard one. So if I press keyboard, you can see I'm pressing the keyboard, and we are having that same one here. Component event, we will talk about that later. Then we have some settings. So what you want to show the name of the component as: original, Pascal, kebab case, theme, light, dark, high contrast, and which is not actually showing. Once again, let's restart the tab. Sometime it's giving issues because it's still in a preview phase. Yeah, you can see it's not giving exact. Yeah, so here it is. So you select and then you refresh the page, and that's how it's changing the theme. Cool. Next, once again, go to the inspector and you can search for the components from here, and you can have some global setting and themes here. Okay, so this is all about the Vue Devtool and the VS Code extension. Since we know Vue.js, we know the directory structure of the application created with Vue CLI. It's now time to dive into the details of Vue.js. For that, I'm again going to take you to the documentation, because documentation is the king. Here we have the introduction, but let's go to the next part, which is not the application instance. We already saw that thing. We need to go into the template syntax, this one. And the very first thing is interpolation. And what is interpolation? Interpolation means data binding. Data binding is called a text interpolation. We did this using mustache syntax or double curly braces. And we had that same thing here. So here we have a title as a data, or you can say the state of Vue, and we can show here using mustache syntax and just type title, and now double curly braces and the data name, which is rendered here. Very nice. So this is text interpolation, or simply data binding, because we are binding, we are connecting the HTML with the JavaScript thing we have defined here in the instance of the Vue. Cool. But it is not limited to this thing, because here we are opening the curly braces, which is indicating the view that, hey view, we are going to do something which is related to the script tag. That means whenever I have started this curly braces, that means you need to look upon whatever I have defined inside this script tag and do the relevant thing. So here we have the title. It checked into the data field. Yes, it got the title and it just pushed the value of the title into the HTML we have defined here. Okay, so as I said, it is not limited to this showing of the data. What if I just have some normal thing related to core JavaScript, not for the view specifically? So here I can say this is title, and title is a string. We know this thing. So here I can say dot to uppercase, and this to uppercase is a normal JavaScript or vanilla JavaScript function. So let's see, is it going to affect? Yes, you can see we are having hey view 3 in totally uppercase thing. So see what happened when we start the double curly braces. It indicates the Vuejs that hey view, we are either going to use the view part, or the view part means this script related thing, or we can do the vanilla JavaScript part here. So we just did this to uppercase. And if we have some number, so let's say we have a 12 here, and if I try to do that, obviously to uppercase will not going to apply here. What we can do, we can say title plus 20. So it should be evaluated as 20 plus 12, and refresh, 32 is here. So you saw that inside this double curly braces we can do JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript expressions. Next, the final important thing for the text interpolation is, suppose I want to render h1 tag, and here we are, and we can say this is title inside h1 tag. Let's go, and we have the issue. It has actually rendered it as a simple text, but what I want to treat this h1 as a normal HTML tag. So we need to tell our view that, hey view, we are going to use the data as an HTML. So we need to say v-html and then define the title. In that way we don't need to use this curly braces, and that's simple. So now you can see, if I refresh, this is title inside h1. If I inspect this, yeah, inside h1 we have one more h1 tag. So you can see inside h1 we are having h1. So we can actually convert it to simple div. That will be good. Yeah. So now inside the div we have this h1. So now it's treating this string as an HTML, and for that we have used this v-html directive. This is called directive, view directive. It's directing view that, hey view, the direction for using this data is view HTML, treated as a HTML. So every directive in a view is starting with a view and a hyphen. But before moving forward, it's very important to tell you that VHTML is a dangerous thing. Why? Because this is enabled us for the XSS prawn, and this is actually like if someone can give you the script tag inside this HTML and can attack you via XSS. So let's search for XSS JavaScript, which is a cross-site scripting, and he can actually run some script on your page by giving this thing. So by the way, this Vetur extension is actually preventing us for giving this script, and you can see we are having the error. But what if it's dynamically generated and Vetur doesn't know, or Vue doesn't know. So that's, you need to make sure you sanitize the HTML you are having, not with the sanitizer you are using for your hand washing on the pandemic. It's sanitization for HTML only. Now we only saw this vHTML directive for Vuejs, but there are lots of directives. So let's see how many directives or Vuejs directives we have to help into Vuejs journey. So here you can see we have tons of this. Vif, Velse. So I think you got this. Velse if. Then vshow. The difference between vf and vshow is vf remove things from the DOM, and vshow it's just going to hide it. V for the looping, slot we will see later, text, HTML we already saw that, V on we will see later, binding obviously for binding things, models, pre, cloak, once is. But we are going to start with the v if and v else. So how we can get started with that thing? So we have this title, and we are using this vHTML. What if I create another data called is showing? And remember, I told you that whenever some boolean thing you want to create, the boolean state or the data, then you can use the is nomenclature, like is showing, is toggling, these kind of things. So currently the value for is showing is false. And then what we can do, similar to vHTML, we can also use more than one directive in one HTML tag, and we can say v if. And obviously if you have the Vetur extension installed, you will get all the directives suggestions here, and we are interested in v if. Then after that we need to give some boolean thing. So we are saying is showing. So let's say is showing, and obviously it's giving the suggestion. Cool. So if I save this file and go here and refresh this page, you can see it's gone. It's gone from the DOM also. So now see this, we have the body, then we have this div. Inside this div you can see v if, just a simple, you can say comment is there, and which is showing that something was there but it's now removed from the DOM. What if I change it to true? And now in a moment we will see that yes, we are back with these h1 tags. Okay, I say tags because we have a h1 inside h1. Okay, so we have that, and this is not just related to any data. We can directly say here true. So if I say true, yeah, it's there. If I say false, it's not going to be there, even if I refresh. I don't know why the hot reload is not working. Doesn't matter, we can use the refresh. Okay, so it's very easy. But not just this thing, we can do any sort of vanilla JavaScript. So remember, if I say 2 multiplied by 2 is equal to 5, if this expression returns true, then show this h1, otherwise not. Obviously it's not going to show if I refresh. Nope, that's not there. But if I say 4 and refresh the page, yep, we are back with the h1. So you saw that whether you can use the data, you can use directly boolean true and false, or you can have any kind of JavaScript expression here for the v if. Next, we know that we also have this v else. So yeah, I think you got the point. When this is true, okay, we are going to show this h1. Otherwise we can say h2 tag I'm going to create, and this is v else part and with a hyphen. So currently this is showing and it is here, but as I provide the new directive which is called v else, you will see that this is gone. But if I make it false, yeah, v else part is here. And now we can simply use is showing, which is true, and we can make it false, and then wow. So it's super cool that we can have a vf, v else, but what if this is showing is null? Let's see what's going to happen. So null means false. That's good. But now we should see that we also have one more called v else if. Okay, so let's try this. V if is there, v else is there, but in between I will have, let's try it after h2. So h3 is there. This is v else if. Now I can say v else if is showing, so like this, is triple equal to null. Now it's complaining something. It says v else if directive require being preceded by the element v if. That means it is saying that this h3 or wherever you are using v else if, it should be after v if. So you first check this one, then you check this one, and if nothing is going to happen, then you check, or then you fall back to the third one, which is v else. Let's try. So since is showing is null, it's going to show this is v else if, the h3 tag, and that is here this is v else if. Now let's make this is showing to false. So since it is false, it's just going to the this is v else part. That means the h2, the third one. Why? Because first one is only showing when is showing is true. Second one is only showing when is showing is null. So both are false, and that's why it fall back to the third one. And finally we can try with the true, and obviously we know it is this is title inside h1 tag. That means the first one. So this is the three very important conditional directive for you: v if, v else, v else if. Now the last thing is there, which is v show. Let me show you the difference between all these things. So see, if I have this v else and v else if and v if, you can see we just have a h1 tag. So here we have a h1 tag. We don't have this h3 and h2. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just comment it. So because I don't want to have any clashes, now I'm going to convert this from v if to v show. Since is showing is true, obviously it is going to show. And here we are like this. So h1 is there, and this is title inside h1 is obviously showing. But if I make it false, you can see it is there, but now it has added, the Vue has added a style tag with a display of none. This means it is just hidden, not removed from the DOM. Simple meaning is this. So I can show you once again. If I convert it to v if, you can see it is all totally gone from the DOM. It's not there. And with the show, it's just adding the style. So now question comes, when you want to use the v show and when you want to use the v if. So v show is only going to be useful when you have a 1 or 2 line or a very small amount of thing that is not going to affect your DOM. It's not going to make your DOM heavier. So then you can use the style tag. But suppose you have a modal, and modal has a simple form, so it will have tons of HTML tags and various other things. So in that case, you want to remove it from the DOM. Also, one more condition is that when you are using vshow, it's just hiding it. That means if this h1 is holding any state, then it will be preserved here, and when you unhide it, or you can say you display it, then it will be available there. So I can show you by doing something. So if I create a count of 0, and if I show that count here, and if I make this as true, and you will see that we are getting error. And we are getting error because we have given this thing text interpolation plus VHTML. So we need to just remove the VHTML, and then we can see we have this h1. Inside this h1 we have a 0, which is showing here. Okay, now let's make this is showing to false. See this. So is showing is false, but still h1 is holding this 0. Now what if I create a mounted event, and once again we will talk about this event later, and setting the interval which is going to increase the value of count every second. And now see the magic. If I just refresh it, we know the h1 tag which is holding the count value is not displaying here, but see in the HTML or inside the DOM, you can see that h1 is updating, and you can see it is 15, 16. That means if I just unhide it, and you can see it is there, it is just hidden, not removed from the DOM. What that mean? That means it can be available even if it is not showing. So you have to make sure when you use vshow and vif. Now let's talk about some other directive. This time we will talk about the vtext, vhtml and v1s. These are very interesting. We already have looked upon vhtml, so let's tackle vtext and v1s. Okay, so vtext, what's the matter of having this? So see, sometimes you don't want to have this kind of syntax to show the data. You can also use vtext. It is going to set the value inside the inner HTML of h1, and we can simply say the value is count. And I can totally remove this vshow because we understand that, and also we can remove these two things. Okay, so it's very easy because now if I refresh this page, you can see 1, 2, 3, everything is there. It's just similar with this kind of syntax. Obviously, if we can do both of these things, it's going to work. It doesn't have any issue. So yep, you can do both ways. Obviously any one you can prefer, but this looks more of a Vue kind of thing, and it looks more clear to me rather than having this syntax. So that's up to you what you want to use. But the difference between using this and using mustache syntax is, suppose you can have h1, inside that h1 you have a p tag, and let's close this p tag, and here I can say count is and the value. So it will be like count is, and in a new line it is saying 1, 2, 3, or you can just have a span tag, so it will be in a same line, yeah, like this. Okay, so that's how you can use this. But what if I use vtext directly? I think you guessed it right. It will going to replace and ignore that span tag, whatever you define inside it. So this is the little difference between these two. Let's move to the next one. VHTML, we already know to render the HTML if we have inside the string, but we have the v1s. Let's see the v1s power. And since our interval is running, which is updating the count every second, let's see the magic. So I will do this mustache syntax, and here I can give the v1s, and it's just a directive without any value, so we don't have to provide any value here like this. It's just giving the v1s. What's the matter of having this? If I go and refresh this page, see this, we are not having the counter. It's not updating this once, is preventing the re-rendering of that h1 tag. By re-rendering means even though the value of the count is increasing, but it's not updating on the HTML. And I can prove it. Is there any error? No, that's a different thing. Okay, I can prove it by going to the View tab and go here. You can see it is updated here. So if I click, I need to click on this app so that it update the count. You can see 40, 42, and if I click again 43, but it's not updating here on the DOM. That's preventing it for having it, and it's only going to be rendered once at a time. So this is all about having the vtext and v1s. The most important and often used directive is v-for. So it's like a looping system. Let's open the app.vue, and here I can do one thing. I can just clear everything and start with a simple complete. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say h1, and inside this I will say DC heroes, and in a UL I will create some allies which is holding the name. So first is super girl, then second is flash, and the third is arrow, and the fourth is Batman, and finally Superman. So I started with Supergirl, ended with Superman. And I know that Marvel fan going to hate me, and obviously DC fans going to love me. But I can say just one thing. Oh, Marvel fans, I'm so sorry. Okay, so just for fun, and obviously I love the Marvel superheroes, but here's the DC heroes. Cool, but I don't want to hard code these things. So I want to have everything in a loop. And since we can use the double curly braces to do some of the vanilla JavaScript thing, but the for loop is not available here. So now what I can do, I can create a v-ally and then use the v-for directive. v-for is going to loop whatever we define inside this double quotes. Okay, so what we are going to define, let's use some range. So I'm going to say num in, and let's say 10. So it's going to loop for 10 times because it's inside the range of 10, and every time we have the value inside this num variable. Cool. Now I can use this mustache syntax to render the value of num, and if I go here and refresh this page, yes, you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 is printed. That's very cool. Is it going to work with some array? And let's start. So I want to have super girl and girl only, and then I want to have flash, and then I want to have Batman. So till now we are just having 3. So this is going to be hero, or not hero because super girl is heroine. Okay, no problem, just the hero. Okay, so if I refresh, cool, it is also going to work with the array. But you know, v-for is a Vuejs directive. That means it has access to all of the Vue part. So what if I create a data here which we know is going to return an object. Inside object I will say DC hyphen, not hyphen, simple camel case, DC heroes, and then I can move this array from here to here. Cool. And now I can loop into this DC heroes array which we have defined inside the data. That's amazing thing. Okay, so yes, we are having the same result, and now it's a chance I can add my favorite Superman. M should be capital. Okay, so this is there. Supergirl, Flash, Batman, Superman. Arrow is also there, and arrow like this. Cool, so this is the one we have. But is it going to work with object? So let's do one thing. Let's convert this data of DC heroes in a key value pair. So name is Supergirl, once again name is Flash, and the name is Batman, and the name is Arrow, and finally the name is Superman. So this is a simple object we have created. Now let's see what's going to happen if I refresh this page. So this is because every object is having the same key, so that's why it has taken the last one only. So I can simply convert this, and I can do like this. Every name is with its own key, so key and the value is same for this object. And now if I refresh, you can see Supergirl, Flash, Batman, Arrow, Superman is there. But sometimes what happened, instead of the value, you want also the key. The key is actually the same thing, the name. Okay, so how we can get that? It's very easy. You can put the value and the key. So it's a very easy thing. So now I can say value, and with other curly braces I can say the key. Cool. So now if I go refresh this page, you can see that first is the value and second is the key. This is how you can extract the key and value for any object. But I can just simply undo here, because now I am going to do one thing, that these are having only name, that means the key is name, and I can convert everything into its into an object like this, and then finally hold each object into this array. So now DC heroes is an array of all the object. Each object is having a key as a name and the value as the real superhero name. I need to loop over this, and I'm looping, and then I'm showing the hero. Let's now save this file and refresh this page, and it literally printed the object, because each value of this array is an object. So every time it loop, we have the object. But I want to have the object name, that means the hero name. Since we are getting the object, and to get the value for any key, we can simply say dot name. And now if I refresh, again getting the Batman, Superman, Flash, Batman, Arrow, and Superman, Supergirl first one. Okay, so this is how you can loop over the array of an objects. But sometimes what happen with an array, you also want to have the index. So as before, we got the key and value. So for every array, the key is actually the index. So we can call it index, and we can call it anything actually. So now we have the hero.name, but I can use one more interpolation, and I can say index, and like this. So obviously it starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's very easy thing for v-for. So we have used this v-for, but see, we are getting this error, and this error is saying that element in the iteration expect to have a v-bind : key. What's that? So this means it's time to learn about the v-bind, which is another directive of Vuejs, v-bind. Okay, so how we can understand v-bind and what is this key all about? So I'm going to explain this key thing in detail later, but for now, to suppress this error, we can say, we just need to say v-bind key, and then as a key we need to provide some unique thing for each iteration. For each value of this loop, we need to provide some unique thing. Okay, and I know that the index is unique, although there is no repetition in our element of the array of the name of these superheroes. So we can also provide hero.name, or if you want, you can provide the index. By doing that, we are good with that error, and error is gone. But now what is this vbind thing? So as the name suggests, it's binding something. And what something? Whatever we defined after this colon. So we are binding the key value, the value of this key. So it's a little difficult to show you this thing. So what I am going to do, I am going to create a input field here, and let's self close it, and I will say value is going to be, let's say, which hero is missing here. I can add Aquaman. Okay, so if I say Aquaman here, and now if I go refresh this page, you can see we are having this Aquaman here. But what I want now, I want to, instead of defining the Aquaman here, I want to create a new data or new state which is called new hero, and new hero is we know Aquaman. So we have defined another one, and now I can simply say the new hero should come here, new hero. If I go and refresh, it's literally there. That means it's treating it as a text. How I can tell our Vue that, hey Vue, whatever I have defined inside the double quotes, it's not a string, it is something to look upon into this data or inside the script section of Vue. Or I can simply say that whatever I have defined in the double quotes here is related to Vuejs, it's stuff like JavaScript stuff. And for that we have the vbind. We are going to bind the value of this value field of input to some data. So as soon as I do that, I say vbind, and that should be bind of value new hero, and now if I refresh this page, Aquaman is there. Wow, so this means we can connect the value of any attribute of the HTML field to the data we have defined inside the Vuejs. Let's take another example. Now what I want to create a simple button. So I'm going to create a button, and I will say add hero. Okay, let's self close, not self close, just closing tag. So yes, we have this button and it's not doing anything, but you can see obviously I can click here because it is a clickable button. It's a simple button. What's the matter? Okay, so what I want to disable it. So if I say disable and then refresh this page, now you can see this button, add hero button, is now disabled. I cannot do anything because obviously it is disabled. But now I want to connect the disable attribute, or I want to you can say define the disable attribute of this button via the data we have defined here. Okay, so I can say let's say is active, and remember I always define any boolean thing with is, so that it will be very easy to pronounce or easy to say things. So like button is disabled or is active. Okay, so initially I say false. So this is the data I have created, and now I want to bind this data and this disabled attribute. So if I just do this, obviously it's taking it as a string. Let's see what's going to happen. Although it is disabled because it's treating something means, that means true. Okay, that means you are not defining correctly. Now I can bind it, so I can simply say bind, and now it is binded. Refresh, you can see it is active actually. So is active false. So I need to say something else. So it should be is disabled. Is disabled. If the data is disabled false, then it's not disabled. Now if I convert this is disabled to true, and yep, you can see now it is disabled. So you can see this disabled attribute of this button we have binded from the Vuejs data. Super easy and very extremely useful thing it is. But Vuejs is very cool. You know why? Because yes, Vuejs knows that every time you need to write vbind, it is not good for developing purpose. So a magical thing is there. We can totally replace that vbind, or I can say totally remove the vbind and just use this colon. The colon is there, and colon means I'm binding. So vbind colon means we are binding. So just use colon and still it's working. Aquaman is there. So we can do same thing for disable and same thing for the key we have defined here. Yep, it is there. So yes, everything is working, and I can prove this by Aquaman reloaded. I don't know what that means, but yes, it is there. So it is very cool that we can just use the colon, and it's now converted to binding, and it's now having data from the data field. So with this binding thing, you can do almost anything, and you can even create dynamic binding. So you can create the brackets here, and then you can say the attribute, and this is the attribute. I'm going to create the data which is holding the value as value. So this is going to be dynamic attribute creation and also binding. So let's reload. Yes, Aquaman is there, and which is coming from here. And if I say Aquaman like this, still working, because this time we have created that dynamic attribute, and over that we have created the dynamic attribute binding. Wow, super cool thing. You can use these vbind or binding thing with any attribute like class, style, almost everything. Okay, now after vbind we have something else, which is again a magical thing, which is Vue model. So we saw that yes, we can do something here, and whatever we have defined inside this data field, like a new hero and Aquaman is there, and we can actually add that here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this dynamic binding and make sure we have the value, and I can simply remove this, and I don't need the disable field, it's just for explaining. Okay, cool, we are back with this, and we have the Aquaman here. So here let's open the Chrome Devtool and go to the Vue Devtool. Here we are on the app. We have the DC heroes and we have the new hero Aquaman. But suppose later I change my mind and I say I don't want to have Aquaman, I want to have Wonder Woman. Okay, that's done, but you can see the new hero is still there. Yes, that should be the case, because we have just changed the value of the input. We have not changed the value here inside the data, inside the state. How we can change the state for this new hero? So that's why Vuejs provide another magical thing, which is called Vue model, and it required the data field through which you are going to connect the Vue model, and I will going to show you what is Vue model. So I just say new hero, and new hero is Aquaman. So it's going to be exactly the same. Previously it was connected, Aquaman is there, here is the Aquaman in the Chrome Devtool. And now if I clear this, you can see new hero is also cleared inside the Devtool. And now if I say Wonder Woman, so Wonder Woman is there, and yep, you can see it is here. And it's so cool that you don't have to do anything. Without doing anything, just by using this Vue model, we are able to connect this input field with the data or the Vuejs state. Absolutely amazing magical thing. And yeah, there is no shortcut for vModel. You just need to type the vModel. There are some of the cool tricks with this vModel. So here we can see, if I give various spaces here, you can see the space is also added to the new hero on this Vue Devtool, and literally we have lots of space, then double quotes to close that string. But we don't want, and most of the time we don't want these white spaces, because we can have the white space in the beginning also. So you can see we have a beginning white space and trailing white space. We can just use vModel dot trim, and what it does, it's going to remove all of the white spaces you have. You can see now we don't have any white space. Yep, it is there. And if I give a white space like this, so that white space is appearing here on the input field, but that's not connected on the Vue side, the Vue state or the data side. That's an amazing you can say tool for vModel. And the next one is, if I just remove and if I say dot, and this is the lazy one. When this lazy is useful, I will tell you, but let's see what it's going to do. So see, I just want to change from Aquaman to Wonder Woman. So I say Wonder Woman, but you can see it's not changing here. If I even type Wonder Woman fully, it's not changed here. But as soon as I focus out from this input field, boom, you can see that data is now reflected on the Vue Devtool. That means it's going to only update the new hero field, or you can simply say the data field of Vue only going to be updated when you lose focus from this input. That means it is going to prevent, or it will be actually beneficial for having a non-essential reconnecting. When this is useful, suppose you have a text area. So we have a text area, and how you're going to connect text area with the vModel? Obviously you just need to say vModel with new hero, and I just going to comment the input field. Okay, so we have the vModel on the text area, and now suppose you are having this text area for writing a blog. So it will be very inefficient that people are typing something here, and on that you are updating the Vue Devtool, because it's not essential, because it will have lots of keystrokes, and with every keystroke Vue has to do something. This is inefficient thing. Rather than this, you can use .lazy, and what it does, once the user is completed with the writing part, and when he focus out, then only it's going to update your state. Super useful thing. Okay, so let's remove this, and we are back with the input field. And the last one is number. So it's obviously going to convert whatever you type into number, and it's not going to work for our string we have defined. And sometimes this new Vue Devtool create problem. No issues. So what if I type 2, and you can see it's literally 2 as an not a string, it's just a number. But what if I say TWO? Okay, so yeah, Vue know that what is exact string and what is exact number. So 24 is the number, but 2 is a string here, the string 2, TWO2. So this is the vModel and all its magical tools. Let's move forward. Now next important thing is extremely important. It is which is called vOn. Let's go here, and you can see one more directive we have, which is called vOn. vOn is, as the name suggests, Vue is very expressive, and it says vOn and then whatever the event we define. What are the event? When user do something with your application, that's an event. Like when user click, then it's an event. When user hover over anything, that's an event. Not just for mouse. When user type something, that's an event. So there are lots and lots of event, and every event is connected, or we can say we can grab that event and do something with the Vuejs using Vue on. And the best example is Vue on click. Let's do that. Okay, so I just going to remove this number from here, and what I want, whenever I click on this button, I want to do something. So generally what you do, you just say on click, and then you define some function. So you can easily do some alert kind of thing. I don't know if it is working or not. So if I click, okay, so we have some error, and I think, oops, I need to use a small c. Refresh this, and yes, it is working. So alert is there, but I want to do something for Vuejs, because here if I want to actually alert the new hero, so how I can do that? I don't know. If I use these brackets, and if I try this, okay, so we are having total messed up things. Now I want to alert with the name, whatever I type inside the input, because now it's connected with the Vue model and we can change it instantly. Okay, so that's why Vue has a Vue on. So Vue on and then colon, and then you need to define the event. An event is simply click. But then you need to say what you want to do when user click on this button. I want to have an alert, and in that alert I want to have hey. Okay, let's try this. What makes a difference? Click, and we are not getting that. First it says context.alert is not a function. So CTX means context, or simply consider context as a view. So Vue doesn't have any function called alert, and there's nothing called alert here, because when you use Vue on, that means you are defining something which should be inside your view, defined inside the view. That's not defined here. So then what you can define here? As I told you, whenever you use Vue on, that means everything has to be related to the Vue instance or Vue script part actually. So now we have the new hero, and what I want, whenever I click, I want to have a new hero value to be changed to Wonder Woman. So Wonder Woman. Okay, let's see, is it going to work or not? Refresh the page and click. Woohoo! You see, this is now converted to Wonder Woman instantly, and that actually defined here new hero is Wonder Woman inside this Vue Devtool. So you saw that whenever we want to handle any event, we use Vue on, and then whenever you say Vue on, you can do anything on your Vue instance or whatever you have defined inside your script tag. You can interact with that thing. Okay, so this is how we can use the Vue on. But just like Vue bind, we also have some magical thing. But this time if I remove it, it will convert it as a binding thing. But I don't want to bind it. I want to say when the user click, when, or I can say on, or I can say at. So this is the one. So now I have to use the at or at the rate. So I just say it like at click, what's going to happen? So at click, new hero is going to be having a new string which is called Wonder Woman. So let's save this file and now refresh the page. Once again, Aquaman is there. Click on add hero. Cool, it is working. And it is not just with the click event. As I told you, any way user interact, user create some event, that's going to be working. I can say key down. So whenever I key down, then change the value from obviously Aquaman to Wonder Woman. So in that way, there is no key down. So if I click here, you can see nothing is happening. But when I key down, when I pressed something, it just changed the text. Once again, I'm clicking, nothing happened. But when I key down or press any key on keyboard, it's just changed. Now, just like we have this Vue model tools, like if I say dot lazy number trim are there, we also have some tools for every kind of event we are defining here. So this is key down. Let's get back that click, and I'm going to create a form, a simple HTML form which include this input field and a button. So what if I make the type of button as submit, and I can just remove this click part. And now what's going to happen when I click on this button? It should submit the form. Click, and yes, you saw that it just submitted the form, and we have the question mark in the URL. So that's happened because we have a simple form. And whenever I click on this button which is going to submit the form, so submitting form is an event, so I can simply say v on submit, or remember the shorthand at submit. What we want when I submit this form, I want new hero to be a simple string of Wonder Woman. Okay, let's try. Is it going to work or not? Keep your eye on this input box. Add. Click. So that actually happened. That means the input field had changed the value from Aquaman to Wonder Woman, but once again, let's go. It just submit the form. So we need to prevent this submission. So I can simply say dot prevent. It's so easy thing with the Vuejs. It just makes our life so easy. So if I say add hero, click, and you can see the form has stopped the submission. The default action is submission, and we have actually prevented the submit default action. So whenever you say dot prevent, that means you're preventing the default action of whatever the event you have defined here. So here submit has a default action of submitting the form, so we are preventing that submission. And then what we want when this is going to happen, then we want to change the value of this new hero from Aquaman to Wonder Woman. So this is how we have to use the form. There are lots of things. Once again, we will going to deep dive into all of these things when we start doing some small projects. And until then, yeah, Vue on is there. You know, we can click on this add hero. It's just changing the hero from Aquaman to Wonder Woman. But add hero means it should add to this list, but it's not doing that. Let's do that and now understand a new very important thing called methods. So first I'm going to remove this index from here, so I can simply remove that index. Get back here. Yep, just the name. Cool. So what I want when I submit this form, yes, we are adding the Wonder Woman into the list, but instead of adding the new hero with a new name, I should add the name with the value we have defined into the new hero into this DC heroes. Okay, so how I can do that? So DC heroes is an array, we know that. So we can simply go here, we can say DC heroes dot push. I'm pushing into the array we have, and each of the element of the array is a object. So I need to create an object here, and then key for the object is name, and the value should be the value of the new hero. Currently the value is Aquaman. So let's see, is it going to add Aquaman into this list? Save this file, go here, refresh the page, click on add hero, and cool, you can see we have the Aquaman added at the bottom of the list. But then I should empty this out so that I can also add Wonder Woman. Oops, Wonder Woman. And if I click on here, yep, it is added, but I still need to clear this one, the input field. How I can do that? It's very easy, I think. We have pushed that thing, then we can give a semicolon, and then we can say new hero is equal to empty string. So I can use single quotes. So we are doing two things when I submit. One is dc heroes.push, pushing the new hero name, whatever I define inside the input field, then clearing out the new hero. Refresh this page, Aquaman is there, click on add. Yep, you can see it is now cleared. Aquaman is added into this list. Super nice thing, or I can say superhero thing. And then once again Wonder Woman is here with a capital O. So isn't it cool if I start with an empty string? That means nothing is there inside this input field. I can give a simple placeholder here. So placeholder is type hero name here. Refresh the page. Yep, that's good. Now comes this time Wonder Woman, and click. Yep, there it is here. Now so this is super easy, but here is a mess. We are doing lots of things on this event. It would be cool if I can move all of these things into its dedicated function, or I can say dedicated method. Okay, so here Vuejs provide one more important thing called method. So just when the data ends here, you can define methods, or if you want, you can define at the starting, like here. So methods with a colon, because it's going to have lots of methods. So this methods is an object of different functions. Now it should not be an arrow function. This is the most important thing. It should not be an arrow function. Why? Because arrow function doesn't hold this keyword, and we need this to access the new hero and whatever we have defined inside the data. So it should be a normal function, and we can define a function name add hero, giving the parenthesis and then curly braces start and ending. So this is a simple function we have added. Then I can simply say here alert. An alert is a simple JavaScript thing which I am doing here inside this function or a method. So I can totally remove all these things, or I can simply cut it out. Then I can say when I submit this form, obviously prevent its default submission, but then what it need to do? Then go to this add hero function and then whatever I have defined there. So I need to give add hero, just add hero, the name of the method we have defined here. I'm using method and functions as you can say synonyms, but although this is just a method. Okay, so method is add hero we have defined here, and then if I can go here, I can say Aquaman and click on add hero. You can see it's not added. Obviously that code is not available, but it has given the alert. Alert is there because it reached this method and it did what we have defined here. Now let's remove that and do this kind of things. Is it going to work? I'm sure it was working previously, so it should work again. Let's go refresh the page and say Aquaman. Click on add hero. Nothing happened. Let's open the Devtool, and here on the console we have a problem, and the problem says DC heroes is not defined. What? we have defined the DC hero view. You are missing something. Yes, DC heroes is there and we are defining the DC heroes here. But remember, we need to tell inside this method that this DC heroes is a state of Vue. So we need to get from Vue, and now we need to just say this dot DC heroes, and here comes this dot new hero, and comes this dot new hero once again. Now if I refresh the page and I would say Aquaman, click on add hero, it's added, no error in the console. That's cool. Wow, that's very amazing thing we have done. So we have understand that we can create methods, and you can create any method. So just like we have created an add hero, we can also create a remove hero function, and we will see the use of this one later, but I can just remove it for now. So yes, we have defined it here, but remember, you should not call this function when you are defining inside the event. So at submit, we are going to define the add hero. Okay, so one thing is there. What if I am not typing anything and I say add hero? You can see empty thing is there. No hero name is there. It should not be that thing. How I can prevent that? Very easy. When I call this method, first I need to remove this brackets. Okay, and yep, still it's having the same issue. So when I do this, I need to say this dot new hero, if the value is empty, so I can just move it inside the if statement. If the value is empty, then we don't want to do anything. So I can simply say if value is not empty, then only add the new hero, otherwise do nothing. So now if I refresh the page and if I click, you can see it's not doing anything, because although it is reaching this add hero function, but it's not going inside this if statement to execute this code, because at that time new hero is empty. But as soon as I type something and click on add hero, yes, this time it is added. Now it's now up to you. You want to add it at the last or you want to add it at the starting. So we can, instead of push, we can also say unshift, and using this unshift, if I refresh the page and if I say Wonder Woman and with a capital O, and Wonder Woman is added at the top of this list. So this is how we can use the method inside the Vuejs. After methods and directives, now let's learn about the computed properties. So let's first have some slides and then we will see these things in practical. So what is computed property? Think about computed property is in between of data and methods. Why? Because you can use computed properties as in data, but you are defining a method. Now, little confusing, but no worries. We have these slides also, but we will see after we done with practical sessions. So let's go here. We have these DC superheroes, and what I want here, I want to have the number of heroes just in the title. So it would be like we have this title and then we can use curly braces and I can say DC heroes dot length. This is nice. Refresh the page, 5 is there, and if I add one more, it would be then 6. Very nice. But instead of this, we can have a new descriptive name. So it would be like heroes count. It is good, or you can use like total heroes this. So I would stick with the heroes count. But what if I try to create a new data? So I will say new data after heroes, heroes count will be dc heroes dot length. This we want. Let's try this. So refresh and we have the issue. What issue we are having? It says dc heroes not found. I think it's asking for having this here. So let's try this. Still it's not there. It says length of undefined, because what happened is when heroes count is defined inside the view, at that time the dc heroes was not actually set with all the values, so that's why it is giving this problem. So we cannot do this, but we want to have this kind of data. So now comes the computed property. As the name suggests, we can compute something and then we can treat it as a property. So let's use computed, then we have to give the comma, and then in an object we can define our name of the property we want to create. So property is heroes count. This would be a simple function, and here we are, and then we need to return, let's hard code to 4. Refresh this page and yes, we are back with 4. But we know we don't want to hard code, we want to have this dot dc heroes dot length. And is it going to work? Yes, it is working. And now we can add one Aquaman and it becomes 6. Cool. And this is very nice. Why? Because not only we can give anything, like we can use this heroes count somewhere else, like at the bottom if I want. So if I have a small tag and I can say inside this small tag total heroes in the list is, and then curly braces and heroes count. So you have seen that now it is there, and it's so easy to reuse that complexity or computed thing, which we cannot do with just hard coding on writing dc heroes dot length every time. You may say that it would be easy to write dc heroes dot length, but what if you also want to add something else? Like I have total heroes in the list is 5 heroes, so I need to add a string here and I can say heroes, and if I go refresh the page, yep, you can see heroes is added here. So you can do anything because it is computed. Not only this thing, I can just remove that heroes. Not only this thing, we can do anything on that. So to understand the computed property, let's go to the slides, and here we have a difference between the computed property and methods. So computed property runs when the dependency changes, but methods run when update occur, or whenever there is some call like invoked by Vue on and events. Then computed property are cached. Once it is computed, it's not going to compute it again and again. Then used as a property in place of data. That's what we saw, that we can use computed property instead of data. By default only getters, so they just have getters. So here you can see we are just having the getters, there is no setter here. And what is getter and setter we will see later. But methods are always having some getters and setters inside that. So these are little difference between them. But now let's see all these things in action. So first I'm going to create a simple computed property called rand c. C stands for computed, and I'm going to return a random. Let's see how it's going to look. And just below this h1 I'm going to create a p tag. Inside that I'm going to use double curly braces to show our rand c computed property. And now if I go and refresh the page, we are having some issue actually. Okay, so what happened is this is math.random, and yeah, so we are having this random number. Cool, no problem is there. So what I'm going to do this time, I'm going to copy this and create a method called rand m. M stands for method. And let's use this here. And this time, because it is a method, I need to use these parentheses. So reload the page, and yep, you can see both are different. Obviously they has to be different, but then you will see the magic. I create 3 times the rand c and 3 times rand m. Now if I go refresh the page, you can see that all the first three are the computed property, and all 3 are having the same exact value. But every method we called rand m is having different values, because every time it is called, a new random number is generated. But for rand c, that means the computed property, it's not the case. It's cached. I told you, computed property are cached. So once they have computed, they are not going to recompute it until and unless there is any change in the you can say dependency. So what's going to happen? What if I say this dot dc heroes dot length plus some random number? So reload this page. You can see all these are same, obviously we know, but now I'm going to add one more, and you can see every time there is an update, you can see the method is recomputed, because every time there is any change in the state, the template is re-rendered. So that's why there is a change in the method. But as soon as I add new hero, see these things, this should change. And yep, you can see we have a new computed property. Why that happened? Because the addition of Aquaman means the change in the dependency, which is DC heroes, and the length is changed. So that's why the rand c is recomputed, and that's how it is cached, but changed only when the property or inside or dependency changes. But method is going to re-evaluate it whenever there is any state change. So yeah, every time it is there. One last thing I want to show you for the computed property is getter and setter. To explain you getter and setter, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this random part because I don't need this one also, or I can have it here so that you can play around them. Okay, I'm going to create 2 new properties or data actually. One is fname, which is first name, and first name is Sarthak, and this is last name, lname, which is Shrivastava, like this. Okay, now what I want to have a full name here. So in an h2 I should say first name, which is fname, and lname. And now if I take a look here, you can see it's added. But let's create a computed property which is going to combine these two, and we call it full name. And full name is just going to return this dot fname plus, or I can use backticks like this, and then first name, then a space, and then I can use lname like this, and then I can just use single thing here, single computed property, and I can remove here like this. And we have some issue, and issue is this is correct. Oops, I think I missed this closing bracket. Yep. So now if you go refresh this page, you have this Sarthak Shrivastava here. But this is just the default one, the default getter, you can say. We can also define our own getter and setter here. So I can just convert it to an object, and inside that object I'll have one function called get, This is getter, which is going to return the same thing, and it is exactly same. You can see still we are getting the Sarthak Shrivastava. But as getter means you can modify it in any way. So full name is, and then comes that thing. But you know, we can also create a setter. So set is here, and setter is always going to have some value on that. So I will say full name comes here, and then we can simply alert the full name. And how this is going to work, let's see. First, there is no difference in this, but what I'm going to do next, I want to click on this add hero, and then, or I can create another one. So let's create another button, and this button is set full name. Okay, so on click of this, so at click, I want to trigger a function called set full name. So this is a method actually I want to create. So on the method part, we have add hero, we have a random, and then we have this one. And now what I want to set the full name, not the first name and the last name. I want to set the full name directly. So this dot full name is equal to, let's say I'm going to have a bitfumes and tutorial. So bitfumes tutorial is here. So yep, we have the button called set full name at the bottom, and if I click here, you can see we are having the alert for the bitfumes tutorial. So we are setting the full name here, and because this full name is a computed property, and whenever we are setting the computed property value, so this setter is going to call. What if we don't have any setter and obviously no getter? So just like previous case. And now if I refresh this page, and once again full name is Sarthak Shrivastava, that's there. Click on set full name, nothing is happening because there is no setter for this computed property. Let's get back the setter and getter, and yeah, so then we can actually get the first name and the last name. So how I can do that? I can split this full name dot split with an space like this, and this will give you two things. So I can say const value is values is, we are getting two things, and then we can say this dot first name is equal to values of first element, because this returns some array, and the last name is values of first element. And to show you the exact difference, I can say last name, oops, not last name, first name, and then we will have last name. Okay, now see the magic. Refresh. Okay, so these two are here. If I click on set full name, you can see full name is returned by the getter of the computed property is this. Also, it has changed the first name and the last name because we got the value, we split it with a space, and we put inside first name and last name. So when I go to the Vue Devtool and check for the values, you can see first name bitfumes, last name tutorial, and computed property is full name is bitfumes tutorial. So this is the way we can use full power of computed properties with setter, getter, caching, and much more things defined here. Now let's do one thing. We have these lists and I want to remove some name from here. How we can do that? First, let's remove these things, and I don't want these getter, setter, randoms, and I don't want all these things from here. Then I don't want this small tag and this button, and finally I don't need these methods from here, and I think we did something wrong. Okay, so we need to remove it. And finally, we don't need these two data properties. Cool, everything is clear. And refresh, back with this list. So first we need a button so that I can click on that button and remove it. So for everyone, I think I need to move it inside a p tag like this. And then I also want to have one cross button. So after this, I can create a span tag and I can just say X, means cut or cross. And that should be small x. What if I create a simple button inside this p tag? So I think I need to convert from p to div. And yeah, so we have this button. And we need to click and remove that hero from the list. How we can do that? We know we have a @click event, which is also like v_on:click, and we need to create a method. So whenever we have this v_on, then event we have, so we need to listen for this event on remove method. So currently we don't have this method here, we just have an add hero. So I can also create a remove one. Inside this remove, I need to first pass which hero I need to remove. So I can just call it, and inside this I can give the index for which I want to remove it. So let's have that index here, and then we can simply change the heroes from here. Where is that? Yeah, on the data field, DC heroes. So first we need to say this dot DC heroes dot filter, and I need to filter out. So we get hero for every iteration, and on that iteration I want to actually remove the hero, or I can also get the index. So I say hero and index. So I just need to say I don't want the index which is including this index, so I think I need to change it to I, and then I can say if the iteration index is not equal to the past index, then return it. So now I can just show you by console log. So I just say log and all these things, and we have some issue. Okay, so yeah, that's done. And now open the Devtool console. Once refresh this page, clear it, and click on flash cross, and yes, you can see now we have all these 4 heroes but not flash, because flash is removed. So since we have the updated version of all these lists, we can simply do one thing, which is we can say this dot DC heroes is equal to DC heroes dot filter all these things. Super easy thing. And now refresh this page and we will see the magic. Let's see, if I click on flash, flash is gone from here and everything is now updated. You can see the number is also updated. What about arrow? That's gone. Supergirl, Superman, and everything is gone. But we have some problem when I remove the heroes from the list. What's that? Let's go here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an input field here, and it's just for demonstration, so we don't have to do anything. And refresh this page. So every list item has some input field. Now see, if I say for flash, this is for flash, and I copy this and I put it for arrow. And now see the problem. Problem is, if I remove flash, it should also remove this text box. That's super easy thing, but this is not the case. If I click on the flash, you can see although flash is removed, we are still having 4, and now the problem is the input field is having this is for flash, but we know that flash item is gone. Same is happened here. The input field that was previously for arrow is now moved to the Superman. What's that? How that happened? That happened because of the index key we have provided. So see what's happening here. Once again, let's get back, and arrow is here. So what happened? This text, which is this is for flash, is for the item on the index 1. So this flash is having an index 1, so 0 1. When I remove this flash, Batman become the first one. Same is happening for this input field. This is for arrow. This input field is for the item with the index of 0 1 2 3. When I remove flash, the Superman become third one. So that's how, if I remove it, that's how Superman got this input and Batman got this input. We need to fix it. How we can fix it? We just need to change the key from index to hero.name, because we know every name inside the DC heroes list is unique, and that has to be the case. So now if I refresh the page and have the flash here and for arrow here, and now if I'm going to click on the flash, that means removing the flash, it should also remove this is for flash. Same thing going to happen for the arrow. This is for arrow. This input field should move along with the arrow above one place. So let's see what's going to happen. Click, and you can see this is arrow is staying with the arrow item, and that flash one is removed with its own input box. So that's how we can fix that problem. So when you want to use index and when you want to use this kind of absolute unique thing, this is happening when you are updating the list, when you are removing something, when you are doing anything after list is compiled. But if you just want to have the list and nothing else, then you can use obviously index, because just you are showing and you are not doing anything. So this is super important to keep your key is as absolute as possible. Till now we are using Vuejs without any styling, and to style our Vuejs application, I'm going to use the Tailwind CSS. You can use Bootstrap, is all up to you. So go to the installation part, and here we have npm install Tailwind. So create a new tab here on the terminal, paste it and run it. It's installing. While this is installing, let's have all these three things into our style.css file. But where we are going to create that file? Remember, we had one directory called assets, but we had removed that. So let's get back, and inside this I'm going to create a file called style.css. You can name it anything, okay, and just paste it like this. So that's done. Then the final thing we need to do is we need to create a tailwind config.js file. We can use this command to auto generate it. So if I run it, in a moment you will see tailwind config.js file is created, or you can manually create and put all these things there. And one more thing is post css config.js, one file we need to create here, and inside that file we need to put this thing. Okay, so we have done that. After having all these things, we need to use our style.css somewhere. So where we can use it? So it's like a global CSS file. So global CSS file should be inside the main.js. So I just import. Yes, I'm importing the CSS file inside this. So assets, then we have a style.css. Like this. Okay, so that's done. Last, we just need to restart the server so that server can evaluate Tailwind CSS and do all sorts of stuffs. And finally, the server is started. Let's go here, refresh this page, And yep, we have all these things. Functionalities are working, but styling are not so good. What happened when I style it? So let's go on the app.vue and let's have this h1 tag at the center. So I can have a class and I say text and center. But remember, if you are using Tailwind CSS, you can go to the extension part and search for Tailwind CSS. And there's a very nice extension, not this one from the Tailwind company itself. And here we have, it is a super easy to use extension and giving you all sorts of recommendation. It's not working here because we need to reload this application so that the Tailwind extension knows that here we have a Tailwind configuration and we are using it. So now if I press Control and spacebar, then you will see we will get some suggestion which is currently loading. So I will show you that later, but let's run the server. And one more time, yep, you can see now we have the text center. So you can see this is at the center. Now instead of manually centering everything, I'm going to create a div which is going to hold everything inside the template. And in this div, I'm going to say margin is auto. So server is started and reload the application. It's not there. What if I say width full? So one thing is like we need to create one more div, and in this div I can create a width full. Okay, not height full, I want width full, and close this one like this, and let's try. Final flex also. Yeah, so giving a flex, and now everything is at the center. So this is good, but you know, this h1 has to be bigger. So I can say h1 is having a text of 3xl or 2xl actually. Yep, it is there. And also text at the center. Yes, it is at the center. Now these all are list items. So every item should have the name, and this cross icon should be on the right side. So these are here, and I can say flex, giving a class of flex to this li, and now it is good. And then I can also say like justify between, so that things are apart. But for that we can say we have this button, and we can move this button like here, and then we have an input field. I think we can remove the input field because it was just for demonstration of the keys. Yeah, so cross icon is there, or cross button is there. And next I need to have some space above this text box and add hero button. So we have this form, and I can give the form a class with a margin of top of 10. So yep, 10 margin is there. And then we can style this input field. So give a class once again, and giving the border and rounded. So this should be rounded, and rounded LG, large. Okay, so I think large is not good. Simple rounded is good. Then we have simple button. So on this button I can have once again the border. Yep, border is there. And then I can have this also rounded, but this time having a BG gradient to the right, and this will be starting from red 700 to like green 500, and that should be green 500. So this is looking very bad. So what I can do, I can have a pink, and this is to right. I think this will be good. Yep, it is good. And finally text small and text white. and this is good. So I think I don't have to give this small here. Yeah, so this is nice. And now if I say Aquaman is there, clicking on the ad, yep, it is there. I can remove anyone from the list. Very nice. Everything we have here is a single page template, or you can say only one file we have. But you have seen that it's now growing and becoming big and hard to manage. What we can do now, we can create some components. You can create a component in anywhere, but a good place to create a new component is a component file. So components directory, actually, not file. And inside that you can provide any component name. So what component I want to have? First, I want to have some header or at the top. So I can create a header. So I can say app header. Why app header? Because header is also a native HTML tag. So app header. Yep, that is there. We can create a new component by using Vue shorthand or snippet given by Vetur, and extension is good, Vetur. So we have this, and I can simply say header. That's it. Now this is created, so I can close it. How I can use this component in our main app.vue. So here is app.vue. At the top I want to add this header, so it should be like header, and I can self close it because we don't want to add inside it anything. So if I do this and refresh this page and open the console, you can see it says fail to resolve component header. So because we have used that, but Vue doesn't know where this header is coming from. So it's now actually app.app header. So even app header is not available. So let's have app header here, and we need to tell to Vue that, hey Vue, there is a component called app header, but we need to give the path. So first let's import app header from, and we know it's a component. Inside component we have an app header. So first you need to import it, then you need to tell Vue that, hey Vue, there's a component called app header, and then finally you can use it. And now if I go here, refresh this page, and if I close this, yeah, header is there. So let's now design this header. So I'm going to do something like this so that we can design it easily. And now I'm going to open the app header here, and first what we need to have it full width. So let's create a nav, because it's a nav bar, and I can just say nav, and this will have a class of width full. That's good, but background should be blue, and I can use the gradient black background to the right or maybe to the left, whatever you want, from blue 800 to blue let's say 500 or 600. So this will be the good thing we have here, but it doesn't have anything. So first I can say DC heroes. This should be a simple anchor tag, and like here we have. Now you can see this DC hero is in black color. I want to make it white color. Text white. Yes, it is white colored. Now I want to have some margin on the left and right. So I say MX, the margin x-axis is going to have 4, and I should say not margin, I say padding of x is 4. So now on the x you can see here we have some margin. Then what I want to have a margin on y-axis, like on the top and the bottom is having 2. So now it's having some width. So this is the way we can have this header. Similar to this header, we can also create a footer, but I feel if you create the footer, that will be learning stuff for you. So this is how we can create a new component. But you know, creating a component like header is good, but we can clean our app.vue by creating the you can say new component. So let's open sidebar, and on the component side, I'm going to create one component called dcheroes.vue, and all the DC heroes list part I'm going to move inside this dcheroes.vue component. So component is just a simple file where you can split your codes. So everything inside here I can cut like this here and paste it. Then wherever I have removed that part, I can say my DC heroes component I should create. Then same, import that thing. So you need to import DC heroes, and then you need to tell the Vue that, hey Vue, I'm going to use this DC heroes component here. So DC heroes, that's done. So we have imported, we have told to Vue that DC hero is a component, and we have used that. But then you can see after having all these things, we lost all our list. Why? Because list is inside app.vue. Here we can see we have the data field and the list, and all the list looping part is here. So v4 is inside the DC heroes component, and that's why if I go here on the console, we are getting all these warning that you are trying to use DC heroes count, you are trying to use DC heroes data or property, like these things. So that's a problem. So there's no problem actually. Here we have a script tag for DC heroes component. I can create a new data field which is going to return the data we have here. So actually I can cut this data from there and paste it here. That's cool. So now you can see it's instantly converted or rendered, not converted, it re-rendered here. That's a super thing. And what happened, it's not white colored header. What happened if I say app header? So text white is there, why it's not having text white? Oops. I think there was some problem of rendering. So that's good. And now on the DC heroes, I need to move more things. Like we have methods, then we have some components, no, not computed properties. So let's cut both of these things from here and move it inside DC component. Yep, that's done. And this means now if I try to add a new hero, that is going to work. Click on add hero, it's working. If I remove Supergirl, it's removed. That means every functionality is working. But on of that thing, we can see we have this DC heroes component here, and app.vue become so clean that we can easily say that okay, we have some header, then we are having this DC heroes component. Till now we know various things about Vuejs. Let's create a small app called Calendar App. And for that, I'm just going to comment this DC heroes so that we don't have anything. And I think I need to remove it from here and from here also. And then I'm going to create another component from this components directory, and I call it calendar.vue, and create a simple scaffolding for it. And there has to be some typo, it should be A. And then I just say calendar is there, and let's import this here inside our app.vue, and I say calendar, and once more calendar, and I can copy that and paste it here. And then I can simply say calendar is a component and use that component here. So it is here, and now let's move. So what we want, actually, we want to create a simple calendar which is showing, firstly showing one h1 tag which is going to hold the title, and title is Vue calendar, okay, which is here. And let's see how we had moved everything in at the center. Okay, so margin auto is going to be helpful if I want to create everything at the center. Yes, it is there. So first we need 7 days. So we need to use the data field so that we can create the data, and inside this I can return and I can say days. Okay, and days is an array of the day name and name up to 3 letters only. So start from Sunday. Why I start from Sunday? Because the JavaScript starts from Sunday. That JavaScript day start from Sunday. So Sunday has 0 index. Then comes Monday. Then comes Tuesday. Then Wednesday. Then we have a Thursday. Then we have Friday, and final Saturday. So we have 7 days here, and we want to show that days here. So I'm going to create a section HTML tag. Inside this section I'm going to create a p tag, and let's use v for, and I can say day in days, and obviously we can use the key. We know we need to use the key, and then I can just use text interpolation for this day. So days are here. One is I can make this bigger, so I can give a h1 as a text of 3 or 2 XL, and then margin y of 2. Yes, it is good, but I want these to be in line, so I can give this section a class of flex so that everything is here like this. Then we can give each p tag with some, you can say, margin. So for everywhere we can provide the margin, so margin of 2. Okay, so let's see. Yes, it is good, and I can also give this as a text center, so h1 is at the center. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Then we need 30 days. So here after this section I can create another section which is going to have p tag once again, and it will be having 1, then 2, and then 3, and also having a class of flex. Yeah, that's good, but let's give v for here also. So v for let's say I can call it num in 3, so I don't have to write 3 times. That's good. And remember to add the key, and key is going to be num, and use text interpolation, num come here, and yeah, so 1 2 3 is there, and we can give the class of padding 2 to make it something like this. But you can see we are not having a proper alignment with the days. So what we can do, we can fix the width for these p tag for the day and also for the number. So we can say width of let's say 5. Is it going to work? No, I think it should be 10. So width of 10 is good, and let's say height of 10 also. Okay, then I can do the same thing here, width of 10, height of 10, and now it is there. So I think this should be at the center, so text center. Yeah, so text center should come here also. Cool. So every number is aligned with this you can say name of the day, and we need to be 30, not just 3. So v for in a range of 30. And now we have an issue. Issue is simple, that the days are moving in a single line. I want to wrap, or I want to move every 7th one in a new line. So how we can do that? So we can provide this thing, we are having width of 7, a width of 10. Instead we can actually remove this width, and we can say what if I say 6 by 12, or 6 or 1 by 7, actually 1 by 7. So divide into 7 part and each one part. No, 1 by 6. Is it going to work? So I think I need to give flex wrap also. So wrap means move in new line. So 6 is working. What if I say 7? 7 is not working. So 7 is not working. So let's see. If I have 100% of width, and if I want to divide it into 7 different blocks, each block should have a width of 14.28. So I can manually provide this style, and width is equal to this number of percent. And yes, we have like this. So I think we should move the same with these things. So I can remove and have a style and width of 14.28%, like this. Yes, it is absolutely right. And I want one more thing is for this, and I can give a y of 2 so that we have some separation between the name and the numbers. So this is a very nice calendar, but still many things are lacking in this. And what important thing we are missing is the current month detail. Not every month has 30 days. Not every month starts from Sunday. Now let's move and first start with the current date and current, you can say, month. So here we have a data and we have a days actually. So let's say current month, and current month we can define by new date dot get month. I think this is the thing. Okay, so let's show that above this section, and I can use h2 tag, and I can use a text interpolation for current month. Is it going to work? So it is 9. I don't want the number, I want the string or the actual name of the month. So for that I can move to the Firefox documentation of JavaScript, and I say mdn month name. So let's see. So we have this get month. Okay, the get month is there, and get month is there. Anything else we can do? So here we can see it's given that if I provide month as long, and this is the option we can give on the date. So what if I can give the option here? So we are having this get month, and instead of this, what if I say an option which is just going to have a month and value is long? Is it going to work? No, it's not working. So new intl date format. So it's like a date format. Or I can do one more thing, dot to local string, and first is default and second is the option, which is I just want month, but it should be the long name of the month. And yes, we are getting the October. Very nice. I can give one more thing, like giving this class name as font bold, and I can move this into one more section. I'm using section for different sections, and give this section as margin x of 2. Okay, so this is good. Then I should move this thing into computed property, because we are doing lots of thing and computation is there. We can do that, or I don't want to do that. Okay, so current month is there and we want current year also. So current year, and with the capital Y, and we can get easily new date and dot get full year. Is it going to work? Because I'm going to use it like here, get year 2020. Cool. So now I can say flex and it's there. Then I can use some margin X on this second H2 for the year one and October 2020. And I can move this actually, like I can justify between, and then I don't have to use this MX2, that means margin X2, and now October is there and 2020 is there on the right side. This is the way we can have this. But then the most important thing, how many days are available in the month of October? For that I can create a new method. So methods is here, and the method name is days in month. Okay, so this should return simply new date, and let's see it also. So one by one we can do this. So days in month, and this is actually a function or method. So yep, it is there. And now let's go to this method. Here we are. This time I just want to pass year. So if I say 2020, and obviously we need to also pass the month number. Here we need to pass the month number, and the month number is actual number. So currently October is there. October means 10. If I do this, you can see it is giving this thing. But remember, we want the last day. So we just need to convert this to dot get date. If I do this, it's giving 1, because we need to once more define that, hey, date, we want the last one, which is the 0. So if I say 0, it will give the last day of that date, and in that case we are getting 31. And what if for November? If I search for November, it will be 30. But remember, if I try to get the current date, we also have this current date here, or current month actually, but it's converted to the actual name of the month. So we need to once more evaluate it. So I say new date and dot get month, and if I log this, and I can show you that when I log it, you can see we are getting 9. This means we need to add one more to get the real you can say number of that month. I don't want the index, I want the number. So +1 has to be there. So I can easily say const month is equal to this one, and then instead of 10 I can pass month. Very nice, and that's good. And this is way we can also make it more dynamic. So we can actually accept the year and the month here, and we can pass this year and month and then whatever we want, like this. So it says not a number, because we are not passing here any year and month. So pass year as 2020 and month is 10. Cool. So we got this 30. I just want to loop all these till 31. So now I can cut this from here, and then I need to loop it here somewhere. Where's that? Yeah. So instead of 30, I need to do this, and now I want to have current year, and current month is actually converted to the name. So I will do that, and I will change it, but I can just say, like, grab it like this and get month and +1. So it is +1 means the real number. And current month name, if I search or if I create a data, so once again new date and dot all these things. So now we need to say current month name at the top. Refresh, we have some issues, so let's solve the issue. Is there any issue? Okay, current month is there. What's happening? Let's see in the console. So it says invalid array in length. Okay, invalid array in length. So days in month is returning correct. So what if I say 32 here, and just for that thing I can try it like this. So you can see not a number. So year is there, month is there, and we need to call it. So if I call it, so I can just say undo, and then I call this get month function, and this is going to work. Yes, you can see it is till 31. Now next task is to start the number from the first day of the month. So currently first day of the month starts from Tuesday, October starts from Thursday. So we need to start 1 from here, from the Thursday, not from the Sunday. Let's see how we can do that. For that, let's go here and we can create another method, I'd say, and I can say start day. So it will be like the day when the month starts. So new date, and let's give the year, and for now I'm just going to use this dot current year, and then I need to say this dot current month, and this time instead of to date, let's say dot to day, or I can say actually get day. So get day is a function, so we need to call this function, and let's see what we are getting. Once again I am going to use text interpolation here. So this dot, not this here, there is no this, directly say start day, and because this is a method we need to call it. Go reload the page, and you can see we are getting 0. So we are getting 0 because we have not defined the date. So month, year is there, we need to also provide the particular date. So if I say 0, that means the last one. So last one is for 6, and still it's not correct. Let's see on the calendar. So calendar is here, and is it correct? So yeah, so you can see October ends on 31st, that means Saturday, and the number or the index for Saturday is 6. So we are getting the correct number. We need for the first day. So first day, so let's see, I just say 1 and it says 0. But 1 means Thursday, and Thursday doesn't have an index of 0. 0 means Sunday. You can see November starts with 0. So here we can see we are getting 0 for November. And what if I say here plus 1, and then we are getting 2. So that means 2 for December starts from index 2, that means Thursday. So we need to give -1 here, and it says 4. 4 means October, and this time October means 4. So Sunday is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. So we got the first day of the day number, or you can say the index of that day for October, and in that way we get this start day. But you know, we need to say that 4 is the number. So Thursday, Sunday 0, Monday 1, 2, 3 and 4. So Thursday should be the first day. 1 comes on the Thursday. So we need 4 blank spaces here. So it would be like we need to loop for 31 plus 4 days. And for the first 4 days, we don't have to actually write anything, and then we start from here. Okay. So this means we can go here. We have this p tag which is looping for the days in month. We can do the same thing. So we have here, and this time we can say start day and current day and current month. We don't have to provide this because we are currently defining it here. Okay, so now it loop for the days we have here, and we have 4 here, and now we don't want to show anything. So let's see, and yeah, you can see we have a 4 blank, and then we have started from 1. So see, Thursday 1st October and Saturday 31st October. Thursday 1st October, Saturday 31st October. Wow, so we have achieved that. So we can simply remove this one from here, so there is no 4 there. Cool, so we got this. Now next task is to change the month, and it's October, so we need to change it to November or September, whatever we want. So we need 2 buttons. So let's create 2 buttons at the bottom. So just at the bottom here we are having this div, and then we need a section for the div, so just like this one, and then 2 buttons. So 1 button is there which is for previous, and then for the next one. Let's see. Yep, 2 buttons are here, but we need to give some class so that we can give flex and justify between. So these 2 are on the left and the right. That's good. But then I should say margin y of 4. Yes, we have some margin at the top. So on the bottom you can see we have a previous and the next, and we can provide some classes on this buttons. So we can simply say padding of 2 and simple border and a little rounded. Okay, so I think we can give a padding for X only, and like this. Yeah, so this is nice. So next we need to click on these and do something. So when I click on next at click, and once again this is V on click, which is having a short form called at click, and we just need to create a new function or method called next. So let's go to the methods part and let's create a next. And what next means, whatever the current month is there, we need to increment it by 1. So this dot current month plus plus. Let's try this one. So if I refresh this page, click on next, something happened, but you can see October is still there. So have changed to November because November starts from Sunday and ends on Monday, and we just have 30 days on November. So November starts from Sunday, ends on Monday 30, and 30 days are there. So that's good. Let's do the same thing for the previous. So let's create one more function called previous, and it should be minus minus, and let's have this on the button. So at click we say previous. This is the function we need to trigger when we click on prev. So now we can say we are back on October, but still you can see we are not changing this October name, the name of the current month. So we are having this here, current month name. So we should do one thing. We have this current month name, and we can do the same thing with you can say computed property which relate to the current month. Is it going to work or not? I don't know. So let's copy the name, and at the bottom after method, so method ends here, and here I will create a computed property called the same name, and this is going to return, but this time instead of having no parameter here, we are going to pass the current month and current year, and then we can grab this part and totally remove this data. Okay, so now we can grab it, so it will be again the same thing. It's not going to change, yeah, but this time we are saying this dot current year and this dot current month. Okay, that's good. We got this. And yeah, so November is there, and if I change it to next, it's December, but we have a still little problem. By default, it should show the October, which is not showing because we are incrementing it by 1, and we are incrementing it by 1 for doing something, I think, in the days in month. So I can remove it from there, and if I check, okay, so October is there, and now it starts from Tuesday instead of Thursday, because here days in I think on here I need to once again remove this -1. Let's do this. Yeah, so now it's starting, yes, from Thursday first, but it's showing 30 days in October, which is incorrect. So that means days in month, here we need to give a +1. So month +1. Yeah, so it's back with the October, which starts from 1 Thursday and ends on Saturday 31. Next, November is there, and everything is now connected. Go to previous September and August. Very nice. So very nice calendar we have created. Then next part we need to do is, what if I do next, and we are on the December, and then we need to click and we are on the January, but it's still we are having 2020. It should be 2021. So whenever we are saying increment month, just above this, first we need to check if this dot current month is the last one, that means the December, but month starts from 0 and the index for December will be 11. So if I say if it is 11th month, then I should say this dot current month is equal to 1. Also this dot current year should be ++, so year should be incremented. Else we need to say increment a normal month only. Okay, so October is there, November, December, and yep, February and 2020. Okay, so I think we need to say 0 here. Start from 1st January, next December and January 2021. Let's verify it. December, January 2021 starts from Friday 1st and ends on Saturday 30. Friday 1, Saturday 30. Cool. Same thing we need to do for decrement. If this dot current month is equal to 0, that means it is January, and then we are trying to decrement the month, then we need to say this dot current month is equal to, not double equal, just single equal, assigning to 11th, that means the December, and this dot current year should be decremented by 1. Else do the normal decrement for the month. So October is there, previous and till January, and then decrement December 2019, and I know, or we know that this is absolutely correct. So this is a very fun and easy way to create a Vue calendar, and we have done all sorts of things, and next task is to highlight the current date. So we have created lots of things, and you can see we are doing one more unimportant thing. We are passing year and month. Instead of this, we can say this dot current year and this dot current month, and we can do the same changes. We can simply remove current year and current month from here, and now it's going to work properly. Yeah, it's working. Next, what we need next, we need to highlight the current date. So we need to say current date is equal to new date dot get day, or actually get date. So let's try this. What's going to happen if I open Vue Devtool here, and I think I am on Chrome Edge. I need to open this on Chrome. And now we are on Chrome and we have this Chrome Devtool. Current date is 2. Very nice. So we just need to highlight that one, so second one. So here we are having days in month and we are looping all these days, and we need to give a dynamic class. So we need to bind the class. Remember how we can bind things? We can also bind the class. And you will say, Sarthak, we have already created a class. So this is a normal class and here we are binding the class. At last, Vue is going to merge these two. So if the number, that means the looping number, is equal to current date, if this is true, then we need to give some, let's say, I can say text blue 800, otherwise do nothing. There will be no class. And yes, you can see this is now highlighted. We can use some different color for highlighting it so that it will be more visible. So yellow 600, how about this? Yeah, it is good. But we have a problem that if I move to the next month, it is still highlighting the second one, because we are just comparing the number with the current date number. That means the current date. We need to actually compare full date, that means date, month plus year. To accomplish that thing, let's once again go, and instead of having this inline all these bindings, I'm going to remove it and I'm going to create a new method called current date class. Okay, so let's go to the methods, and I will tell you why I'm going to create a method. Because in this method, I need to get the looping number or iterated number. So that's why I have created this method, and I have got number here and we are using it here. So we need to pass the number here, and then okay, so we got this 2 times. Okay, so now I need to first check returning a new date with this dot current year, comma, this dot current month, comma, number. So this means it will going to create the date with the number, that means the day, iterated day, current month, current year, with current year means whatever I have here, with the real current one. So if it is equal to new date, so I can check it. So how about log of these two things? So I can do this like here. Also, I will do a new log which is going to have just new date. Okay, so let's just have this, save this file and open the console. Yeah, so you can see it says Friday, October 2 and 2020 first we got. So I think we need to reload it. Let's try it. So Friday, October 2, this is the first one, and then Saturday, October 31. What's going on here? I think it is for everyone. Okay, so if I click on next, okay, so it's actually for every date we have. So because we are using this method on this loop, so it's for every date. So for the first, it's Sunday 1st November. So Sunday November 1, 2020 and all these things. But then the current one is Friday, October 2. Then Monday, November 2, 2020. Friday, October 2. So the problem is with this last 3, the minute, time and hour. So how we can achieve that? We can convert this with to a string. So I can say date dot to a date string, and same thing for dot to date string. And now let's see. So we are just getting the day, month and date and then we got the year. So yeah, you can see we are having for October Thursday 1, and I should refresh it so that, yeah, so Thursday October 1 2020, this one, Thursday October 1, then Friday October 2, Friday October 2. This we need to compare these two. So next, what we need to remove this console. So we have this one, and I can say const calendar month and calendar full date, actually full date is equal to this one, and dot to string to date string. Then I can say const current full date, it is like new and new date dot to date string, and then we need to simply return the comparison. So calendar full date is triple equal to current full date. If this is the case, then we need to give some class. So if this is true, then give text yellow and 600, otherwise do nothing. So I think there is no console. Yep. And now 2 is highlighted for October. Click on next. You can see there is no highlight for November. This is the way we have created the full calendar with the current highlighted day, and that's an amazing thing we have done here for all of these things. Till now we have created 2 important apps like Vue Calendar and DC Heroes list. How about having both of these in our application? So there should be some link on the header where we can switch between these 2 components. Till now everything is inside app.vue, so DC Heroes component is commented, but there should be some new way to switch between the components. So I will open the Vue 3 documentation, and here on the getting started, or actually on the ecosystem, you can see we have the Vue Router, and it's very important to go into the next.router.vuejs.org. that means the Vue Router for Vue 3. And let's go to the installation, and it's very easy. npm install Vue Router and next one. So Vue Router next. Maybe if you see later when Vue 3 will be released as a stable version, it will not be available as a next, it will be the default one. So npm install Vue Router. So if you just go to the Vue Router and search for it, and this is for the Vue Router for 2, that means the Vue 2, and here you can see it's just having an npm install Vue Router, but for Vue 3 we need to say npm install Vue Router at next. Okay, so let's get back here, and you can see it is installed. Okay, I think I need to go here and how we can use it. So to use it, we need to go to the get started, and we need first router view. That means whenever we are going to change the page, it should reflect in place of this view. Okay, so I will open the app, and here just inside this div I'm going to paste it, because here I'm going to switch between the pages. Okay, that's good. Next we need the router link to the link on the header. So we just have a DC Heroes. Let's close this app view, open app header. Inside this, instead of anchor tag, I can change it to router link, and giving the to part to slash DC-heroes. This is the route we have not created yet, but we will create. Then we have a calendar, so I can say calendar. Okay, let's try this. So both are here and it's not working. I think we have not added the Vue Router, that's why. Next we can see we have to create a file where we can define the Vue and app use router and all sorts of things we need to do. Okay, so first I will open the sidebar, and then I'm going to create a file called router.js. So router.js is here. Then first it says you need to say to the app which is inside our main.js. To this app we have created here, I think what we need, app.use router and the mount. So we have this create app. Okay, so after creating we got this app and then we mount it. So we can simply say here like const app, or this is good. So create app, then app.use, and then we need to say the router which is going to be available soon, and finally app.mount. But then we can see we don't have the router, so we need to import the router from, so import router from the router.js file we have created. Since we are importing from the router.js file, we have to export it. So export default router, but what we are exporting we need to make sure it is available. So how we can make sure it is available? So we have a Vue router, then create router, and this should be the case. Okay, so let's import this Vue router first. So import Vue router from Vue router, and then we need to say like const router is equal to Vue router dot create router. So that should be the dot create router. Here we are, and this router we are exporting, and then we are importing inside main.js and then saying that app.use. Okay, so that's good. And then we have to provide the routes we are having inside this create router. Inside this create router, create an object, and then we are going to say routes, and routes should be an object we are going to create here. So const routes is equal to, and this should be an object. You can see here we have const routes. It's actually an array, not a object. And then we need to say path and the real component we are going to associate with that path. So, and that should be an array. Inside that, first we need to say path is going to be DC heroes, and then component will be, so simple component, is it component? Yeah, component is the DC hero component. So first let's import DC heroes from the components directory, component, and then we have DC heroes. So make sure DC heroes comes here. Then with a comma, I'm going to define one more for calendar. So calendar is there, and calendar, and this should also be imported. So import from calendar. Okay, so that's good. So all setup is done, and let's go here, and we got some error. Let's open the console and now see what it's saying. Create router of undefined. So it says create router of undefined. That means Vue router is not there. So we have some issue here. So it says create router of undefined. This is weird. Create router of undefined, that means Vue router is not there. So let's see what they are exporting from the Vue router. So from the Vue router, they are not exporting the full app. They are exporting different functions. So on this, we are having the create router. So instead of this, I can directly say create router, and I can remove it like this. What if I do this, refresh the page? This time we are getting different location of undefined. So location, that means, okay, so I think we need to give this history part also. So on the history, once again, we don't need to import the Vue router. We can directly destructure and create web hash history. And yes, you can see now I can change to calendar and DC heroes. So I think I need to remove the calendar from here. So I can remove this calendar and DC heroes. So I need to remove these two, and I just say there is an app header on the app.vue. And now if I close the console, you can see calendar, DC heroes, calendar, DC heroes. Super important thing is we are changing, and let's have some spaces between this. So go to the, let's close every file, go to app header, and then I can provide the classes. So on this I can have a class and margin right of, or let's say margin x of 2. How about this? Okay, so looks good, and that's nice. So we have created a simple router which is changing the page. But on the URL you can see we are having this hash. And how to remove that? Previously it was just mode and history. So we have the migration from Vue 2, and let's search for hash. Oops, hash like this. So now it says new history option to replace mode. And we had this one, but now we can simply use history, create web history. And in our application, if I open the router.js, we are using create web hash history. So we just need to convert it to just create web history. And now if I go and change the components, you can see we are changing without the hash. That's very, very nice. One more thing is that what about the home page? There is nothing inside the home page because we have not defined anything. So we can create one home page and just slash, and this should be the home. Okay, so we need to create one more, and this should be the home, and calendar is home. And now in the component I can create home.view and just having a simple h1 tag which is saying welcome to Vue full course, actually Vue 3 full course. And let's now see, yes, it is there. So I can make it at the center. So text center like this one, and I can move it inside a div so that I can provide a margin, not this one, class margin auto. And yeah, it is there. So I think I have to do one more thing. Go to app, we are giving this flex. So flex is there, margin auto is there. Okay, that's good. We don't have to worry about these things. Cool, so everything is there, and we should have this homepage also. We have all these components, but actually they are not components, they are the pages for our component, for our Vue application. So we have all these things inside the components directory. It would be good if I create a pages directory, and inside pages I'm going to move these things like calendar is a page, home is a page, DC hero is a page. And then on the router.js, you can see we are having imported from the components, so we can convert it to pages, and that's how we create the pages. Everything is still working fine, absolutely, but now we have a dedicated page directory, and component, it's just for the smaller part of that page. Okay, so this is the way we can create a simple pages and set up the Vue router. The next application we are going to create is a Markdown application. So it's like a Markdown editor, and let's create it. So for that, first we are going to create a page called markdown.vue and create a scaffolding for it. So I will say markdown, simple thing, and let's register this page into the router. So it's very easy, just create Markdown and add the path here for Markdown, and the component name is also Markdown. We have done that, and now let's add this to the header. So you can see it's redirected to Markdown, but there is no way to go from the header. So on the app header, let's create one more link. But here is the new thing I want to tell you, that you can see we are just repeating a router link every time, and we are changing the text and the to part. It would be nice if I create a simple data like this, which is going to return the items, or I can say list, and this is going to be an array of all the list. So first is the title, and title is first is DC heroes, so I cut from there, paste it here, and then we have a to part. So to is for, let's copy once again, and this one like this. Okay, so next is for calendar, and we can create it like this, and obviously this is calendar. Title comes here. Okay, so that's done, and we need to give a comma, and we can simply loop over these things, and we know we need to use v for, and I can say item in list, and then we need to give the key, and key is going to be item dot to part, and then this to part should be binded. So we can say v bind of to is going to be item dot to, but instead we can just use the shorthand for binding, and inside this I need to actually show item dot title, and this is going to work, sure, but we have some issue. Okay, so there has to be colon, not equal to sign, and yes, we have these two, calendar and DC heroes. So whenever we want to add one item, just create another, and I can say Markdown and Markdown, simple, and yes, it is on the header, so we can easily move between these things. So Markdown is there, but then we need to split this into two parts. Left is the editor, right is the Markdown converted text. So let's go here and create a section. In this section I should have two articles. One is for left, another is for right, like this, and left right is there, but these two should be inlined, that means in a single line. So I can say flex, and yeah, it is there, but then it has to be 50-50, that means 50% should be left, 50% should be right. So we can do one thing, like we can give the width of 1/2, so half and half should be there. So I think I need to give this section as a width of full, and yeah, we have a left and then we have a right. Okay, so right should have some border and have some different background, so we can give the border and background of gray 100, and next it has to be height of full of screen, so I can give this section of height of screen. Yeah, looking nice, but it should be at the center with some margin on the left right. So instead of this, we can create one div here, and inside this div I'm going to create flex, and then I should say this is 10/12, and then margin auto. Let's try this. Okay, so we got some issues, so I think the issue once again for width, full width. Okay, that's good, and we should provide the border for left panel also. Yeah, so on the left we have this, right we have this, and above all I can give one h1 tag which says Markdown App. like here, and this actually should take over the full width, so width full, and then it should be flex wrap. And final thing is text center. Okay, so that's good, and I should do one more thing. Excel and margin y of 4. Cool. Now on the left side I need a text area instead of this left, so I can create a text area, and I'm not providing any ID, row, anything. If I remove everything, you can see we are having this, but once again it should be full width and full height. So we can give a class of width full, height full. That's amazing, and yet you can see we have this text area. Now let's connect this text area and with some data we have. So we have to create actually. So data is going to return the text actually, so it's just returning the text, and which is empty string initially. And then we know we can easily say v model of text. Cool. So we are having here, and if I try to write anything and open the Chrome Devtool, go to view, on the markdown, you can see the text is actually whatever we have typed. Whatever we have on the left, I want that same thing to be on the right. So on the article part, instead of right, I can use text interpolation and I say text. Whatever I have here on the left will be available on the right. That's good. But what if I say hash and then it is actually hashed? It's not converted to markdown. So still you can see if I inspect this, this is actually a simple you can say article. Inside article it's a string. So we need to use an external library called marked. So I can search for marked npm, and here we have the first one. See this, go here and then just install this. So copy this command and here let's install it. While this is installing, let's see how we can use it. So here it's given that you just need to import it, the marked, and you can define the markdown text and it will convert it into HTML. So here we are on the Vue 3 application. It's installed actually, and then we need to first import marked from marked, and then we need to use it. And here I can use it like marked, and we can give the text, okay, like here. Then so let's now see. Now it says marked is defined but never used. I have used it here. Okay, so is there any issue? Refresh the page. Okay, so it's not convinced that you are using it on the template. So what we need to do, we need to create a computed property. So computed property comes here, and I say marked text. Okay, and this is going to return, and it will say marked of this dot text. And then I can use marked text in the second article of the right side. Okay, so let's refresh this app, and yep, we have that. And now if I say hash and app, you can see it is now having h1 with the content app. And if I provide some bold stuff, so bold, and yes, it is wrapped inside the strong tag. That's good, but we don't want with the HTML, we want to parse that HTML. And we know how we can use these things. We just need to use VHTML. So VHTML comes here. And this means if I refresh this page and I say app, and if I now inspect this, you can see it is now h1. We can also give some bold stuff, and that has to be like this. Yep, it is now converted to a strong tag inside a p. That's amazing. We can also give the italic. Yep, we have this italic one, which you can see is em inside the em, and this is easiest way to create a simple markdown application. But you have seen that as soon as I type, there is change. So if I remove it and I'm tabbing with every stroke, it's updating the right panel. I don't want to do that because it is inefficient, because if user is typing long text, then it will not good for rendering. Okay, so this is not good, or rendering like this. So what we can do, we can create a debounce effect. That means we need to only update this article when we are done with the writing. But then you say, okay Sarthak, you have also taught me that Vue model has some lazy part. This means that if I refresh here and if I type, you can see nothing is happening here. I am saying all these things, but as soon as I focus out from here, yep, it is reflected on the right side. Why this? Because we have used the Vue model lazy, but we don't want to have, but we don't want this kind of functionality that when user focus out. I want that when user stop typing, then only update it. In that case, what we need to do, first we need to remove this Vue model. Yes, we can directly bind the value with the text. Don't try to use this kind of interpolation like text here. This will not going to work. You can see even VS Code is saying this thing. So we need to bind the value inside the text area. So if I open the Vue Devtool, and yeah, we have here, and if I check on the markdown, if I type something, you can see I am typing on this text area, but it's not reflecting on the data text. Why? Because now Vue model two-way binding effect is not there. We need to manually do that. So whenever there is a input change, I want to do some update, and this update is actually the method we are going to create. So let's create a method, and method is update. This is an event, so because we know this at input means Vue on, and Vue on means we are having some kind of event. Event is input, so we are getting that event. This means we can simply say this dot text is equal to e dot target dot value. So targeted item is text area. That's good. Now once again, let's see here, and if I type app, you can see it is updating here on the data text. That means it is available on the markdown side. So if I do this bold, everything is working, but still we are not done with the debounce effect. Let's implement that thing. To implement markdown debounce effect here, we need to go to the update part, and first what I want to create a set timeout. So create a timeout for 1 second, and after 1 second only I'm going to update this text field. So see, when I say hash, after 1 second hash is there, but then if I say app, you can see it's instant, and yeah, it is instant. What happened? Happening is here there is multiple timeout created every time we run the update part. So we need to check if there is timeout previously, then we don't want to run this or clear the previous timeout. For that we need to store this timeout somewhere, and for that I can create a new data which is an empty string. And then what I want to say this dot timeout is going to be set timeout. So every time we are pushing this set timeout into this dot timeout, that means the state for the Vuejs, then before doing everything inside the update, we can say clear timeout and we can give the timeout. So initially when first time we are hitting this update method, it will say timeout is empty string, so obviously empty string clear timeout, but then we got this set timeout. Okay, so we got that. Let's try it. So if I say hash and I'm tapping, and when I stopped, after once again it's going to affect on the right side, that means it's updating. So once again if I remove, it's not removing. What happened there? I have done that, I'm pressing everything, it's not removing. Let's refresh and once again try. So it's working first time, but when it is updated then it's not working. And this is happening because of this Vue Devtool. And remember, this Vue Devtool is in beta, it has some bugs, so that's why. And now I closed that Devtool, and now if I type, I stopped. After once again it's updated, and then I can do all sorts of things. Like you can see it's working fine even after removing that Vue Devtool. So that's very nice thing. But sometimes this once again is too long, so I can just convert it to 500. Refresh once again, and now let's try to make it bold, ding ding, and create a italic like this. And yeah, after once again it's working. So yeah, after half second. So now let's do some refactoring here, and we want to create a reusable debounce function or a method. So I say debounce like this, and this debounce is going to take two things. One is the function which we want to execute, and then second is the wait, the time. It's defaulted to 1 second like this. Okay, so first I can move all these things here, and then I need to cut this part because this has to be a function, which I can actually cut whole of the function, and I pass this as a function. Go on the update, and then I say const task is equal to this thing. That means this dot text is equal to e.target dot value. This we need to do, so let's use arrow function, so inline, and then I can call this dot debounce. On this debounce I just need to give the function as the first parameter, so this is the function we are going to execute, and then wait time is, let's call it wait here, and we can provide wait like 500, and let's try it. So once again I can give hash and stop. Yep, it's updated. If I'm not giving anything, then it will going to take 1 second as the default wait time for this debounce. So doing stop. After 1 second it's updated. So this is very nice and clean, you can say, debounce method we have created, and we are ready to reuse this thing. Now let's understand a very important concept called mixins. Mixins is generally useful for reusability of something. Like here you can see this debounce method we have created is not related to only for this component. Even this debounce method doesn't care about where you want to use it. It just needs the timeout, and then we don't have to do anything. So let's create some mixin, and to create mixin we need to just call it mixin and whatever name you want to call, and create just like you create anything inside the Vue component. Then wherever you want to use it, import it and say mixins is inside array whatever your mixin is. If you're not getting it, let's go. Open the sidebar, and here on the source I'm going to create a new directory called utilities, because here we are going to add another directory called mixins. Okay, you can name it anything. I just have mixin, and then I say debounce dot is it going to be Vue? Obviously, so Vue is there. Then it says it has to be a simple function. I think it doesn't have to be a Vue file. Let's try it without having a Vue file. So I call it just a simple JavaScript file, and then inside here I just need to create a const and name and whatever we want. So const, like here, debounce is equal to two things we need: a method which hold debounce method. So cut from there, and here I can say methods is going to be debounce, and this debounce need this timeout. So we need to create a data just like we create inside a component. It's very similar. So we can cut from here and paste it. Let's give a comma, and yep, it is done. Really, it is done. So currently if I try and see, refresh the page, and I'm typing something, oops, like this, you can see it doesn't have anything because it's now broken, because it says you don't have debounce. This dot debounce is not there because we are using debounce inside the update method. But remember, we have this mixin for the debounce. Let's import it. So import debounce from, and this is actually one level up, and we can go to the utilities, then mixins, then debounce, and finally we need to say mixins is equal to inside array debounce, give a comma, and finally it is done. But we have some issues. Okay, so it says debounce is assigned but a value but never use inside debounce. Okay, so we have not exported this, so we can say export default and this object called debounce, or I can directly use this. Okay, so let's refresh. Yeah, it is there, and now we can say app. Oops. But you can see we are not getting any error, and everything is working fine with a debounce effect. Why this is happened? Because I need to first write it correctly. Okay, this is happening because now inside the Vue Devtool we can see that this Markdown is now having this timeout data. But you can see in our Markdown app, markdown.vue file, we don't have any data for the timeout. So this is actually from this mixin. What is mixin? As the name suggests, mix. It's mixing all these things we have defined here to the component. So it's now having a data here and data on the mixin. So it's going to merge two mixins, like two data. Similarly, we have this methods here, and also we have a method on the mixins. So it says, okay, let's merge both of these methods and create a big object which hold update plus debounce. That's very unique thing for the Vue because it is a reusability. Then you will say, what happened if I by mistake create a debounce method inside this markdown.vue component which already have this mixin? So let's do one thing. let's create a debounce method, and inside I'm going to log, and here I'm saying I am from Markdown, and then I can use the same log here inside the mixin's debounce, and I say from mixin, and I need to actually grab these two dependencies, otherwise it will give error. Let's try. Is it going to give error? So if I write, okay, no, we are not getting any error. But from here you can see I am from Markdown. This means when you are writing a function or a method which is also available inside the mixin, then Vue prefer the components method instead of debounce method from the mixin. This means the preference is for the Markdown. Similarly, if I create the timeout and define it initially I can define it, let's say null. Let's see what's going to happen. If I refresh this page, open the Vue Devtool, you can see timeout is null. But if I am not defining this timeout inside this Markdown component, then it will take that timeout from mixin, which is having an empty string. So if I refresh once again, you will see now we have a timeout as empty string. So this is again a very nice example that the priority for anything, any mixing or any, you can say, merging thing is for the component, not the mixin. Mixin comes second. The most important concept in Vuejs is Virtual DOM. And you can see on the left bottom I have given the documentation for Virtual DOM. We will visit this page later, but let's first understand what is Virtual DOM by this diagram. So it is given here that we have a Virtual DOM and we have a Browser DOM. But what is DOM? So DOM stands for Document Object Model. And what exactly it is? So if I go here and inspect this page, you can see we have all these HTML. So if the HTML is inside the browser, it is called Browser DOM. But if the same HTML is inside the memory of Vuejs, then we call it the virtual DOM, because it is not a real DOM, it is the replication, or I can say the copy of real browser DOM into the memory of Vuejs called virtual DOM. Then question arises, why we need this virtual DOM if we have the browser DOM? So see, as I told you, virtual DOM is in memory. It is very light. Since it is very light, it is very easy to update the virtual DOM compared to the browser DOM. Because every time you press key into the keyboard to change something inside the input field, then you need to update the view, the HTML, or I can say the DOM. So every time you press key, it will actually update on the virtual DOM and finally sync it with the browser DOM, so that you will see the difference in real. So what happened actually? Initially, the browser DOM and the virtual DOM are exactly synced. That means have exactly same thing, because it is copy of the browser DOM. Then some changes occur, some state change occur. So you can see we have one node and which is updated, so it is now red colored. Then because this node is updated, Vue know that okay, if there is update on one node, there has to be some side effect or there has to be some other changes. So Vue will wait for that other changes, and it says okay, there's an update on its children node also. So that's why we have a two red node here. Then Vue says that okay, there is no enough updates available. Now what we need to do, we just need to compare the virtual DOM with the browser DOM. So after updating all of the required updates or changes on the virtual DOM, it will compare virtual DOM with the browser DOM, And then it says, okay, there is a difference, these two nodes are different, let's update the browser DOM at once. So see what actually virtual DOM has achieved. If we have 5 updates, so we do all the 5 updates on the virtual DOM, and at last we do 5 updates at a time on the browser DOM. So this prevents the updation of browser DOM 5 different times. You are just updating only once for 5 different nodes instead of 5 times for each node. So that's why it is very fast. But I have also given you this documentation, so let's go on to this documentation because we have very nice little animation here. So you can see here we have this animation and you can obviously watch. So here is a DOM and here is the exact copy of that DOM called virtual DOM. So they have given the copy. Then they says that okay, we do this because touching the DOM with JavaScript is expensive, and while performing update in JavaScript is cheap, but updating them is expensive. So we batch all changes at once, as I told you, at once. So they do the change on the real DOM at once. And you can obviously watch this animation, and I have explained it here from this slide. So this is the virtual DOM, which is going to make Vuejs so easy to use and very fast. Before moving to our next project, we need to learn about the lifecycle hooks. So here we have a simple documentation for it, and here we have all the diagrams, and exactly diagram link is given here. So if I go to this link, lifecycle hooks, you will see we have lots and lots of lifecycle hooks, but how they are activated and when they are triggered. For that, we need to go to the second link which is given here, which is the exact same diagram. So if I present this here and then click on this documentation, you can see we have this diagram. So let's understand it. So see, we have a life cycle diagram. This means first what happened and where we have some events or lifecycle hooks. So when the app is created, first when it is saying that init event and life cycle, so it says before create, this is a hook and we can do something at this place. Then some injection and reactivity. Then after that we have the created hook, we can do something here also. Then Vue check that if that component has template or not. If it doesn't have any template, then compile is in inner HTML as template. That means if you have something inside the div, then it will compile that. Otherwise it will use the template. And when it used the template, then it is saying that it is for before mount. Once the app is mounted, then we have a mounted hook. And finally, whenever we have some update on the DOM, or you can say on your component, then we trigger two events called before update and updated. And finally, when we remove something from the DOM, then we have a before unmount and finally unmounted. So let's see all these things in action. So I'm going to close this Canva and also this. And here let's go to the Markdown and open the console. And now let's go to the Markdown page. So open the sidebar, and here we have pages and we have Markdown, and we can do actually anywhere, but let's use Markdown. Okay, so at the starting of this export default, the scripts we have, let's create different component lifecycle hooks. So first you can see we have a before create. So let's type before create. Okay, so we have some suggestions, and I'm going to log and I say before create. Okay, and then I'm going to copy it because after the before create comes created, so that will be created. So I just say created. Okay, then we should have a before created, and then before mount and mounted. So I think you got this names. It's very easy to remember. Mount, and I can say mount, and then mounted. Yeah, so mounted, and then let's try these things. Okay, so we have 4 different lifecycle hooks, and we have log for everyone. And you can see we have here, let's once again go to the calendar and go to the markdown. So first it is before create, then created, before mount, and finally mounted. So we saw that these are in exact sequence as described here on this documentation. First is before created, before mount, mounted. That means before created, before mount, mounted. But we also have some updated hooks. We will talk about them later. Let's first see before mounted and before unmounted and unmounted. So actually before unmount it is. Before unmount, so I can say before unmount, and finally unmounted. And what is this? I will tell you. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually comment all these like this. And now we are only going to check for the unmounting events. So see, here we are on the Markdown application. So whenever I change the page, what that mean? If I go to the router, changing the page means changing the component. And when we change the component, actually the previous component will unmount from the DOM and a new component will add it to the DOM. So this means when I click on calendar, you can see the markdown is unmounted and calendar component is mounted. So when the markdown is unmounted, we have this before unmount and unmounted. When we require all these things, we will see in a moment, but let's first understand some of other, which is before update and update. Similar to this thing, I can actually first copy and then remove it, and then we can say before update. So it is before update, and then we have updated, and think updated, yeah, so it will be updated. And updating means whenever there is a change in the state or change in the data of our application. So we can change the data, which is text, by writing something inside this markdown. So see what's going to happen. When I press anything, it says I am from Mixin. That's a different console, but we have this before update and updated. This is very nice thing. That means you can do anything between them. So this is all the lifecycle hooks. But when they are useful, let's remove all these things, and now let's move to our next application where we are going to implement the lifecycle hooks. The next application we are going to work upon is a slider or carousel. So I will create a new page and I call it slider.view, and create a scaffolding and call it slider, and then open app header, and here add one more called slider and slider. I can call it slider carousel. Carousel, I don't know what's the spelling of slider this is the one. Okay, so I can paste it here, like here. Cool, so we have done that, and we need to add this on the router.js also. Finally we can do that, and slider comes slider, and import this slider. Yeah, and it's done. So now click on slider carousel, and yep, we have the slider. Very nice. And we can open the Markdown to have this first one, div, or actually two things, the div and the h1 tag, so that I can say slider, and then I can simply close the div. Yep, we have the slider. And on a second thought, I can remove it because I'm going to create a simple div, and this div doesn't hold anything because this div is going to have a class with the width of full and a height. I'm going to define it in a style tag because Tailwind doesn't have a big height. So height is going to be 300 pixel or maybe 350 pixel. And to make sure we see something, we can say bg blue 600, background blue 600. So this is the one. But then I also want one more because it's a slider, so it should slide between different colors. So I say yellow 600, but then it is below the blue. Yellow is below the blue. Okay, that's a tongue twister. Okay, so what I can do, I can make both of this as absolute so that it will be above one another. So now blue is above, or blue is below the yellow. Oh my god, blue is below the yellow. It's a super tongue twister. And I can add one more for let's say teal, teal, and finally the teal is at the top, yellow is between them, and below is blue. Now we need to change these things. So how I can change? I can simply create a data field, and it is going to return current slide. Okay, so current slide is 0. That means we have some issue, so I think return. Okay, so current slide is 0. And now what I need to say, we need to say if current slide, that means the current slide data we have defined, if it is equal to 0, then show this one, otherwise not. So same thing we need to say here, if it is 1, and finally if it is 2. So that's good. And now we can see we have this blue, but if I change the current slide to 1, it becomes yellow. So what we need, whenever this app mounted, and I'm saying mounted, that means a lifecycle hook. So whenever this app is mounted, I need some interval or timer which is going to change the slide number every second or 2 seconds. So let's go to the mounted hook. When it is mounted, so I need to say set interval, and setting the interval for every 1 second, and then I can say this dot current slide plus plus. That's good. Let's try it. So starting from yellow, green, and then we go on because it's increasing, but we just have 3. So when the current slide number becomes 2, we need to change it back to 1, or actually back to 0. So I can say if this dot current slide is equal to 2, then instead of incrementing it, I need to say is equal to 0, else we can say this one. Okay, so now see, it is changing. Very nice thing. We have created a slider which is not just sliding, it's just instantly changing. And we can change the duration like this. Okay, and what is the importance of this mounted hook? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log here, and this log is going to say I am changing current slide, and then we can give the slide number. So current slide number this. So what happened here, when I refresh this page, you will see we should get the, so we are getting this slider is 1, then slider 2. I am currently changing slider 0, and that will go on. But now see the problem. The problem is when I move from slider carousel to any other page, I am on the calendar. But still we can see that timer or set time interval, that interval is still running. This is very inefficient, because if I go, new interval will create it, and now every time we have a 2 interval on the console. So this means as many time I go to slide carousel, we create that much amount of intervals. So what we need actually, whenever we move from the slider to any other place, then we need to end or clear that interval. How we can do that? Remember, we have a event or lifecycle hook called unmounted. That's why I use the mounted, because now I need to do something on the unmounted, or I can say before unmounted. Before unmount, I just need to clear interval. But which interval? The interval created inside the mounted. But how do we access the interval created inside the mounted? So that means I need to create a data field, and this data field is called interval, which is initially empty. Okay, but then I can say when this is mounted, this dot interval become the interval we have defined here. Then we just need to say this dot interval. That means before mounted, clear the interval we have inside the data. Okay, let's try this one. Once again, I'm refreshing this page, and you will see 1, then 2, and then back to 0. Then once again 1, and let's move to calendar. And you can see there is no further log because of that set interval. Once again, if I go to the slider, the log is going to start. Cool, it's a new interval. And once again, if I move from that slider to any other page, the set interval is cleared. So it's very efficient. There is no memory leak because there is no resource used by set interval. So this is the power of using this intervals. So I can simply remove this console because we don't need it. And then what we can do further, we can say this is going to be something like this. This dot current slide is equal to, first check if the current slide is 2, and then I should return 0. Otherwise I should return the next version. So slider plus 1, so I can say plus 1. Let's see, is it going to work? And go to the slider carousel, and yeah, it is working. So I don't want this console, so actually I have removed that. So I just refreshed the page, and now it is working absolutely fine. And that's how we can refactor in a single line instead of that 4 line. So that's very efficient we have done. And next task is to make sure we are having a proper transition. But you can see we are having 3 absolutely same div. So we can create another data field, and this is going to be sliders, and this is an array of sliders. And inside array I can just define the color, because there is a difference of color only. So bg teal, yellow and blue. So I can simply say bg teal 600, then bg blue 600, and bg yellow 600. These 3 are there, so I can totally remove all the 2 extra 2, and then I can say v for slider in sliders, or I can say color actually, color in sliders, and then I can define that key as a color. And then we have this class of width full and bg blue 600. We can now say that I want to bind one more class which is going to be the color, and I can totally remove the hard-coded color from here. So what Vue will do, Vue will merge these two class into one. Yes, we are getting this error. We will solve that later. And let's see, we have this error. It says if and for should not be on the same thing. So we can simply create a div, and inside that div we can have this for, and also this absolute width full should go on this div also, like here. And then you can see we have current slider and 0, and instead of 0 we need to compare it with the index. So let's grab the index also. So yeah, that is good. And now let's refresh this page. Blue and yellow and teal. Wow. Next, have the transition. Transitions in Vuejs is another important concept. You can go to this documentation link which I have already opened. So here we have the transition and the animation for your Vue application. But then you will say, Sarthak, yes, we can do all sorts of animation and transition with the pure CSS, just like this given on the documentation. And for demonstrating you how you can achieve the same thing in a better way with the use of JavaScript, which is Vuejs is, let's go at the bottom. So see, if you are using a transition or animation using CSS, then you can only go from initial state to final state. So there is a start and there is an end. You cannot do anything in between. But with JavaScript, you can do anything you want. So it's like all the transition is in your control. So that's why they have preferred using the JavaScript way of animation and transitions. If you just want to use the pure CSS, you will need all these code to make that animation, and obviously that animation is just initial and the final. But if you use any JS library like GSAP, here we have, so you can use this, and in a one line you can have animation on which you have full control. So let's now see how we can use the transition thing in Vuejs. Let's go to the enter and leave transition, this page of the documentation. Once again, documentation is the king. Here we have this component called transition, and what it do, it actually when we define the name, it actually add and remove the classes on the element you have wrapped with the transition component. That is done by Vuejs, and since it is in your control, you can do anything on that classes using CSS. So it's like a combination of JavaScript and CSS, but much less CSS you need to add, and you can have the transition. Let's now see this thing in action. Okay, so let's go here, and we have this slider carousel. At the bottom I need a simple title and a button to toggle that title. But if I open the sidebar and go to slider, we can create the h1 after this div. So first I'm going to create a div which is going to hold the h1, and it says slider carousel. Okay, so carousel, and this should be margin y of 10, and let's try this. But where it is, actually what happened, we are using this absolute here, but we don't want to have this because at a time only one item from this v4 will be available. So I can totally remove that absolute, and now we have the slider carousel at the bottom, and I can make it at the center by giving flex, and another div which is going to have a class of margin auto like this one, so that it will be at the center. If I see and we cannot see, so what if I say justify center? And yeah, I think I got it. Instead of justify center, I need to give width full. Yep, it is at the center. And one more thing, which is called a simple button, which is say toggle text, and I should provide a simple class like padding x of 2 and rounded and having some border, a simple thing. So we have some issue. No, there is no issue. Next, what I want, when I click on this toggle text, it should hide or show this slider carousel. Okay, so we need first a state or a data which is like is title showing, which is initially, let's say, true. Okay, so if I say if for the h1 is title showing, so it is available here. If I make it false, you can see it's not available. And our task is, whenever I click on this button, I need to say is title showing to invert of is title showing. So if it is like false, make it true. If it is true, make it false. So we have done that, and we have a simple toggle text which is toggling the text. We need to animate this slider carousel text we are having here. So whenever we have to create the transition, we can use this transition component. So for this h1, we can create transition and close it and then wrap it like this. Is it going to have anything? No, there is no you can say animation or transition, because we need to give the name. So let's give a name of fade. Fade is there, but then we need to define. So what this did, it's just adding and removing some classes, which is enter active, leave active, enter from, leave from. You can find all these things here. So we enter from, enter active, enter to, enter from, leave active, leave to. You have a proper description of when and where every class will be added and removed. So we enter active means all of these things. So enter from and enter to. Then we have a we leave active. So leave from and leave to. So this is for when something is removed, when something is added. But you can see whenever we have these classes, we need to define something, what's going to happen. So just for a quick demo, I just copy that thing and go to the bottom, and we have this style, paste it. Let's see what's going to happen. Refresh, slider carousel is there, click on toggle, and wow, very nice animation of this slider carousel text or the title with this toggle text. It was so easy to create the transition that you are just defining it, and then you have to give that class, and on the class you can say anything you want. Next task is, let's use this V transition for our slider. And now let's have the transition for the slider. And remember, the transition, this component is only should wrap the if type of things. That means whatever is changing. So here we have a div with a if. This is actually changing. So we need to wrap this one only into the transition component like here. But we don't want to add this for the v-for. We will see later when we can use transition for the v-for, but let's first have an animation here. We know for the transition we need to give the name, and let's use the fade we have defined here for toggling of the title. Cool. and we have some issues, so I think I need to use / here to close the transition component. Refresh the page, and you can see we have the fade in transition. I don't want to have this kind of transition, so I can change it. So first, when active is there, then I want to have transition, and it will be like transition, and like here transition all 1 second, and it will be ease. Okay, then it says the opacity is 0. So let's once again refresh the page. It's actually same, but then I also want to have a transform and translate x of 30 pixel only. So it's going to translate from the x axis. So see, we have a translation from x axis. You can see it's having this kind of behavior that when it is changing, we have a next one at the bottom. That is once again happening because we have removed that absolute part from here. So once again we can get back absolute, and then we can have the relative here. Okay, so yes, we know with that title is gone behind that. You can see we have that. So for now I can totally remove this one, and I'm going to just comment it so that you can use it later if you want. And yeah, you can see it is there. But what I want a proper slider from left to right. So like here I can say it like 100% move. So 100% move on the X. It's cool. So it's entering and leaving from the same side. I should have a enter from left and exit from right. So when I enter, it should be the same thing, but you can say I need to copy these two, but I can define it to minus 100%. Let's try it. Refresh the page. So now it's moving from left to right. You can see this is very nice slider, obviously, and this is from the left to right. And what if I want to have from right to left? Then actually we need to convert or switch between these two things. But next, one more thing I need to do. I need to have some dots at the center, which is going to reflect which slider it is, either 1, 2 or 3, whatever it is. So for that, just after we have this v4, after that, let's create a simple div. And actually I can create div like this, and then I have to create one more div, and this div is going to be like class of width for, height for, rounded full, background of for now I just say black, and z index of 10. So you will see we have this black one which is there, but if I can say 20, okay, that's not working. Maybe that will work if I say absolute and width of full. Okay, yeah, we have there. And in that case I don't need to give z20, is it? Yeah, we don't have to give. So we have this black dot. We want this at the bottom. So if I inspect this one, you will see that this one is not having the full height. It's having just the height of that circle. So height we know we have defined here, which is 350 pixel. So for this one, the bigger div, the absolute width full, we can define it the height as 340, or so that it will be having some margin on the bottom. So if I do this, it's going to have width full. You can see it's having a height full, actually not width. Width is already full. And then we need a div that will going to move this at the bottom. Okay, so then one more div is there, which is going to be have class. So here we need to once again say this is going to be absolute and then bottom of 0. Let's yeah, you can see now it is at 0. I think if we remove this absolute, then what's going to happen? Okay, that's good, it is still there. So only one absolute on the middle div. So we have this. Now final thing is this should be at the center. So it's very easy actually, just give a flex and justify center, and it should give this. But one more time we need to say width of full. Yeah, it is at the center, but then we need the dots, not one. I need as many number of sliders we have. So we have this sliders data, so we can use the v for on the inner div which is holding the circle. So v for inside item in sliders, this is there, and we need the key, and I call it item, or instead of item I can say slider just. Okay, so we have done that. Then let's see, yeah, we have this, and then we need margin for everyone. So margin x of 2. Yep, it is there, very nice. And next task is to have a active one which is having some different color, and inactive which is having some dull color. So color, that means a background of black we have given, we need to remove it here, and now it doesn't have any background. But then we can bind the class, and then we can simply use this logic. If current slider is equal to the index, so let's grab the index from here. If it is the same, then give the background as let's say gray of 700, otherwise give background of gray of 300 only. And yeah, you can see we have a cool transition, not transition actually, but cool changing of this active circle. Final is when we click on any circle, I need to have a hand button and then change to that particular slider. So first I can have a cursor pointer here, and whenever I click on this, that means at click, we need to say make active, and we need to pass the index for this so that we can make the active for that particular one. And the current slider is 1, so we can create a method, and just anywhere we can create the methods, and here we have it. And then we can say this dot current slider is equal to, okay, so actually first we need to create a method active which is holding the index, and then I can say this dot current slider is equal to the index. That's cool. Let's go here, and you can see we are on the third one, and after third it should return to the first one, but I will try to move it to the center. So let's wait for it to the third. So now it is on the third one. Click on center, it's on the blue and then yellow, blue and then yellow, blue, yellow, teal, blue, teal, blue. So yes, we can do that, and the slider is very fast, so that's why we have some quick movement from one to another. But this is very, very nice. We have done that. We can also give a simple shadow so that it will look cool. So shadow of MD. Yeah, so it is nice. This time let's work on a login system. So yes, you can create a dedicated page for login, but I want to show you something different. What difference is there? We are going to create a login modal. So we should have a button on the header. So first let's go on the app header, and just after this router link, we can create a simple button, and that button is simply called login. And yeah, it is here. but I can give some margin so that it will be similar to others. Okay, but when I click on this, we want to open a modal. So let's now work on creating a modal. And this modal is a component, it's not a page. So I will go on the components directory and create a component called login modal, and scaffolding is there, and for now I just call it login. And the question comes then, where we can call this login modal? Do we need to call it on the app header, or we can directly add it on the app.vue? It's totally depend upon you where you want to add it. So let's try to add it at the bottom of the page. That means we can use it here, login modal. This means inside the app.vue we are using it. That means we need to import it from the components. Okay, so we have imported that. So this should load the login modal, the login text at the bottom of our page. Let's go, and yes, you can see we have this. But I want to create a modal, that means something which is pops up at the center and fade other things. So how we can create this? Let's go here, and I'm going to close every other thing because now we need to just focus on login modal. So first let's create a section, and this section I call, this is a height of screen and width of screen, like here. And if I go and see, nothing is visible because you can see it is added at the bottom. So what we can do, we can say background of gray, let's say 500, and now you can see we have this section with this height and width of the size of the screen. But I don't want to add it at the center, I want to overlap it over every other thing. For that, it as a fixed and top of 0 so that it will fill all the screen. Then after this, we also need to give the opacity of 50% so that we have some transparency, but not proper transparent, it's translucent, a dull background. So we have this dull background, and after that we can create another div and we can call it login. But that login is behind of this screen we have created, the dull background we have created. So we need to give it as a absolute. If I give absolute, it's now at the front, but still it is at the bottom. We can do inset 0, which is actually top 0, right 0, left 0, and obviously a top, left, right. Okay, everything on finally bottom, everything is 0. So it should be at the center, but it's not at the center, it is at the top left. So what we can do, we can create a div, and now we can create a class and we call it flex. Inside that I can have a simple h1, and that h1 we can also move that inside this div like here, and this div should be margin of auto. Let's try this. So it is at the center, but not on the screen center, it is on the horizontally centered. Now what if I say height of full? So since height is full and it is now taken it as at the center with the flex and margin auto. So since we have the margin auto, and we can provide it bg background white and having some padding, rounded, shadow, and let's see the magic. So we have this nice looking modal. Now next task is to hide this modal, which is very important thing in Vue.js, how you can hide it. And do you remember that we have this if? So we can create a div which is going to wrap everything, and then we can provide the if. and I say is open because we are on the model and model knows that is open means opening and closing of the self. So create a data field called is open, and initially it is true so that it is available here. So if I make it false, you can see it's not available. So we just need to toggle this one. Okay, so when I click on this dull background, then I want to close it. So I can say is open is equal to false. Very easy thing. So now let's click on the outside of the dull background. It's not closing. Why it's not closing? Let's see. Actually, what happened? We have all this dull background and we have this absolute, which is actually also filled above this screen. So what we can do next, we can actually provide some Z index here. So here we can say the Z index for this is 20, and let's try it. And now login is inside, or I can say below this screen. So for that, just for this div which is having the background, not for everything, I'm going to give Z of 30. So yeah, it is now at the top. So see, just this div is above everything. So now it is working. So you saw that it was so easy to close this, and we have learned how to position things with the CSS, that is Tailwind, actually same thing. So with the CSS we have positioned with the use of Z index, and we have successfully closed it. Next task is to click on this button and open the modal. But button is inside the header and the modal is inside the app.vue. How we can communicate between the two different components, this app header and this login modal? How we can do that? One option is that you can totally move this login modal inside the app header. So you can move inside app header, and then you can obviously toggle it because both are in same component. But here both are in a different component. So app header is inside app.vue, login modal is here, but the connection we need to make is done with the help of Vue events. Let's go to the documentation, and here we need to search for the events, and we have this one, not this actually. So we can go to the API references, and on the API references we should see we have somewhere, okay, $emit, yeah, instance property $emit. It's going to trigger an event for the current instance. Okay, and how we can use it? We just need to say $emit and the name of that event we are emitting. So here we are, $emit and the name. So let's see how we can do that. We want to go to the app header. When I click on this login, then I want to emit the event. So that means when I click means at click. Inside this at click, I will say E, and that means $emit, and give parenthesis. Inside that I will give the name. So I will say open login modal. This is an event, but now it says you don't want to use this you can say camel case. You need to use the kebab case. Kebab case means with a hyphen, so we need to use like this. Okay, so this is the name we have given. But what happened when this event is emitted? For that, let's go to the documentation, and here it says trigger an event on the current instance. That means event is emitted for the Vue instance, and this event is just like any other event in JavaScript, and we know how to handle an event. We have the click event at mouse down event. So you can consider it as a custom event you have created. So we have created this custom event called open login modal in which component? In app header component. So this app header component, on this app header component only, we can listen just like this one. But here you can say it says v on should need something. Obviously, when you have some event, you need to do something for the event. And what you can do, you can say is open to false, or here I can say is login open to false. This is very easy. Let's first see what we have done. We have created a button, and on the click of the button, we are emitting an custom event named open login modal. And because this event is emitted by this component app header, so only app header can listen for this event. And to listen for any event, we know Vue has this at or v on anything. So at open login modal, this is the event I have. I need to make sure is login is actually, it has to be true. So this should be true. But then problem comes, this is login modal is not inside the app, it is inside the login modal. So we can actually remove it from here or cut it from here and paste it like this inside the app.vue. And we need to call it is login open, which is initially, let's make it false. But then problem exists. You can see if I go here, it will give us some error. So error is like here, it says v if is open is true. And now is open is not available inside the login modal. So how we can toggle the login modal? So first we need to remove this v if from this login modal because it's not relevant here because that data is not available. So how we can do that? Since we have the data is login open inside our app.vue, we can directly use v if into this component. And yes, you can do that. So just simply type is login open. And this is for the whole of component. Now try this. Refresh the page. Click on login. And yeah, it is there. Congratulations, you have created a simple login modal with the help of Vuejs only. And we know that whenever I click anywhere else, it should close. It's not closing. Why is that? Let's go. On the login modal, we have at click is open to true. Once again, there is no is open data inside this login modal. We need to change this is login open data inside app.vue. So how we can transfer information from this component login modal component to our app component? Once again, we need to use the emit. So when we have this click event of this section, we can emit an event and we can say close, and that should be close login. Once again, this is an custom event just for login modal component. So if I go to app component, only login modal component can hear or can listen for this. So we need to listen like at close login, and we need to simply say close, or we can directly say is login is equal to false. Okay, let's see, is it going to work? Here we are. Refresh the page. Login modal is not available. Click on login. Work. We have this login modal, and when I click on outside the background, yes, it is closed. So it was so easy with the help of this emitting event that we have done almost everything with the help of the event without actually doing something else. So now let's design this login model and have some form so that we can submit and do some login stuffs. So we have this login title, and first I can give some width, which will be 1/3 and like this. And then I can have some class of text XL, so large one, and then create a simple div, or actually I can create a simple form, and no need for any action. In this form I need let's say label, and label is I can say email or username. Okay, and then we need a input field, which is going to be some like rounded, then shadow like this, and padding of 2, width of full, and that's it actually. And let's move these two into a div so that I can have one more div which is for password, and the type of input field is password. Okay, that's good, and this is nice, but I think we should have some boundary or some padding. So for here, this form should have a padding of 2 and margin y of 2. Okay, this is a little good. Then each of these div should have a margin y of 2, and I think if I give 4, that will be good. Yes, we have nice little model, and see, the outer is good, but we need a border for inner one. So I'm going to create one more div which is going to hold everything, and this will have a padding of 2, and then we should have some border for this one, and now it is looking nice. At the last we need a button, so create a simple button, and button type is submit, and call it login. And I also want to give it a full width and rounded shadow, and let's have some bg gradient to right, and it starts from, let's say, blue, once again not blue let's have red 800 to pink 600. How about this one? So 600, oh, why it is placeholder 600 it should be pink 600. And finally the text should be white. Yeah, which is good. And if I give padding of 2, this is looking very nice, and in a real size it looks something like this. And if I give this input the title, login title, to be text centered and 2xl, yes, this is a nice little model for the login we have created. And I can once again zoom for you, and I need to actually refresh, and yeah, we have back. Final thing, let's have some placeholder. Enter your email or username, and for the password, placeholder, enter your password. Yeah, nice. Once again, looking very nice. Next, what's going to happen when I click on the login? First, I need the click event, not for the login. Actually, I need a submit event for the form. So at submit, first I need to make sure this is not going to have its default submission of the form. In that case, if I click, nothing is happening here. This is good, but then we need to handle it somewhere inside a method called submit, or you can name it anything. In here we can create methods, and a submit method which should submit the form. But then we need one more thing. We need to bind these input field to some data so that we can send the data wherever we want for the login. So create a data field. Inside this, I'm going to create a form. You can create email and password separately, but in my opinion, form or simple object is good. So this form is holding email, which is null, not null, actually empty string, and same for password. Give a comma here and let's bind these things. And in Vuejs, very nice easy thing is Vue model, and this is for form.email. Same for the password field. This is for form.password. So I think we have binded it. Let's open the Chrome Devtool and now go to the Vue Devtool, and here choose the anonymous component, which is actually the has to be the login one. Yeah, it is the login one. And if I say sarthak@bitfumes.com, you can see it is reflecting here, and password is secret123. Yep, so we have done that. And whenever I click on login, there has to be some you can say ajax request or xhr, where we can simply send this .form. That's what I'm talking about. If you are having these email and the password just like this, not inside the object, then you need to pass it like this .email and then this .password, and also you need to say password field is this, email field is this. But in that case it will be long. Here we have just the simple form, which will be easy. So let's uncomment it and have the form back. So how we can log in, where we can store the login information? Let's use Firebase. To have the login system, let's go to the Firebase, and in the Firebase we need to go to the Firebase console. Actually it is here, and you can click on add project, give the project name Vue full course, click continue. And now I don't want any analytics for this one. Now click on create project. It will take some time. Now it is done. Let's click on continue. So here we are, and first we want to use the authentication. So click on authentication, and it says sign up method, which method you want to use. Currently let's use email and the password. So I will enable it, and I don't want password less signing, I want password. Click on save, and here we are, we have enabled it. Let's go to the user. We don't have any user, so what we can do, we can create a new user. Give the username as sarthak@bitfumes.com, password is password. Click on add user. Yep, user is added, and we have a user UU, and we have a user UID, unique ID. But how we can use this in our Vue application? To use the Firebase authentication, first we need to go to the Firebase console page, click on this Vue full course, the project we have created, and then we are getting this one, which is a code for getting started for the web. Click here, and then it says create a simple app, and I will name the same Vue full course. And I don't want any hosting for now, so register the app, and it will give us the Firebase SDK, which is available here. We can simply copy this one from here, go to the application we have, Vue application, on the utilities directory. So let's create a file called firebase.js. So here we are, and let's paste the content we have from here. Yes, we have pasted it, and see what we are having. It says this is a core JavaScript library, must be at the first, so we don't need this one here. We need to put it inside input HTML, or we can actually install the Firebase from the npm. So we can go to the get started here, and it says SDK from hosting, which is their CDN, and yeah, we have this one, npm install Firebase. So let's install Firebase like this. In that case, we don't have to touch the index.html, and we can close it. And to add SDK product you want, okay, so I don't want anything. Then it says whenever you are using npm, then you need to import it Firebase, just like this one, like here, and then import whatever you want. So we are going to use the auth, so import auth, and then we need to give the config, Firebase config, this one. So I can paste it like this. Inside the config, you can see we have this configuration we got. So cut this configuration and paste it here. Then we finally need to initialize this. So we have this one, and initialize it. In that case, we don't need any script, and we are good to go. But finally, we need to actually export our Firebase, export default, I may say. Yeah, Firebase is there after initializing. How we can use this Firebase for the login or authentication? So we have this authentication documentation here, and now it says for the web, for here, and we are not going to use pre-built UI. We will go to the get started, but we have done this thing, firebase.auth create user. We don't want to create, we want to sign in. Then comes sign in with email and the password. So we can simply use this thing. So let's go to login modal we have, and on this submit part we can do all these Firebase stuffs. For that we need to import Firebase. So import Firebase from the utility folder we have. So that should be one level up, then comes utilities, and then comes Firebase. Okay, so here we need to simply use Firebase dot auth, and you can see VS Code is recommending us sign in with email and password, this one. And then what we need to give, email as a string and password as a string. So we need to provide that. So yes, you can say this dot form dot email or this dot form dot password. And here is the thing, if you use without form, that will be good for here. And actually the form way, the way I have described here, is useful when you have to send as an object. Here we don't have to send as an object, we have to send separately. So yeah, okay, so sometime happened. So we can remove the form from here, and I can show you that when we can use this form. Okay, so see, when you have a axios.post and then you have some URL, as a second argument you need to provide some object which will be like this dot email and then password, this dot password. So what I generally do, instead of doing this, I finally do this dot form. So that's why I had that thing in mind and I told you to use the form. But no worries, we can simply use without the form. And since we have done that, and it will be returning as a promise, so we need to say dot then there would be some response, and dot catch, if there is any error there, then we should also log that error and log also the response. Okay. Response. So we have done that. Now let's try it. So let's click on login and type sarthak@bitfilms.com. Password is password, and open the console so that we can see what we are getting from Firebase. Clear the console, click on login, and we have done. And yes, you can see we are getting it's not an error. I think we are getting the user detail we are getting, so that means we have successfully logged in. But you saw that when I clicked on login, we have to wait, and there was no waiting sign at that time. Okay, no worries. But what if what next? We have done the login, so how we can show the user that login is there, and how we can hide the login button after the user is logged in. For that, we need to once again go to the documentation of authentication for Firebase, and then click on manage user. On the manage user, on the right side, you will see we have various targeted for the logged in user. So get the currently signed in user. To get that signed in user, we need to have this one. This is a function which is going to run and give you if there is any signed in user. We can copy that, and for now I will open the app.vue. So let's open app.vue, and here on the mounted part, so when this app is mounted, that means whole project is mounted, then I am going to use this one. Obviously we need to import Firebase here, so let's say import Firebase from, and this is from the utility, so utility Firebase. Good. So we have done that, and now if we have the user, let's log the user. If we don't have the user, let's log that no user. Simple. Okay, very easy. So let's go on the app, and it says data breach. Oh, nothing is there. So refresh this page, and we should see here in the console we are getting the currently logged in user. That is very nice. So if we have the user, we need to set some state which is going to tell our application that the user is logged in. Okay, so here we can create one more data, and we call it is authenticated, or in a simple language is signed in, or generally I use is logged in, and initially make it false. But later when we have the user, then we can say this dot is logged in to the current user. Oh, actually that has to be true, and for the user we need to create another field called auth user, which is empty object initially, and then if we have the user, then we say auth user is equal to the user we have, and it has all the things we required for the user. That's good. But if we don't have the user, make sure we say is logged into false, otherwise it will stays as a logged in, and this dot auth user will be the empty object. Okay, that's good. And let's once again refresh, and we need to go to the Vue Devtool. Here on this app we can see still is logged in is false. So let's refresh once again, and still it's the same. What happened here? So I think I need to use arrow function here, so that it will take this, not for Firebase but for the Vue instance. Let's try this, refresh once again, and this time, okay, so yeah, you can see now we have this is logged in is true, auth user we got. Okay, so that's amazing. We have auth user information and logged in information here. Now what if I want to log out? How that is going to work? So once again, go to the authentication documentation for Firebase, and we need to search for sign out. So let's go to the get started once again, and sign up is there, sign in is there, on auth change is there. Once again, I need to go to the password authentication, I think, because we are using password authentication. Yeah, we have this sign out, simple Firebase auth sign out, very easy. So what we need to create a button on our app header here, and this button will be just like this, but there will be a simple @click event for log out, and I call this button as a logout. So logout is a method we have to create, and this method will be triggered when we click on this logout button, which will be something like this we have at the top. So if I zoom it for you, yeah, we have this logout button. Now we should have a method just after the data we have. So methods is logout, and inside we know we need to use the Firebase. So Firebase, is it going to be imported? No. So Firebase dot auth and dot sign out, very nice, and dot then we need to do something, and when we have some error we can do something, and here also. That's amazing. Let's try it. Okay, yeah, I need to import the Firebase. So Firebase from, and go to up directory on the utilities folder, and then Firebase. Cool. So we have done that, and still it says Firebase is defined but never used. Is it true? So that has to be Firebase, like here. And once again we have error, so response and error. So I can just comment these two for now, because I want to show you what happened when we log out. So open the Vue Devtool. So currently you can see the user is there and logged in is true. Once I click on logout, and if I click on app, you will see is logged in is false and there is no user. How that happened? This is magical actually. No, there is no magic, because on our app.vue we have this on auth state change. That means whenever the state for the authentication is changing, it's going to run this thing, and when we log out there is no user, so it just do these stuffs which making is logged in false and user as an empty object, which we have here. So in this way we can actually do the login and logout stuff from our Firebase into Vue App. Whenever I try to log in, I write the password and email, like here. I can hard code it for now. I don't have to try or type again and again. So password. Okay, so we have these two, and when I click on login, so see there is some wait time we have to show here. Then after login is successful, we need to close this modal. Also we need to clear these two things for the email and the password. How we can do that? Let's try. So here we are on the login modal, and here we have the Firebase authentication with email and the password. So here we can create one more field called is loading or is in progress, as type of things you can define. Initially it is false, but once we go into this submit function, we need to say this dot is loading is equal to true. Once we have finished either on the success part or on the error part, we need to say this dot is loading to false. Paste it here. Okay, that's done. So we can use this is loading to show some loading information inside this button. Okay, so you can do anything, or you can use any font or some icon to animate things. And what I'm going to use is very easy thing. Like inside this, I'm going to create a span tag which is going to hold this login text, and this is only going to be visible if is loading is not true. That means when there is no loading, when there is no working, then show the login. One more span tag is for else. Remember, we have this else. Here I'm going to only have an emoji and hourglass. I'm going to show this hourglass here. Let's try this. So once again, if I try to log in, you can see we have this loading effect, and then it just came back to the login. Then we also need to clear these two. Okay, that means when we have successfully logged in, we simply need to say this dot email is equal to empty. Also this dot password is empty, and we don't have to provide the comma. Yeah, it is done. So once again try, and it says response is never used, so we can totally remove it. And now once again, if I try to log in, and yes, you can see it is there. And final stuff is to close our modal. And how we can close, because here we have this $emit, which is a event, custom event to close the modal from our app. Here we have this listener, or we can say at close login event we are making is login to false. So we can do simple thing. We can create a close function where we can use the emit. So in this, after this submit method we have created, create a new close method, and inside we are emitting. So it will work exactly the same. So actually this has to be this dot $emit, and now it will going to work. So click here, login is there, click, it is working. So how this is going to be useful? Because we can call this function after we have successfully logged in. So this dot close and call that function. So once again try, click on login, wait sign, and boom, the login modal is now closed. Now let's talk about template refs, what it is and how we can use it. Firstly, template ref is a reference for any tag of your component, and you can do generally these things by using vanilla JavaScript like document.getElementById. So getting that element in Vuejs is done with the help of refs. So the best example is focusing any input field, and we have lots of input fields. Like on the login, when I open this, you can see we have this input field, and I want to focus for this particular input field. Similarly, on the Markdown, when I go, I should focus directly here. That's not available here. And then we don't have any. Yeah, we also have here. So let's have some refs everywhere so that we can focus as we move to that page. Here on the DC heroes, we have this input field. Let's go to DC heroes. So I will open sidebar, go to pages, DC heroes. We have this input field. What we need to say, we need to provide a unique ref, or it's called reference. I would say like new hero ref, and then we have the ref, and I can show you on the mounted hook. On the mounted hook, I can log to show you, log this dot $refs, and if I open the console, you can see we have a proxy and we have some getter and we have a setter and we have a target. Target is new hero ref. Remember this? We have already given name new hero ref for this input field. So this means since we have the refs and we can directly use new hero refs. So if I say dot new hero ref and if I refresh this page, you can see we are getting exact input field just like you get it by using document.getElementById. So what we can do simply, we can say focus this one. Super easy things. And now if I refresh this page, you can see without clicking inside the input field, it is now focused. Same thing we can do elsewhere. So if we have Markdown, we can do the same thing. Go to the sidebar, open Markdown. This time we have a text area. It's also valid here. So I can say ref, and this ref is Markdown text area. I generally write super descriptive name, which is not required in every case. So once again, we can create any mounted field, mounted. And since we know how we can get the ref, this dot $refs dot giving the name dot focus. Good. Let's refresh the page. And yeah, you can see we have a blue line. This means it is focused, and after refreshing, I can directly start writing things. Like if I have bold, yep, it is working. And final for the login. Let's close this. Open sidebar, go to components, login modal, check the email field and provide a ref. And this is called email ref. Once again, is there any mounted field? No. So we can create mounted. And this dot $refs dot email ref dot focus. And now as soon as I open login, it should do that. It's not doing it. Let's go anywhere else. Click on login, and yeah, you can see it's now having a border of blue color. That means it is focused. So focused element has the border. So this is how you can use this template ref, which is very useful in general case for using this focus. But this is also useful when you have some canvas and you want to get the canvas and do something on it. So that's how we can use the ref. After doing all these things, we still have a big problem, and the problem is we have this login and log out at the same time. Now I don't know whether I'm logged in or not, because even if maybe I'm not logged in, I can press log out, or maybe if I'm logged in, then I can press log in. So you see, if I press login, modal is gone, but still we are having this login. Let's hide it. How we can hide it? Let's open our app.vue. Inside this app.vue, we have this data called is logged in, which is initially false, but if we have the user, it becomes true. Okay, so how we can start? We can start by passing this information from app component to header component. Now, how we can pass it? Here comes the concept of props. On the documentation, you can see we have this props, and we can go to component basics actually. And to pass any information from parent component to child component, we use this props kind of thing. How we can pass the prop? It's very easy. Yeah, here we have. So to pass the prop, we just need to pass it like a normal attribute we are passing. So we have this title, means we are passing the title attribute. We have the custom component and the title as a normal attribute, but this is called actually prop. So it's very easy. Here we have the app header. We can pass the same name or whatever name you want. Is logged in. I want is logged in to be is logged in. But if I do this and go to here, open the Chrome DevTool, go to Vue DevTool. This time I'm going to check app header. See, okay, once again I need to refresh. I don't know this. Okay, I think this Devtool 3 is not providing that props data. No worries. Let's go to the documentation and see how actually we can grab the prop. So here we can see when we have the prop on the component listening to the child event, we can directly use this prop. Yeah, like this. Here we have, actually it's here at the top also, prop and whatever we are passing. So we need to go to the app header. So open the app header, and here, just like we define the data, we can also define props. And you can see, not like this. If I do this, and in an array I need to define the prop we want to receive, and we are receiving is logged in. So now I can say is logged in is the prop I'm going to receive inside this app header from its parent component. So app is a parent component and app header is a child component. So once again, refresh the page, and this time, yes, you can see app header is there. So if we need to accept it, then we can only see inside the DevTool. So here we can see it's actually the text, not the real value. It's not binded. So remember how we can bind something? We just need to use double colon and then the name and then the value. So if I do that, you can see if we are getting is logged in as true. If we are having the is logged in as a prop inside app header, we can go here and we will say that if is logged in, if this is true, then show logout, and I can move it above the login, because then I can simply say v else, otherwise show login. That means if the user is not logged in, we can show login. Now you can see I am logged in here, and that's how I have this logout. If I click on logout, you can see it's now turned to login, and this is also persisting. So if I try to log in, yes, we have this, and we have a little flash because initially it's not available. You can say the login information is not available, so that's why it is showing little time and showing log in actually, and then turns to log out. But what if we have given incorrect information inside this logged in? So suppose I have not binded this prop, and then whether we are logged in or not, it will take it as a, you can see it's taking it as a true, because there is a string, that means it's always going to be true. So how we can prevent that for the component? And it's like a component will say that the is logged in prop I want has to be a boolean. So this kind of thing, like prop type. So here we go to the documentation and we have prop type. So generally, if you don't care about the prop types, then you can define it inside an array. But if you want, then you can provide the object, and then you can provide what type of that particular thing is. So we want this to be an object instead of array, so that we can say this is logged in is actually a boolean, like this. And now you will see the magic. So if I open the DevTool console, refresh the page, and you see Here it says invalid prop. Type check for the prop is logged in. Expected boolean got string, and you suddenly know that okay, I have done some mistake. So you fix it by providing it as a binded prop, and then if you open the console, refresh the page, and there is no warning for that prop type, and everything works absolutely fine. You can provide like string, number, boolean, array, object, function, promise, anything actually. But next scenario is also important. What if I have not provided any prop? I forgot to provide the prop to this component. Then what's going to happen? Refresh this page, and now even if I am logged in, you see if I try to log in, and even after logged in, it says you are not logged in. Why? Because the value of is logged in become undefined actually. I think if I set here is logged in become false because it's boolean, and by default boolean become false. Okay, so if you want explicitly, you can define default value for this. For that, once again, you need to define an object, and you say the type of the prop is boolean. Yes, it is good, but the default value is false. If you do that, now it will taking it as a false, obviously. And now if you make it true, then it will be available as a true. So yeah, you can see now it is true, but this is default one, and in our case we don't want to provide any default case. We want this prop required. This prop is required. We need that prop for sure. So in that case, we have a required field, and this means this prop is type is boolean, but it is required. If I do that, and if I refresh the page, yeah, you can see we are not getting anything. So let's go to the documentation. It says required is true. So maybe that is because of boolean, because boolean by default has the value false. I think that's why. Let's make it a string and then see. If I refresh this page, and yeah, you are getting okay. So here we have this warning and says missing required prop is logged in, because boolean is already having the default value as false. That's why it's not asking for required stuff. But as I explained you, required is very nice to actually force to pass the prop type. You know, when we are trying to log in, we are logging with email and password. We can also have one more nice thing like login with Google. So first let's create a button which will say like login with Google, and for that I will open login modal, and at the top above the form actually we can create a section, and here I can say login with Google. So let's cut this and make it inside a p tag, and let's see. This is good, but we can make it at the center. So we can say class text at the center. Yeah, it is there, but I think if we give margin y of 5, it will be separated. Okay, so this is nice, and we can make it as a button instead of p tag, and this means we can now provide some border. And by doing that, okay, so in that case we can move the text center in the section, yeah, and then little padding on the X side and little rounded also. Cool. So we have login with Google, and when I click on this, I want to log in with the Google. How we can do that? Let's go to the Firebase once again, and we have lots of logins. So we have a Google sign in. So let's see how we can do that. So whenever we are clicking on this, we need to create a method where we can do all these stuffs. So here we have the button, and on the click of this button, I can say login with Google. Let's go to the methods we have created here. So submit method is there, close is there, and let's create a login with Google. Then what we can do, we can copy things from here, paste it. Then these things are optional given here. Let's copy this, and after that paste it. And I think we already have the Firebase imported. So see what's happened when Firebase says auth login with the pop-up and the provider is Google. Then it says the function, so I think I can use the arrow function. Okay, and then it says you will get the token, and you can this gives the access to Google token. You can use it to access the API. So we can store this, but for now we just want to have the user. So what we can do nothing actually, because we are handling the login on auth change inside our app.vue. So here we are handling the on auth state change. Then we have some catch part for the error. If we have, then we can totally remove this because we don't need it for now. And even I can remove the whole dot catch part because I'm not going to do that for now. Okay, so let's refresh, and once again click on login. As it says either you can do here, or I think I need to provide or. So this is the section, and here I can provide a simple p tag which says or, and this p tag will have a margin y of 5, and in that case I can give margin top of 5 only, and it should be at the center, this p tag. So text center, and this should be actually 3 not 5. That's good. So let's click here. When I click on the login, it's created a pop-up or a new tab. Then it's asking for login, and yes, you can see it's now logged in, but nothing happened here, and I feel some error and caught T, operation not allowed. Why operation not allowed? Let's go to the console.google.com, the firebase.google.com. Go to the project, view full course, go to the authentication, and we have a sign in methods, and Google login is disabled. Let's enable it, and we have done that. Save this. That's done actually, and we once again need to refresh the page, close the console, click on login with Google. Once again the pop-up is here. Now it's asking for the account you want to use, and I have used bitfumes@gmail.com, and I think once again we have some issue. No, there is no issue, but it says non-emit event listener close login were passed to component but could not be automatically inherited because component render fragment. We have some issue with that closing of the modal. This one we have some issue. Okay, so we can actually close when we done with this. So we can say dot, then we can use it and say this dot close. Okay, once again try. So refresh the page, and obviously we are logged in from the Firebase. So now I can go to the user. You can see we have a new user with provider is Gmail and it's here. So what that means, if I click on log out, once again go to login, click on login, it's doing something, asking for the account, and yeah, you can see that login modal is now closed and we are back with log out. That means we are properly logged in. So this is the way you can use the social login with Firebase into Vue application. We have created the login with the Google, but now you can see the login modal component become unmanageable. It would be cool if we can extract this login with the Google information into its own dedicated component. Let's go here on the components directory. I'm going to create a directory called login, and inside that, first I will create a file called login with Google, or simply I can say Google because it's inside the login. So that means it's asking for Google login. So Google is there, and I think I can say Google login. Sometime I change the mind suddenly. So Google login is here. Let's import this Google login here inside the login modal. We have this, and import Google login from, and its component, then we have login, then we have Google login, and let's tell this login component that, hey login component, you have a component called Google login, and now I can use this Google login just below this h1 tag. So Google login, and close it, self close it. Let's log out from here, click on login. I think I need to refresh login, and yeah, we have a login, Google login. Okay, so now we can cut this part, this section which hold the login with Google button, this one. So I can cut it and move here inside Google login. Then this required login with a Google function or a method. So let's create a methods. Go here and let's grab that method like this one, and here we are. Then this require Firebase, so we need to import Firebase. Import Firebase from, and this should be from utility, and then we have a Firebase. Okay, so that's good, but then finally we also need the close, you can say method, but close method is just emitting this close login, which is obviously has to be emitted from login modal. So just like this emission, we can emit one more, you can say event from Google login, which is like this. So just like we are handling the close login from, I can say from Google like that. So it just for distinguishing between the different events we are emitting. So here we are emitting, and here we can listen for it at close login from Google, super descriptive name, and we can just call close function, which is again going to emit another event to finally close it. So now we have extracted that logic, and now it is working fine. Let's once again try. Refresh the page, click on login, click on login with Google, and this time I need to choose the account I need to log in. After that, yep, everything is working absolutely fine. So why we have done that, which is very important thing, we have done that because we want to extract the similar kind of logic into its own component so that things become easy to maintain. Now whenever we have some issue with Google login, then we don't have to care about the login modal. We can directly go into this Google login component and easily check that what happening here and where things goes wrong. And that's very important when you are debugging, when you have the issue or bug and you want to do something. It's very important to manage, or you can say customize your components inside Vuejs so that you can easily track your error. In Vue 3 we have a new and very unique feature which is called teleport. Teleport is actually a way you can move any component or actually any template into the body anywhere, even outside of the Vue application. So how it's going to work, let's see. So if I go here, we have this login modal, and if I open the Devtool on the console, you can see inside this div we have these two things for our login modal, and as soon as I hide this login modal, it will replaced with vif. You can see now we have a vif. As I open login modal, we have this section and the div. But I don't want to add this inside my app div. I want to move it outside. How we can do that? With the use of teleport. So in the teleport, we just need to provide the to part where you want to teleport this part. Okay, so we have this login modal inside our app.vue, and that's why it is added just below. If I move it above the app header and refresh this page, and let's open, yeah, you can see now vif is here, and if I open the login modal, vif is replaced with the section and the div for the modal. And this is again no issues, but the feature of telescope is very nice because now I can actually do one thing, and I use a teleport, and let's close this, wrap it, and then I will say to part is body. That means teleport to body, and now you will see the magic. Now if I open this div, the app div where Vue is situated, you can see now instead of vif we have a teleport start and teleport end, and the vif is actually moved after all the scripts we have at the bottom. So now if I click, modal is working, but that div and the section for the modal is moved inside the div at the bottom outside of the app instance. So you can see here we have this ID of app inside this div where the Vuejs is mounted, but our modal part is outside of that Vue instance, and this is really amazing feature. What is the benefit of this feature is sometimes you have some problem with the CSS kind of thing, which is because you need to use some other component inside other component. So you can actually teleport it to anywhere you want. You can use ID, you can use class, anything you want to use. Very talked about feature of Vue 3 is the composition API. And what is composition API? So composition API is simply I can say, instead of using these things as just for a component, with the composition API we can replace that part with the setup method we have. It's not a method inside methods, it's a standalone API of Vuejs. So this setup is now having all of these things like data, some method, computed property, all the lifecycle hooks. So you can see we have, so everything is stays inside this setup. And the most powerful feature of this composition API is you can reuse all of these things. So from now, we are now going to use the setup method only for every app we are going to create. Let's use this composition API and do some refactoring on our existing pages and see how we can use that. So we have this DC heroes, and here we are using lots of things, like we have a data, then we have a mounted hook, created, computed properties, and some methods. First, let's start by refactoring this data. How you can start? You just need to say setup, and inside this setup you can define some data. But here is the catch: you cannot directly define the data or simply say const DC heroes like this. You need to use some new thing which is called reactivity, or you need to make your data reactive. How you can do that? You can do that using ref, which is unique for reference and for creating the reactive data, or you can also use this reactive. So where is that? Yeah, you can use this reactive API also. So let's see what is the difference between reactive and ref and when we need to use these things. So as I told you, we need to use the ref. So let's create this DC heroes. So let's move this DC heroes from here to here, and I need to say const DC heroes is equal to this one. So if I just do this without using any ref, let's see what's going to happen. If I go here and then now on the DC heroes, it says DC heroes is assigned a value but never used. What that mean? That means whatever you define inside the setup method, you need to return it so that Vue can use it. So it's like returning DC heroes. So DC heroes is going to be DC heroes. So returning an object where we have a DC heroes whose value is DC heroes. So now if I go to DC heroes, we can't see. Yeah, we have it there. So now you can see we have everything fine, and Aquaman is here. It's added. Removed. Removed is not working. So we have some issue. We will see that later, but first, if you have same object name and the value, you can just replace it with the single name. So since we have the DC heroes, we can also move this new hero here inside this setup method. So we have this setup method. Once again, we have not used reactive or ref. We are just checking what's going to happen when we do just this thing. So we have done that, and we can simply remove the data. So by doing this thing, let's see what breaks here. So finally we don't have to use this comma. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. And we know remove is not working. And what if I add one more, like add? It's not even adding. That's okay. Let's now move. So what happened next? First, let's work on add new one. So we have this add new, or let's work on remove first. So we have this remove method here. So I will cut this remove method from here and going to paste that inside this setup method. Inside setup method, you just define things as it is. You don't have to create any method object or any computed property or any data object. You just define things as it is. So since we are going to create a function called remove, we have created that. And as I told you, whatever you define inside the setup method, if you want this thing to be used by Vuejs in template, then you need to export it or you need to return it. So we have removed this. Now this DC heroes is not actually having any this part, because all of these things inside the setup method is just like a simple local variable kind of things. So we don't have to use this here. So $this we can remove. And now let's once again try. So if we have this, and now it says DC heroes is const. Okay, so here we can see DC heroes is a constant and we are trying to reassign it. You will say, okay, let's change it to let. Okay, that's done. Even though, let's try now. It's not working. And why it's not working? If I click, there is no error, and finally we can see this is not working. And now it's time to really use the ref or reactive. So why it is not working? Because in Vuejs or simply in JavaScript, things are not reactive. What I mean by reactive, if I open my console and if I say a is equal to 5, and if I say b is equal to 6, and sum is equal to a plus b, so you can see it is 11. But then I say a is actually 10. So what will be the sum? Sum is still 11 because it was computed with the old values of a and b. But in reactive, as soon as the value of a changes, the value of sum should also has to be changed, which is not the case in pure JavaScript. So that's why we need to make sure whatever we are defining here should be reactive. So the simplest way is to use ref. So first we need to import ref from Vue, and then we need to say it's just a ref, and inside ref I can move all these things, and inside ref I have created this data, which is actually the DC heroes with this array. And now let's see, is it going to work? But now it says must use dot value to read and write the value wrapped by ref. So whenever you are defining a ref is giving you the data, but it's like a wrapper and we get that value. So I can show you by log, and I can say DC heroes. So DC heroes is actually an object. It's not working because of this error, I think. Yeah, it's working here. Log is working. So you can see ref has lots of things and also has the value. So this value is actually including all your data you want to have. See this target here. So we need to say whatever the name of ref we have given dot value. Okay, so we need to here say DC heroes dot value dot filter, and for the assigning part, for the writing inside this ref, we also need to use the value, and then finally we are returning it. Okay, so let's now once again try, refresh the page and remove, and yeah, it is working. So it's magical and it's very easy, and you don't have to define. And the most important thing or most lovable thing I feel inside this composition API setup method is you don't have to define any methods or data here. Whatever you want to do, just do it here and finally return if you need it for your Vue application. So that's done, and next is we need to say Aquaman or like this, and that's Aquamana. Okay, so now it is working. Why it is working? Let's see. It is working because in our add hero we have a this dot new hero. So the important part of the setup or composition API is it's very compatible with the old API. Like here we can use the composition API ref or composition API data. So see, this new heroes are actually defined inside our setup method, and we can easily use this outside of the setup method like this dot new hero. And since this DC heroes is also defined inside the setup method as a reference or as a reactive data, we can easily add the new value here. So this is working absolutely fine. That's cool. But now what if we move this add hero also from here into the setup method? So it's just a function, so we can write it as a function and hero. And as you know, we don't have to use this part here. And also, as you know, we need to say dc heroes dot value unshift. And now let's try once again. Let's go. And now it says add hero is defined but never used. Okay, so we say we need to return this part inside our return, because we are using this add hero inside our template. Yeah, here on the form. Okay, so we have this add heroes and we are returning. And now it says dc heroes is constant. Now see the problem. It says, okay, new hero is actually constants. Okay, so now it says the new hero is empty. After doing all these unshifting thing, new hero is reassigned, but we know that it's not going to work. So what we need to do, we need to change it to ref. So once again, it's a ref. And whenever you define a ref, you need to use constant, because you are never going to reassign the dc heroes, because you are assigning the dc heroes dot value. So use constant. Now new hero is also reactive. That means we need to say new heroes dot value, and name is new hero dot value, and once again new hero dot value. Cool. And now let's try. So we have a Aquaman, add, it's working, remove is working. So much easy. Next we have some other things. We have this focus part. Okay, so you can see as soon as the page loads, it's now focused here. And what if I remove this mounted? Obviously it's not going to focus. Yeah, it's not focusing. We can move this part inside our setup method, and here we need to define on mounted. It is a simple mounted hook, but inside this setup or composition API, all is changed with on. So I can show you here somewhere. It's given, no, it's not given here. Let's go to the API references and go to the composition API. Here you can see lifecycle hooks. So all the lifecycle hooks we know is now converted to on, and the name of the lifecycle hook. Mounted become on mounted, updated become on updated. And for the setup method, there is no create or before create, because this setup method is executed on the created part. So that's why we don't have to use this created and before created hook inside the setup method. So since we know we have the on mounted, which is a copy of mounted, so it's a simple method. And how we can use it, it's a simple method, so I can copy and find it. Okay, so we need to define a simple function inside this on mounted. So we have on mounted, and here we can provide an arrow function and do the ref part. So we have this dot $refs dot, and the name is input field. We have a new hero ref. Okay, so we have a new hero ref dot focus. Is it going to work? Let's try. Once again, refresh the page. It's not working. Why it's not working? And here you can see it says cannot read property refs of the undefined. I told you that this is not available inside the setup. You can directly use $refs. Then we see that $refs is also not defined. What's happening? Remember, we have a ref. Oh yeah, this ref is to make something reactive, and we can create a ref to connect our input field. So I can say const new ref is a simple ref with empty string. This means we can say new hero ref. We can simply export this. We know we need to export it whenever we want something to be used by our Vue template from our setup method. Let's go at the top, and we can see we have this ref. And now instead of this $refs, we can simply say new hero ref dot value.focus. Is it going to work? Let's refresh the page. And yeah, it is working. So we have seen that there is no need for $refs inside the composition API. You can create a normal ref you create for any data. You can create it for any template reference. You can do anything with this ref. So on that case, we have removed everything. Just we have one thing called computed property. We need to have this count, the count we are showing here, from our setup method. So once again, cut this and remove this computed property, and we just have a setup method and we finally need one computed property. But how we can create a computed property here inside the composition API? Here we can see reactivity API and we have a computed property. Every time we want to create a computed property, we need to say const the name of computed property and use this computed API and then do whatever you want to do. Okay, so let's try. We have this count, hero count. This should be const hero count, or you can simply create a simple function hero count, but let's use const. And then we can simply say is equal to computed, like this, and inside we need to create an object, and here we can simply do what we want. So actually we need to say get, I think, and get is going to be a function like this. Okay, so get is an arrow function which is returning length. So once again, note this, and when we use DC heroes, we need to say dot value dot length. Okay, let's now try. Is it going to work? Hero count is not assigned. Okay, so once again we have to actually return this one. So much things we have returned, and let's try. And now everything is working fine. We are back with the heroes and we have everything working absolutely fine. So we have seen that with the use of setup method, everything becomes so normal, so vanilla JavaScript type of thing. Everything you do, just define it. You don't have to care where you can define things, and so easy things are here. Next, we need to work on a next app, which is a calculator, and this time we are all going to use the composition API, the setup method, reactivity, everything. So let's start. First, let's create a file and let's name it calculator.vue, and we need to register this page. So routes directory is here, and let's register calculator and define the routes. So calculator and component calculator. Okay, so we have done that, and final thing is on the app header we need to add one more, which we know is calculate. calculator. Okay, so that's done, and create a Vue scaffolding, and I say once again calculator. So much easy things are here, and now go on calculator, boom, we are here. Now let's move this calculator word at the center, so everything should be at the center. And my personal favorite is section. So in the section I will define class of flex and width of full. Inside create a div, and this div is holding with the class of margin auto. Here it is at the center, and next we need some space, and then we can start and creating some buttons. So let's have this inside h1 tag and giving some class of like text to excel and text center also, like here. And after that, let's create a div. This div is going to have some margin y of let's say 10, and then inside I need buttons. So button for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 0. Let's see. Okay, so every button is there, and let's design these buttons. So let's use multi-cursor. Yeah, and giving some class has to be padding of 2, border, rounded, and having some shadow. So shadow normal. Let's try. Okay, that's good. I think we need to provide the width also. So width is 4 and height is also 4. Okay, so 4 is very less, so I can use 10, and using 10 I need to say 10 here, and this become 100 so I need to make it 10 and round it. Okay, so seems good, but then I need after 1, 2, 3 in a new line, 4, 5, 6 in a new line, 7, 8, 9 in a new line. So after each third button I need a new line. For that, let's go to the Tailwind CSS, and here on this Tailwind CSS I can search for grids, and grid template is here, and then it's saying that you need to give grid call 3 gap 4, and whatever how many things you define, it will be like 3 3. So we just need to have this div, the outer div, which hold all the buttons, called grid call 3 and gap 4. Is it going to work? Nice, but it's looking like a phone number. So I can say gap of 2, not of 3, and 1. Okay, that seems good. But then this button, I feel this last button has to be call of 2. For that I can give it like a call span of 2. Is it going to work? It's not working. Why? Okay, so we have defined this width of 10. We have hard-coded the width, and after removing, now we have this one. Okay, and finally here we can define one equal to sign. So one more button, and that button will be like equal to, and it's not going to have a span of 2, although it has a width of 10. Cool, so we have a nice little calculator. But now let's see, whenever I click on some number, I need to have that display above this calculator. So just above this calculator, here I can provide a simple, let's say p tag, and this p tag is going to have of text, let's say 3xl, and text on the right, okay, and have some margin y of 4. Is it good? So we need to type something so that I can see. So instead of y, I can just say top, and this margin y top will only going to be available here on the p tag. So p tag margin top of 10 and margin bottom of 4. Maybe if I can give just 2. Okay, so now we need to bind these two things, like when we click we need the number, and we have decided we are going to use the setup method. Setup, and inside setup we need to define the data, which will be like calculations. So calculation, so calculation comes here. So it's a simple data, reactive data. So we need import ref from Vue, and then define const calculation ref of, initially it's empty string. Okay, so now obviously return this calculation. Okay, that's good. But when I click on any button, then it should add that number to the calculation. That means we need, for all button, we need the @click event. So one more we have, I think. Yeah, so at click we need to say button pressed, so or simply pressed. Okay, and we need to pass the number we have for that particular button. So we can grab that number like this and paste it here. So now we have a 1 2 3, and it should be a string actually, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then it should be 0, and whatever we have defined here, it's not correct. It should be equal to sign. Okay, that's done, and we need to create this pressed method inside the setup. Okay, so let's create a simple function, and once again I generally say function and method name as a synonym. So create a function called pressed, and here we get button, or yeah, button is good. So button press or number actually, or simply value is the correct name. So what we need the calculation dot value to be equal to the calculation dot value plus the value we have. So let's try this one, and as usual we need to return this like here. Cool. Now see, 5 2 3 6 8, whatever you type here, and now it's becoming larger, so we can give the overflow as hidden. So for this we can say overflow x hidden, and if I now try, is it going to work? No, it's not working because we have not defined its actual width, so that's why it's not working. We can give some fixed size or width actually. So here we are, and now what if, no, not this one. So if I do 32, okay, this is good, 6, okay, but after that it is hidden and we cannot see. So instead of hidden we can use scroll, that's good. And now see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, but you can see next it's not working because it starts from left to right. Let's change the direction and give the style direction as right to left. This will going to work for sure. 3 2 1 4 5 6 9 8 8 7, and yeah, it is working. And if we want, we can simply scroll like this. This is nice, we have done that. And now next we need to have some operation buttons on the right. For having all these operations, we can head over once again here, and we have these buttons, and what we need actually 1 2 3, and then we need one more. So after third one we can add one more button, and that button we call it plus the addition, and we can give the pressed is plus, but it will move into new line, yeah, because we have given the grid for 3 only. So let's make the grid calls as 4, and now refresh this page. Yo, plus is there. So similar to plus, after every third, like 4 5 6, we need minus. Then 7 8 9, we need what we need actually after minus, we need multiplication, and we can provide the multiplication sign here, and we forgot to sign minus sign here. And after equal to sign, we also need the division. Here we are. Refresh the page, and yep, we have all these things. So plus, minus, multiplication and division. We have this equal to sign also, and then we have final 0. Now how we can actually do the operations. So first we need to check that when we have pressed numbers, or when we have pressed equal to, or when we have pressed the operations. So let's go here. We have a pressed function. We need to do a couple of checks. First check is for equal to sign, because it's very simple. So if value is triple equal to sign, okay, then we should perform the calculation, or you can say calculate. This will be the function we will create, but now just we are defining what we want. Then we need to say else if we can say we have this operation, so plus, minus, multiplication, division. For now we can define not a reactive property, just a simple constant, and it's like operations is having a plus, then we have a minus, then we have a multiplication, and then we have a division. So we can use this one, operations if operation includes the given value. If this is true, then do the operation, or I can say apply operation. This is the function once again we need to create. We have not created yet, but even after that, that means when there is no operation selected, when there is no equal to sign, that means it's a simple number. So then we need to say finally else part is like append value, or append number. Actually, yeah, number will be good. So this is the function we need to create. An append number means this part, very simple. So let's first create this one, append number, and function append number, append number, and this will going to get the value, obviously, so we need to pass the value. And then here we are, calculation.value is equal to calculation.value plus the value of the number. So easy. And similarly we need to pass this value here, the operation. And if we are using calculation, obviously it's for calculate, that means it's for final calculation. Okay, so let's see, is it working? So numbers are not working. Let's try this, and we have some error. It says append number is not append. Okay, so this is a wrong spelling, so refresh the page and now try. Yeah, it is working now. So for the numbers it is working. What about the operations? If I do the operation, we are getting error because we don't have that function created, apply operation. So let's create the apply operation function apply operation, and we get the value, and then we need to do something whatever we want. Similarly, we need to create one function called calculate final value we get, and actually we don't have to get any value, and then we need to calculate. Okay, so this is a structure of our system. So first what we need, when we click on equal to sign, it should do the operation, but we also need one button which is going to clear this thing. How we can do that? We can actually move this 0 in a single column, then we move, or then we can have one C button which is going to clear everything. Let's do that. So we have this 0 for column of 2 or span 2. We can totally remove this span, and for this one also, and now call it pressed as C. C means clear, and capital C comes here. Let's try, refresh the page. Yeah, C is here, and instead of typing as a C whenever we get C, so here we should have one more for else if value is equal to C, the small c, we need to say clear. one more function we need to create. So at the bottom, let's create one more function, and it's a quick function, so we can actually do that. So what we need the calculation.value should be cleared. So calculation.value will be empty. So now try. So we have some numbers and we pressed C, it's cleared. So we have some up and down for this calculator because we have not defined any height for the p tag we have. So we should define some height, just like we have this. So we should define height as 20 or 10 maybe. How about this? Refresh the page. Yeah, this is nice. Even if I clear, it is there. Okay, so this is finally done, and I should move the clear on the left and 0 at the center. It's just my preference. So 0 0 is here, and C become on the left, and equal to become on the right. C become 0 become at the center. Now let's apply all these operations whenever we do some calculation. So how calculation works? So if I say 2 multiplied by 4 is equal to 8, so this means we first need to have 2 that we can get. If I press 2, here we have a 2. Then we need some operation. So if I press multiplication, it should hold somewhere what operation user has selected. Then we need the second number. So we need to press 4. It should clear the 2, and now 4 should appear only, not 24. And finally, when we press equal to sign, it should result these 2. That means we need 3 variables. One is the current, one is the operation, and one is the previous actually. So this one will be the previous, operation, and current. Let's try. So let's go to the setup method we have. Inside setup method, let's create a constant called current number. Okay, so this will be the reference, and actually current number is the calculation. We need to think about that. No problem. So it's an empty string. Then constant is previous number. Once again, it's a ref with a simple string, and then selected operation, again a reference with this kind of thing. Okay, so how we can do that? First, when we clear it, first when we press first number, it should go into the, you say like current number. Okay, then when we press any operation, then we need to move the current into the previous number and clear the current number. Let's do this only. So what we need to do, press 2, and when we press any operation, then it should clear this and move this into the previous one and select the operation. Okay, so we press, we have some apply operation, and on the applying operation we need to say like the calculation dot value will be inside the previous number dot value. This will be the case. Then we can say calculation dot value will be empty, and once again we are using calculation. Instead of this calculation, we need to use the current number. So now we can change wherever we have used calculation to current number. So here also on the p tag we are using the current number. Okay, so now when we apply operation, we are moving the current number dot value to the previous number and clearing out the current number. Then after, and we have done some mistake. First we need to move it like this. Okay, so move the current value to the previous one and clear the current. After that, we need to say selected operation dot value will be the value we have given. Done. Let's try this. Clear, and first refresh the page. Clear 2 minus, and you can see it's gone from there, because now we need to press another thing. So as soon as I press 8, now we have two things, or actually three things. If I open the Vue Devtool, inside here you will find we have a calculator, and if I zoom out, calculator is having current number as 8 and pressed is there, so it should also hold that multiplication or division or whatever the operation we have selected. It's not showing that. Okay, I got the point, I think, because we have not returned it, so that's why it's not showing on the Devtool. So selected operation, although we don't need it, but I'm just having it so that we can inspect it on Devtool. Reload this page, and yeah, now we have all these things. So press 2, its current number, press minus, operation selected is minus, and current number 2 is now moved into previous number. And then if we press another number like let's say 8, so we have a current number 8, previous number 2, we have operation. So 2 minus 8, we just need to do this. Very easy. So that will be on the equal to sign. When we click on equal to sign, we need to do the operation or the calculate part. Okay, so what we need to give like current number, because whatever we have here is called current number, and here also we will show the result. Current number dot value will be the previous number, because it should be the first one, previous value, and comes the operation. So it's very important to have some operation. So let's say I will have multiplication for now, hard-coded one, previous number, and then current number dot value. So it's just always going to do multiplication for now. We will see how we can do for everything. 5 and multiplication 9 equal to 45. 45 multiply by, although I'm pressing minus, we have hard-coded multiply, so that's why I'm calling multiply. So 45 multiply by, let's say 2, it should return 90. Wow, so a little bit of calculation is here, but now we need to make it for every calculation we have. So how we can apply that? So we have operations and we have a calculation, so we can give a select, like if selected operation dot value is equal to multiplication, then multiply. Okay, so this is the function we have to create. Similar to this, we need to create 4 operations. So multiplication, division, subtraction, and addition. So we have to say sum, then subtract, then divide. Okay, so we can simply cut this and create all the operations, but let's give a else. Okay, done, and let's create all these functions. So function is multiply, and in the multiply we know we have to say current number dot value is equal to previous number dot value multiply by current number dot value. It's very easy. Okay, we can do 4 times, because now we need the divide, then we need subtract, then we need sum. For the sum, it's very easy. Sum, subtraction 1, and division is divide. Now let's try for all the operations. Refresh the page, and 2 multiplied by 5 should be 10. Okay, 10 plus 10 should be equal to, we have this issue. Why is this issue? It's adding, but adding as a string, not as a number. So we need to make sure this should be the number. So we can write plus as to convert them into numbers. So now once again try. 2 multiplied by 5 is 10. plus 10 is equal to 20. Wow, very nice. Minus 5 should be 15. Cool. Divided by 3 should be 18. What? 15 divided by 3? How come? So once again, 15 divided by 3, 18. So we have some mistake here. So for the divide, we are having here, if we have a multiplication, let's see, I think we have done wrong on this sign part for division. On the division, yeah, we are adding it actually, so we need to say divide. Okay, got it. Let's try. So 15 divided by 3 is 5. Wow, very nice thing we have done. One more thing we can do here is go to the p tag here, and here just below the p tag we can define what operation we are doing here. Like, see, if I'm saying 2 multiplied by 5, we should show that below the 5 here. Okay, so we can create a small tag, and inside this tag I'm going to say, like, I need previous number, then I also need the selected operation, then I also need the current number. Okay, so let's try this. Refresh the page. 2 multiplied by 5 is equal to 10. And here we have some issue. So when we press this equal to sign, we need to clear the previous one also. Let's go at the bottom, and here we should have like, here we have, yeah, calculation is here, and after every calculation we need to say previous num dot value is equal to empty, and also selected operation dot value should also be you can say empty. When we have no operation selected, I should not show this v small. So if not v small, it just a small. So if selected operation is not having any value. Let's once again try. 2 multiply by, oops, we have some problem. So when I say multiply, let's see, 5. Okay, there is no problem actually. Okay, so fine, everything fine. Once again try. 2 multiply by 5, 10. Good, we have done that part. And also I'm going to give, let's move this v small inside this p tag, so that if I do like this, okay, we have some issue. Okay, no problem. Okay, so first is, I'm sure I make it 10 and move outside it, and give some height also, height of let's say 10, or not 10, let's say 5. And now refresh. 2 multiply by 3, and it should be, I think I need to give it like a 10, because when I do this it's giving, okay, so we have this v if, and that is making issue. What we can do here, okay, so we can have a div actually, that div is holding this, and this div is always available, doesn't matter what, which will have the height of 10. So refresh. Okay, so now see, yes, it is looking nice. Cool. Yeah, so then what we need to do, we need to actually remove some margin here. For margin top is there, margin bottom is 2. I think we can remove total margin for the p tag. In that case we have nice little one. Okay, so finally we have created this calculator. But next what we need here, we need to do something with the keyboard, not by just clicking it. To create something which just going to use the keyboard, we need to register the key binding to the window, not for these buttons, because buttons when pressed, then only can they do something. So here on the setup method on this composition API, we can use on mounted. So on mounted, we want to do something, and we are going to register the key bindings. So window dot add event listener, and event listener for key down, very important. And when any key is pressed, then we get the event, and for now we just log the event and see how this is going to work. So refresh this page, and when I press anything on the window, like here, you can see whenever I am pressing something, whatever I am pressing, it's just logged. And here they have lots of things, but we are interested in this key, which is actual whatever we have pressed. So now I can say key event dot key, refresh, and this time if I say Sarthak, and yeah, you can see SARTHK, whatever I type is there. So even if I'm clearing, that's also it's counting. But what happened here? Whenever we are pressing, we are getting the key. So what we need to do, we need to just run or execute this command, which is called pressed, and it should only pass the key. So let's try this. Refresh this page, and now I'm going to type 4 5, and I'm typing from keyboard, and then multiply, and we have an issue. So if we use the shift, it's adding that shift also. That also mean if I write something, I can get that also. So this is not we want. Oops, we have some problem. How we can solve this? So we need to only check for the numbers here, or when I press, we have this press. So if we have value C, if we have value equal to, if there is some operand, then do something, or if finally the value is a number. So I need to once again have the collection of numbers. So const numbers is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 0. If the value is including, or I can say numbers dot includes the value, then only do this, otherwise do nothing. Okay, once again try, refresh the page, and I'm pressing some letters, nothing is happening. But when I press numbers, still it's not doing anything. Why is that? I think this is because these are numbers, and event actually get as an string, so we can convert all of them into a string. Okay, once again refresh the page, and now if I type, yes, 43 is there, multiply, and multiplying by 2, and I need to press equal to 86. It's working fine. So what if I press C? It's cleared. Very easy thing. But we need to do the equal to part with the enter. So when I press 2 multiply by 2, and when I hit enter, it should do this part. So I need to check here, if value is this, that means equal to, or having enter, the string enter. Once again refresh the page, 2 multiply by 2, enter. It's not working. So we need to check what we are getting here when we press enter. So we can simply log value, and when I press enter, let's refresh this, press enter with a capital E. Okay, so this has to be capital E. Now refresh this page, 2 multiply by 2, enter. Still it's not working. Okay, so why we have, okay, we have an and. This is the mistake. We need to use or. Let's now work. Okay, 2 multiply by 2. Oops, we have some issue here. We have the issue. Okay, if value, okay, so that should be value is equal to, enter. Okay, now try 2 multiply by 2, enter 4, plus 5, enter 9, and I need to minus 1. Cool, everything is working fine with the keyboard only. I have not touched the mouse. Here we have some issue. If I say 1 plus 2, that's fine, but what if I change the operation? I want 1 plus 2 plus 3. If I hit equal to sign, it's still 5. It should be 6 because 3 plus 2 plus 1 is 6. So what is happening here? It's just operating on last 2 numbers we have. So what actually we need to do the calculation once we are clicking on the operation. So 1 plus 2 should be automatically return here 3 as I press on the operation. So 1 plus 2, but I have not pressed equal. Instead I press plus. It should return 3 here on the top, and then it should wait for the next key like 3. So 3 plus 3 should be 6. Okay, see, we have this pressed, and then we have this operation. We are applying the operation. On the apply operation, we are moving the current one to the previous, clearing the current one. But before clearing the current one, we need to actually, you can say, before doing anything, actually before doing all these things, we need to run the calculation part. So let's run calculate. So calculate is there. First we run the calculate, then we run all these things. Let's try 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus, you can see 6 is there, 4. Cool, so it should be 10. Once again, let's try it with 2. 2 multiply by 2 is 4. When I press on multiply, it becomes 4. Then 2, it should be 8. Yeah, then 2 becomes 16, and then finally if I hit equal to, it's now 32. So yes, it was so easy. We have actually changed the operations one by one. But one more thing is there. You can see we have added this window.add event listener. And what happened with that, I can show you by log out. That means console log e.key, like here. So what happened here? Let's go refresh the page. And we know whatever we type, not here, whenever we type on the here on the calculator, it just do that thing on the calculator, but simultaneously it's console log here because we have window event listener here. But what happened if I move to any other page? Still you can see it's applied. If I go to any other page, still you can see it's writing here on the text box. Also we have this log. So what we want, we don't want to have the window event listener for key when we move from calculator. That means we need to run the unmount part. So on unmount, when this component unmount, we need to remove the listener. Okay, so window dot remove event listener, and the event listener is key down. Let's try this one. Let's try to type something here. Yes, you can see everything is there, which is working fine. But if I go to the calendar and it says Second argument required. Okay, so here also we need to give the callback function which we have used here. So I'm going to create a function, and this function is called handle key down. This is going to get the event, and then we do this console part here, and then we refer that function inside the mounting, also on the unmount handle key down. Yeah, like this. Once again, try. Go to calendar, refresh the page, and yeah, 3 multiplied by 4 is 12 with the keyboard. Done. Go to calendar, type something, and heard that keyboard sound. It's not having any console log. That means we have properly removed the event listener. We can do one more thing. We can actually do things inlined, like here we have, and yeah, that's very nice. We have done that, and if you want, you can actually do that here also, like create a arrow function. So const handle keyboard key down is equal to e key pressed, and that's good. Go to keyboard or calculator, and once again try 4 plus 3 7. That's working, and you can do same kind of things wherever you have just one line. So you can create a single like arrow function here. Yep, we have this. And yeah, you can do the same thing with the other function if you want. So this is how we have created a very nice little calculator with the Vue Composition API. Now let's work on another project, which is a very simple reusable modal. So that means a simple modal, just like we have on login, is only for the login. But I want to use a simple modal where I can use it for any kind of modal, like on the login we can use, or maybe for register, or for anything actually. Once again, go here on VS Code, open the Explorer. On the pages, let's say reusable modal.vue, and here let's create a scaffolding called modal. And then on the router we need to register it. So let's say modal, and it's reusable modal. We need to import it from our pages like here, and it should be actually reusable and hyphen modal. Okay, that's good. And register on the app header. And what I will do, I will call this slider just as a slider, not slider carousel, because in that way it will just shorten the name. And on the to part, that means the URL, I will call it carousel. Okay, that's good. So after calculator, I can register one more called modal and call it modal. Okay, let's try. Click on modal. We are not having it, I think. Okay, so I have given reusable modal as the path. So here we need to give reusable modal. Once again, refresh the page and go to reusable modal, and we have this. Very nice. Cool. So as usual, we need to give here a class of flex width of full, and a div which is going to have a class of margin auto like this. And here I give the title as reusable modal, and here I can provide a hyphen like this. Okay, that's nice. And finally, let's give some class to Excel and margin y of 5. Okay, so that's good, but how we can create a reusable modal? So first I'm going to the components directory, because here I'm going to create a not directly I can create a file called reusable modal, or simply say modal.vue. So here I can say modal, and let's import this modal here inside the reusable modal. So import and modal from component. So that should be one level up actually. Yeah, component, and we have a modal. Let's inform our Vuejs that we have a component called modal, and we need to finally use this. So we can say modal, and let's self close it. So on the right you can see we have that. If I give this as a full width, and also if I can say flex wrap, so it will be moved into the new line, which is not done. Okay, actually the full width will go on this margin auto. No, that's not the case. Okay, I got it. I need to move this modal inside the margin auto. So we have here. Okay, next let's create this as a real modal, and for that I will copy things from login modal we have. So we have this section which is something like this, and for now I'm going to remove the close part. We have some issue here, it's not filling on the left side. So we have given top left, so what if I say left 0, not top left, top 0 and left 0. So now it is for the full screen. Okay, after that we need the real modal. Once again I can copy things till this point, and here I can do that, and then close all the divs. I think we have 4 divs. Yep, that's good. And now we can see we have this nice little modal, but this is has to be closed, and we know to close the modal we can use this close function, and here close method we have created. And remember, we are going to create a setup API, that means composition API, not setup. And here we need to create first we need to create a method called close, and let's close it. We have this method, and call it function, and then return close. And let's see, is it going to work? It says $emit is not defined. To solve this issue, I can actually have the second argument, which should be emit, which should be destructured. First one I don't want, that will be the props actually, but we don't want, so we can simply say emit, and now it's going to emit. But whenever it is emitting, we need to listen for its event. So at close we need to run some function, and which is actually going to close it. So once again, using the setup method for composition API, we can create a ref which is going to say const is open, or I can say is modal open. Is modal open is equal to have a ref of true, or I can say no, let's first take it true. Import destructured ref from Vue. Done. So we have done that. Let's return it also. Return is modal open. So we have done that, and now we just need to say is modal open is equal to false when I click on that. So currently it is here, but we also need to say vif is modal open. Refresh. Okay, it's opening, it's opened. Let's click elsewhere. it's not closing it. Why it's not closing? I think it is because we are listening for close only, but we have this close login, so we should do the close only, and then we have this close, and at close is modal open is false. Let's once again try. Click, and yeah, it is now removed. And you can actually track the events here. If you go on the Vue Devtool, instead of inspector, go to the timeline, and here we have a component event in a green color. So whenever I do something here, you can see we have this green color, which is telling you which event is open. So open login modal app header. But if I go on the modal and if I refresh this, actually after that, if I want to close it, then we have this green color event which is saying from the component called modal event is close. So it was very easy to close. So now let's have something so that we can open it. And to open, let's create a button here, and button says open modal, and at click is modal open will be true, and with that we should open that. Yeah, okay, so yes, it is working fine. But the important task, which is why we are here, is to use it as a reusable modal. How we can do that? So to make it reusable, we need to push something inside it. So let's use this modal as a not self-closing tag, but let's close it with its name. And then I will create a h1 tag, and I will say red modal. So this should be the red colored modal, but color we will set later. But I cannot see that text h1 here. Why? Because we need to tell our modal that, hey modal, accept whatever defined inside your structure as a children. So how we can do that? We need to go here and search for slots. Slots are a very useful thing when you want to push something inside the custom documentation, custom components. So here we can go, yeah, components in depth, we have the slot. So you can see they have this to do, and inside they have this add to do, but you can use this slot inside your component, which will make whatever you define inside the modal into that place. So here we are, and inside this div I want to create a slot here. So now this red modal h1 should go here. So let's go, and yeah, you can see red modal is here. So instead of this, I can actually do anything here. So I can say text is red 500, and yeah, it is there. So I can say red modal. This is a simple button name I have changed. So refresh, start with this. Yep. So we can actually set the initial value to false so that I can open it with my button. So click, yeah, we have that. This means we can also create a combination of this button and the modal with some other color or whatever you define here, whatever you want. So let's say I want to have a blue color. So let's call it blue here also, and name the blue here. Let's try. And if I click on red, still it's getting the blue. Actually what's happening, we are having the same you can say data for both modals. We need to actually change that because every modal has its own data. So what we can do actually for this, for that we need to define two different data. So one is modal open, and I can convert it to is red modal open, and do the same for blue one. is blue modal open like this, and for the blue one I can replace it like this, and this should be for blue, not blue, for red. And now see this. So we have two buttons, one red modal, cool, blue modal, cool. So this is the way we can add anything, but we can do a lot more thing with this. You know, the slots are very powerful thing because you can also define some named slots. So we can have the name slot, we have a render, render scope, no, fallback content. Yeah, so let's talk about the fallback content. So you can provide some data or fallback content inside the slot when you are not providing anything. So see, in the blue one, if I'm not providing anything, and if I'm trying to open after refreshing, if I'm trying to open the blue, you can see content is not there, but on the red it is there because red one has the h1, blue one doesn't have. So on the modal.view we have the slot, and here we can say provide some data here like this. So if I refresh once again, for the red modal you can see it's still saying red modal, but on the blue it's not saying anything. It should say that provide, that should be provide, by the way, provide. Okay, it's not giving that one. Why is that? Okay, let's remove totally and try. Okay, so we don't have to provide anything. Even a simple comment can be treated as something for the slot. So if I'm not providing anything, it will take the slot data as the fallback content. Otherwise it will take whatever you have provided and replace the slot. Next we have named slot. This is absolutely important thing. So what happened now? This modal is totally blank. If I'm not providing anything, it just say provide some data. Instead I'm going to give some h1 inside it, which would be like this one. So I just cut the red modal content and paste it here, and then I'm going to have a black color, or I'm not going to provide any class. Instead I can say a class for vuexl, which is making it as a text. And here what I want to have some data pushed inside the h1. So if I do this slot, everything we define, anything we define actually, so red modal, then we have p tag, and then we should have a section tag. Anything we define will go inside that h1. See, everything become h1. We don't want that. We want to provide some information that this slot, and giving the name, and that come inside the header like that. And when we are providing, when we are giving some data, we can use the template component and give the name as v slot and the name of the slot. So here I'm going to say this slot is having a name of title. So this is going to be title, and then we should have let's say main content and inside main content we will have a slot for, I need to close the slot, and then this should be named as body. And now let's go, and this red modal should be the title. So I need to use a template, and yes, template inside template. Inside template I will give modal, but v slot is the title. See this, they are giving like here. Okay, then if I do this and go here, refresh the page, And yeah, red modal is only available here, which is the title. But you can see the p tag and section is skipped because we have not defined anything for anything else. Like general slot is not available. All the slots are named slot. So we can move this into named slot, and to create a named slot we need to use the template and close the template, give v slot as body and provide this thing, so that if I refresh here, red modal become this thing and blue modal is still empty. Okay, so this is a red modal and this is the body content, this is the title content. Same thing we can do for any kind of thing, like if you have some footer or you want some buttons, like for the modal, you can define here. So this is the way you can provide slots with a named slot to make your component reusable. Now our modal is reusable because we can use it with any title, with any body. So let's define some proper content here, and I will say this is the body slot and just that thing only, nothing else. So we have this red one, yep. And for the blue modal I can copy these two things, and on the blue modal here we have paste it and call it, I can, instead of color I can say model 2, and here also model 1. Okay, this is the body slot for model 2. Okay, so this is going to work for both of them. Yep, model 1, model 2. And now I can change the name also. So instead of red modal I can call it is model 1 open, and instead of blue modal I can call it is model 2 open. So things become clear, and we can also provide some class for this button so that it will look like a button. So first border rounded, padding x of 2 and margin x of 4, and background of let's say blue 500. Refresh. Okay, that's good, but we can also give text white. Yeah, so red modal, blue modal, oh, we need to change the name also. So modal 1, modal 2. Cool. So modal 1 is there, modal 2 is there, but you know, we have very difficulties when we write v slots anytime. So there is actually shorthand for this. We can simply use, instead of v slot we can simply say hash. If I use hash and try, okay, that's not working. Actually we need to remove this colon, so just this thing, and yeah, it is working. So this is for, you can say, slot and name slot, and how slots work, and how you can create some reusable components. Till now we have seen that how we can use or actually reuse the component logics. So we got two ideas, like one, we can create a reusable modal, just like this we have created with the use of this slots, the name slots or normal slots. Once again we have a mix-in kind of thing where we can use some method again and again, and that is called reusability. One more thing we can use with the new composition API setup method we have, and we can create some use hooks. How it's going to look and how it's going to work, let's first understand with we have the page and we have a calculator. We are going to work on creating a hook which is going to useful for mounting and unmounting of any window event listeners. So first, what it's going to be, how it's going to be created. Let's go to the sidebar on this sidebar inside this utilities, I will create either you can say hook or you can say composition. So inside the composition directory, I'm going to create a hook called use window event.js. It's a simple JS file, not a Vue file. And make sure you use the name like the same, use window if event. Now export default, we are going to export a function, and function name should be the same, or actually I can say must be the same. So use window event. After that, this is a function, and in this function we want to perform some task, and the task is this one. So I can cut this 2 and paste it here. And on mounted and on unmounted, this is the events we get from Vue. So we need to import it just like we have imported here. Copy, and at the top we need to paste it. We don't want to use ref here. Similarly, we don't want to use these two here inside our calculator page. Now what's going to happen? We need to use this use window event inside our calculator in place of the event listener we had here previously. So we can simply comment this one or actually use it. So first say use window event like this, and we need to import this from our composition directory. So import use window event from, go to utility, composition, use window event. And also this use window event need this handle key down function, so we can pass that function here. So handle key down, and whenever we are calling this use window event hook, we need to pass the handle key down. Let's now see, is it going to work or not? So refresh this page, go to calculator, and you can see my mouse is here, and now I'm going to use the keyboard. 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 4 actually is 12, multiplied by 2 is 24. Working absolutely fine. Amazing thing we have done with the use of this composition API, and this is why this composition API is super useful. But we can move further and going a step ahead and make this event listener and removing of this event listener for any event. So just like we are accepting the function to, or you can say callback, you can also get the event name. And then instead of this key down, I can use that event name here. So we need to pass the event name, which is going to be key down. Okay, so now this will register and remove the key down event for window when component mount and when component unmount. Super easy things. Once again, let's try. 5 multiplied by 6, 30. Working fine. We can generalize this callback name to not key down. We can simply say handle event. Simple thing. And that's how we have actually created a very nice hook for our setup method or the composition API for the Vue. Now, benefit of this is that whenever we want to use this same event listeners, like we want to register event window event and remove it, we can simply use it like this. So now let's create another custom hook for our setup method or our Vue project, which is going to be similar for the mixin. We have this debounce. We are going to recreate this using composition API and creating a custom hook for use debounce.js. And let's open this debounce and see what we have. So we have this data here. So first export default a function called use debounce, and this is going to use a ref which we can import from Vue like this, and we can define it like const and timeout. Timeout is equal to ref with empty string. After that, we have one method called debounce. Let's copy that and paste it here. So this need to be a function like this. So I'm from mixing, I don't want that log. Instead of this dot timeout, we need to say timeout dot value because we are using ref. And now we need to assign timeout dot value and set timeout. So this is done, and now what we can do, we can simply return these things. So returning debounce function. Okay, let's go where we have used on DC heroes, and we have this mixin, I think. Okay, so we have removed that mixin from here. We have, I think, on the markdown, yeah, we have this debounce, and what we are using, we going to use debounce, this dot debounce method. See this. So I'm going to totally remove this mixin and this one also, create a setup method, and inside the setup method I'm going to use our use debounce like this, and we need to import it. So import use debounce from utility. So go upper directory, go to utility, composition, and use debounce, and this is actually going to return me returning the debounce function. So here we are having debounce function like here, but then we need to use this debounce not inside the setup method because we have mounted and method update. Whenever we update, then we need to run this debounce. So can we use this outside of the setup method? Let's try. So I will cut from the setup and paste it here. So use debounce, and then let's use this debounce here, and let's try it on the markdown. I will open the console. So is there any error? No, there's no error. It's now one thing is there, we don't have that autofocus. This dot ref dot markdown area focus is not working. No worries, and let's first, oh, it's working. So now let's try it. It's instant, I think. Once again, try hash hello, and yeah, it's instant. It's not working on this debounce. So we can actually go here and check if something is happening inside here or not. So let's go refresh the page and try it. So we are having it here, but you can see we are not getting the debounce. Okay, so that has to be only called once. So we can remove it, and on the mounted, let's do one thing. Let's do one thing. So let's create a debounce data, and on the mounted part I will say this dot debounce is equal to the debounce hook we have created. Move it here, is going to be simple this debounce, and finally we call it as it was previously. Now let's try once again. So this time I will write. You can see I'm writing and nothing is happening. As soon as I stop writing, it's now updated, and yeah, we have some issue with this. Okay, so this is working, but hello, how are you? How are you? So this debounce thing is working, and you have seen that we can use this hook, which is a composition API, but we are not using inside the setup method, and we have some hack kind of thing. We are getting it debounce, and then we are like here we are having it. Or you can actually, you know, directly do this. So you can simply remove it and directly, and instead of returning an object, you can directly return the debounce method. So in that way you can save one line. So how are you? Yeah, it's working fine. So these are the ways you can use your debounce or any setup method kind of things into its own dedicated directory or file actually, and then you can use it anywhere you want in your application. It will create your own you can say use hook collection. Maybe later you will have lots of use hooks, and it will actually save your time and have lots of fun. Let's now work on a real-time chat system using Firebase, and we have this real-time database. We are going to use this one. Also, we need at least 2 users so that we can see that people are chatting. So we have a user1@gmail.com, and the password is simple password. How we can get started? We have this documentation. So let's go to the documentation, and inside the documentation, let's go to the web part. And on this web part, if I scroll down, we have this real-time database. First, it says you need to set up your Firebase. We have already done all these things. So we can directly go on to the web get started part. So we need to use the real-time database, like simple Firebase database. So first start with creating a page. So let's open the sidebar. Here on this here on this pages directory, I can create a page called Vue chats.vue, and inside I'm going to simply start a scaffolding for chats, and make sure we have to register it on this router.js file, and this is chat. Actually it's chats, I think. Yeah, chats. It should be chat actually, not chats. Okay, got it. Chat. Close the sidebar and register it finally. So here we are, chat. And the final thing, we know we need to add it on our app header. So chat and chat. Done that, let's refresh, and here we are on the chat one. Cool. So since we have this chat, let's now try to fetch something from the database. And yes, we know something is not there. That means the database is empty. But how do we use the database? For that, you can see we have this read and write data. So first we need to create the instance of the database, and then if we want to use, then we need to define for which reference, that means for which collection you want to work upon. So let's do this and open the chat page. Here first I will create a setup method because we are going to use the composition API, and here on mounted part we need to do something. So on this on mounted, I will say const db is equal to, and we need to use the Firebase and make sure we import it. So import Firebase from, this will be from the utility /Firebase. So Firebase.database, and this is the db instance we have created. Now it says db is not used, so for now I'm going to log db and open the console. Here we have the issue. It says default.database is not defined, or not a function actually. Let's open the Firebase. It seems like everything is fine. But remember, when we had used the authentication system for Firebase, we have imported that module. Since we are going to use the database, we need to import Firebase, like here, Firebase / database. Okay, so we have done that. Now let's refresh once again and we should see something. Yeah, we are getting that here inside the console. So let's now fetch the chats, but here we can see we don't have any collection called chats. So how we can work on that? But what if we try to access the chat, and to access it we just need to say ref and the collection name. So we need to say like const collection is equal to db dot and ref, and the one is chats. So let's now say collection. Is it going to return a promise? I think not. Okay, so let's refresh once again, and this time we are getting something and we are not getting any error. So if I refresh here, we can see still I think we don't have anything here. Yeah, we don't have anything. But then we can actually manually set something here. So we can say chats is going to have like message is hey, and then we should need something else. Here comes the ID actually. So ID, and then comes some details. So we need to once again say like ID, and here we can add message hi, and then we can add one more ID2, then we can say message hello. So click on add, and we have done something. So we can add one more time. ID2 should have message of hello, add. Okay, so we have ID1 and ID2. Two messages are inside the chats. Let's go and see how we can get that. To read the data, we have on the right side, you can see we have the read data once. So when you get the reference for your collection, then you can say dot once and give me the value. Okay, so I need to say dot once and give me the value. If I do that, reload the page, it's now actually returning the promise. So we need to make sure we will use async and await. So I can say await, and we can actually have data is equal to await, and then console log the data. Reload the page once again, and this time we can see we are having the snapshot. So let's head over to the documentation, and whenever we get the snapshot, to get the real value we just need to say dot val. Okay, so data dot val comes here. So once again, yep, you can see we are having these two things. Super nice. Next, let's create some reactive data. This time, yes, we can use the ref, and I can show you like this. So this should be like const chats is equal to ref of empty object, and then when we have this thing, we can say chats dot value is equal to data dot val, and finally return chats. When we have done that, this means we can create a section inside a simple div, and we use v for chat in chats and give some key as chat dot message, and here we can show chat dot message like this. Now let's try, and you can see hi and hello is there. Very nice. So since we have these two things, I want to show you that instead of ref we can also use the reactive. So if I do that, and in that case we don't have to define directly chats. We can say const state is equal to reactive, and inside reactive then we need to define the object or the data we want to create, like this. So now you don't have to say value. So whenever you define reactive, you can directly say like state.chats, like this, and this time, actually this is a state, this time you need to return the full state. So the benefit of using reactive is that you just need to return state, not every ref you have created. So similar to here, we need to say state.chats. If I do that, reload the page, in some time, yep, it is same. Now you will say, what's the difference between reactive and ref? So see, whenever you have the collection of data, then you can define like this, and you cannot define like state is equal to ref and do this and chats is empty. If you do this, let's see what's going to happen. Then what you need to do, you need to say state.value.chats, and now it says reactive is, oops, so we need to say ref actually, and now it says parent node of null, some issue is there. It's working, but you know, it's not preferred because the ref is created for only one data, like true, false, and if you have some string in there. So it is working, but obviously not recommended. So when you need to use ref, when you have a true false boolean, you just have a simple string for you want to create only one data, then you need to use ref. Otherwise you can use the reactive, which is there. Okay, so this is working absolutely fine. We are fetching the data, and now I want to make this data field here as real time. And you will say, Sarthak, we have not done anything. No issues, we can still make things real time. So here we can go once again on the read and write part of this real-time database, and here we can see we have this listen for values. And to listen for the values, yes, we can have the reference for the collection, and on the collection we can say on, whenever there is a value change, get me the snapshot. What that mean? Inside this mounted part we can have like one more thing. So this is obviously, this is we are doing just for showing the data here. So along with this we can also do like const real time data is equal to, I think it is also returning a promise on, no, there is no promise actually. So we just need to say collection dot on and having the value, and then on the second as a callback function we need to define, and here we get the snapshot, and then inside this we need to simply say state dot chats is equal to snapshot dot value, or actually just val. So here we are, and we can move it above. So first it is actually fetching the data, and then it's listening for all the events. Let's try and see the real magic. And real-time data is assigned but never used. So actually we don't have to do that. Good. So we are having two like hello and hi. Let's now add one more here. So ID 3 and message is real-time message, or I can say message from future. Click on add. You can see third one is added. I'm just going to the Vue 3 and you can see message from future is automatically added. I have not refreshed this page. So this is the real-time feature. Let's now give this application a shape. For that, we need a simple text box to type the message. Okay, so first here we have all the messages. Below that, let's create a text box, and we know we need the v model, and v model for state dot, and let's define this is a temporary message, so I just say message, and this has to be here message like this, and let's return, and we don't have to return, we are returning the state, and that's why I like the reactive instead of ref actually. So we are having this v model, and let's try, is it working here or not? But where is the input box? Yeah, here we are, so we will style it later. So message is empty, and if I type, yep, it is working fine. Cool. So let's make everything at the center and style it and do all sorts of CSS stuffs. After doing some things, I have come up with this kind of designing, and usual flex with full margin auto to make everything at the center. Then we have a text real-time chat, which is the title, and then some border rounded large, so that's why we have this border. These messages, start typing at the last, and here we are. So what we need, whenever I type something and if I hit enter, then I need to append that here, or actually I don't have to do anything because we have the listener which is going to add our message. So very nice thing like at key down dot enter, actually dot enter. So whenever I press enter inside this input field, then I will say add new message, or you can call it anything. So I just say add message. So this is a function we need to create inside the setup method. So before I forgot, I just return it and I say function add message, and we know what we need to add. We need to add whatever we have inside the state message. So we need to add it from our database. So we have this collection here. So what we can do, actually, we can directly create a simple like collection state which is null initially. Then instead of saying like this, I can say state dot collection is this, then state dot collection we get from here, then once again state dot collection dot on. Is it going to work? Refresh the page. After some time, yep, message is here, it is working. But then we need to add something into the collection. We have to go here and let's see basic write operation. Whenever you want to write, you get the collection, we already have that, then just say dot set and provide the field you want to store. Super easy. So inside this add message, we have state dot collection like this, and then dot set and setting a message of whatever we have inside the state dot message. This is, I think, returning some promise. Once again, no, not returning any promise. So we just need to do this, and after doing that, we also need to clear the message we have inside the text box. Okay, so let's do that. Refresh this page, and we are having these messages, and I say I am from input field, hit enter. Nothing happened. Or let's go to the database. It says I am from input field. So what happened here? We are using set method, and if you go here, you can see it says the set method override the data for a specific location. And if I go to the next article, here we can see it says if you want to push, that means you want to append, then you need to use actually the push. First you need to create the reference, new reference, and then use the set. So how this is going to work? First, let's delete everything from the database. So now the database is empty. Then let's go here, and first we need to use and say const new chat is equal to state.collection dot push. This is going to create a new chat actually, and new chat dot set these things. Okay, once again refresh the page, start typing and say hey and hit enter. We are having some issue and it says insert is not a function, and where we are inserting, and okay, see, we are let's actually comment this one on, that means real-time checking. So refresh this page, still database is empty, and now try hey, enter. We are not getting any error, and yes, we have something inside the database. Very nice. So we have that here, and what we need actually then, why it's giving error, we can take that thing later, why we are having the error here, but for now we can see everything is fine. So after that, we actually need to add the user ID here, so that we can identify the message who has sent that message. So once again, clear the database, and since we have the login system, we can log in here like this, and it's having some issue, I think, yeah, because the username is user1@gmail.com. I have changed the name, and yeah, we are having that. Now we are logged in, but how we can get the user information? So here it's given somewhere that we can use a user ID like here. So we need to pass the user ID. For that we need to fetch the user ID, or we can have user ID from Firebase Auth current user ID. Yeah, very nice. Let's grab that, and when we are trying to add, so Firebase Auth current user ID, so let's add user ID field here and the message. Okay, so once again, database is empty. Let's go here and say hey, hit enter. Yeah, we know it's not popping up there, but inside the database we have the user ID and the message. Also we have the collection ID, this one. Very nice. So we can also send hi, and we have another one which is hi with the same user ID. So this is how we can add the data here. But then next we need to see how we can add the data here. So we are getting, let's see what we are getting on the state, actually not the collection. On the state we are getting chats as null. So chats are null. So what that mean, we have the collection, we are waiting for the collection value, and then we are setting this data.val function. So if I just log the data, let's see what we are getting here. We are getting data snapshot. If I say val, the value, and yes, we are getting here. So what's the issue inside this? If I remove that, reload the page. Okay, so we are having it here, and I think when I try to add the new one is not adding, and we know why it's not adding, because we have commented this state.collection on the watcher or the event listener. No worries, we will take care about that later, but this is a very nice functionality we have done. Let's now open incognito window and go to localhost 8080. This time go to chat, but before that I need to say user2@gmail.com, login, and see all the three messages are here. Now we can say hi user1. So user 2 is saying to the user 1 that hi user 1. We have a fourth message which says hi user 1. This is very nice from the user 2. But as usual, first we need to move the messages according to the user. So the current user has to get his messages on the right side, and the incoming message should go on the left. So to do that thing, we need to actually move the user ID into the state. So we can say user ID is null initially, but we can grab this here and move it on the mounted. So we now say that state.user_id is equal to get from auth, and here we can say state.user_id. So we need to provide user ID is state.user_id. Okay, so that's nice. This means now we can go on the v_for, and here we can create a simple span tag where I can put it here, and then we can say we can actually provide the style. So if I say style and direction, if I say right to left, let's see if I refresh, and it's not there. Okay, so we can use a class actually, and we can say for this class as align light float right. Is it? Yes, float right is there. Everything is now floated to right side. I think we need to provide the class as width full, and if I do that, still the same. And now if I say right, okay, so one thing I got so I can totally remove the span tag and simply say text right. I have sometimes forgot these things. So this is the simple class we need to give, and I was just doing all sorts of funny stuff. So let's bind this class, and I need to say that if chat.user_id is equal to the state.user_id, if this is the case, then move the text to right side. Otherwise, make it left, so we don't have to say this. Yeah, that's amazing. You can see this is very nice we have here. So let's make it real time. For that, we can go to the documentation, and here we can see working with the list of data. We have list of data, then we have various events like child added, child change, child removed. So added, change, remove, moved. So we need to care about remove and child added. Okay, so how we can do that? Here we are using the collection on value, and now for the list we need to say child added. So whenever we do this thing, let's log snapshot dot value, and here you can see we are getting 4 different values because we have 4 messages. We can also get the key like data.key given here, so we can do the snapshot.key, and we are getting the key only. Okay, so here we have the key, just the key, and what we can do, we can first let's remove this one, because we are doing the same thing here and here. We are fetching all the data at once, and then we are fetching each data one by one. So we don't want that, because if we remove this part, child add part, then we cannot make a real-time system. So we need to remove this collection from here, and you can see we are creating this Firebase database and fetching the reference inside the mounted part, and we are using this collection state to share the state or the reference here. Instead of this, we can go to the Firebase, and here is the Firebase, and just here we can do this part. Okay, so here we are, and now I can say const. Actually I need to say export const, and it is chats ref, and this chats ref we can import from Firebase. So chats ref, and then wherever we are using state.collection, let's use chat ref or chats ref. Actually remove this collection because we no longer use it. And if we do this, let's see, is it any error? Yeah, we have some error here, and that error is because it says UID of null. So UID of null means it's not getting the current user, and that is happening because Firebase authentication has not been established and we are trying to get the user. So we need to wait for some time. And before it was working because before we had used this await part, and that's why it was working before. But now we don't have await before this auth, so we can move this auth inside this child edit. We will tackle this thing later, but for now it will solve our issue. Okay, so we are not getting any error. And now let's do one more thing. Let's change this chats from object to an array. This means I can simply say state.chats.push, and pushing an object which is going to have a key of snapshot.key and spread snapshot.value. Okay, so let's remove this console and let's refresh here and refresh here, and we will see we will have the data. Yeah, we have the data from there and here, both places. And let's do side by side, and then I can just remove this Devtool and let's try. Hey from left, and if I hit enter, and you can see here from left is sent here and it's received on the right side. So this is how we can create a simple chat application or real-time chat application using this Firebase real-time database. But still we have the issue with this auth, or you can say current user ID. Every time it's asking for the ID from the Firebase, and if we have thousands of messages, then it will going to run for 1000 times, which is very inefficient. Also, we have the user logged in information inside our app. We have app.vue. How we can actually transfer this information is logged in information, this one, from app to chat. How we can do that? So for that we are going to use now Vuex. So when you go to the documentation of Vuejs, if you go to the ecosystem, you will find this Vuex. It's very important to go from here because it's Vuex. This one is for Vue 3. So yeah, how we can install it? Here we are. We need to say npm install Vuex, but if you are using 3, then you need to use Vuex next. That means Vuex 4. So here let's paste it, and while this is installing, let's see the next step. It says with Vue 3 you need to create this kind of structure. So we should have a create app, then we need to use the create store, and then we can create the store, and we can say app.use and use the store. But if you go here, yeah, application structure, general application should have something like this. So main, we have then API, then we have components, we already have that. Then we can create a store directory. Inside that we will hold index.js file, and from there we can actually import our store, and then we can provide the store here inside our store. Okay, so after that we have a get started, and it says Vuex 3, which is for Vue 2, but Vuex 4, which is for Vue 3, we can create something like this. Okay, so let's copy this one, go and open the sidebar. Let's close everything, and inside source directory, let's create a new directory called store. And store is a centralized store. That means you can do anything from any component. Let's create index.js and then paste it. Obviously we need to say export default here and exporting the store. Since we are exporting from here, go to the main.js file. Here we can import it just like we are importing the router. So import store from like store index. Here we have, and then we can simply say app.use store, and that's done. And actually, if you are first time using Vuex, I will explain it. Let's see, is it working fine? So create app is defined but never used, so we don't have to use create app here. And now I think the Vue Devtool doesn't support Vuex currently. So what we can do to show you that we are having this store, I will go to the home page. Here we are. Open this home.vue, and on the mounted hook I'm going to log this $store.state, and now you can see we are having this count as 1, and that we have defined inside this state, which is returning count as 1. Cool. But what exactly this store is? So as the name suggests, it's a store. What a store means? A store means you can actually put something inside the store from any component from your application, and then you can fetch that similar data from any other component. So it's called centralized store, or simply state management system. So how you deal with it? Generally you have the view. From there you create some action. That action changes the state, and that state is reflected inside the view. We will see this later if you are not getting it. Know anything about Flex, Redux, then it's actually the same thing. So in a full way, you can see we have a view component. Then from there we dispatch some action. So to trigger the action, we say dispatch action. That action can commit mutation, because state can never directly be changed. We need a method called mutations to mutate, or I can say change the state, and then that changed state will reflect into the view component. Let's see these things in action. Okay, so how we are going to do, the goal of using Vuex in our application is that we have the Vue app.vue, and here we have this is logged in, and also we have this auth user. So we need to create this is logged in inside this state. So instead of count, I will say is logged in as false. So we have created that, and as we know, in our home we are logging out store.state. So if I refresh on the home page, we are getting is logged in as false. That's good, we have done that. But this is the fetching of the data from the store. How we can actually change this state value? Remember, from this diagram it says whenever you want to change the state, you need the mutation, and here we have the mutation. So here we go to the mutation, and to create a mutation you just need to create a mutation object. Inside that you define some function, and that function automatically get the state, whatever we have defined here at the top, and then you can do anything with that state. If you're not getting, once again go here and let's go to the store we have. After this state, we can create mutations is an object. Inside this object, let's create a function and let's say set login or set is login is logged in. I'm setting this so we automatically get the state, and then we can say state dot is logged in because this is the state reference we are getting here. So state dot is logged in is equal to true. Okay, so this mutation is created, but how we can trigger this mutation? Remember from the previous, we need to commit, and generally you can also directly commit from the component. So let's go to the mutation once again, and you can see it says store dot commit and the name of the mutation. Okay, so here we go to the app.vue. After this, if we have the user, we need to say this dot $store dot commit and the name of the mutation, and the name of the mutation we have given is set is logged in. So set is logged in is true. So we can totally remove this is logged in information from here, or let's keep it here, we will check that later. Okay, so that's good. And if I refresh once again, so initially it's saying it is false, but what we can do somewhere else, actually instead of having this on the console, we can actually create a data field which is going to return the store, and initially it is empty object, but when it is okay, this is good. So I can directly say like this dot $store dot state. So I can totally remove this mounted part, and now let's open the Vue Devtool. Here we have this home page, and yeah, you can see now this is logged in true. And if I comment this part and reload this page, you can see it is false. So it's becoming true because of the Firebase commit here, and yeah, it is true. This means you can fetch the information just like here we have from any component you want. So this is very nice. We also have this auth user which we are setting here. So we can once again go to the store and then say auth user, and it is empty initially. So when we are setting logged in information, we can also do one more called set auth user, which will get the state, and we need to say state dot auth user is equal to, but how we can pass the data from set auth user, the mutation, and we need to do the same kind of mutation set, like we have to say set auth user, but we need to pass the data. So let's go to the documentation here, and whenever you want to pass the data as a second argument, you can pass it. Let's go, and as a second argument we can simply say we want to pass this user. Now once again go, and here we can accept it as payload, or you can name it anything. You can name it data, but generally it's preferred to say payload. And then whatever the payload we are sending is assigned to the state.auth user. So in the mutation we have two functions which is going to update the value of the state. We cannot directly update the value of a state. So that's we have done, and once again go back to this home, and let's try to check what we are having here. And this time you can see we are having the user information. Super easy things. But now we need to remove it from the home page and also close this main. We need to remove these two things from here and also these two things from here. And if I go at the top, you can see is logged in is required for app header. So let's open app header. Inside this app header, we are accepting it as a prop and we are using it to show or hide the login and logout buttons. So now instead of passing it from here as a prop, we can directly get that data is logged in information from the store. So here we have a data, here we have a list, and we can simply say is logged in is going to be this dot $store dot state, and then we need to actually remove this prop because we are not accepting, we are not using it. And then since we have this is logged in, I can actually say store, it is correctly the store. Then I can say store dot is logged in and show and hide according to that. So reload this page and it is now converted to logout. But this is not the preferred way of using the data from the store. Instead, what you need to create the computed property. So I can just undo this and now remove it, create a computed property. So I can say computed is going to be is logged in, which is going to return this this dot $store dot state dot is logged in. Okay, now once again if I refresh, you can see now it is working and we have the logout at the top. So this is the way we have to use the Vuex store to minimize the sharing via prop, or if we want to share it on a larger scale, that we can do. That means we have this Vuex, we have used this Vuex to do very important thing, because on our chats we want to use the user ID. So see, we have this now composition API. So we need to create the user and as a computed property. So we need to say computed, not compile, computed, and this is going to return store. How we can access the store from this setup, because here there is no store available, but we are using Vuex 4. So Vuex 4 provide a very nice use hook which is called use store, and we need to import it from Vuex. And now after this we can say user will be, first we need to actually get the store. So const store is equal to use store, and then we can say store we have dot state dot user, or actually it is auth user. Okay, so we should get the user information from the computed property on our chat. So it says user assigned but never used. Obviously we need to export it from the setup method. Let's see, refresh the page. We are on the chat. Yeah, we are on the chat application, and go to view, go to the chat. On the computed, actually on the setup, we are having the user, and yes, we are having this user. Cool. So we can do one more thing, like we can directly grab the user from here and actually grab the store, not the user. So grab the store from here, and then we have this auth user from the state. So once again, it's actually the state, destructured state. Let's try, and state has already declared. State is already declared. Where? Okay, so this is the real state. Oh, so we don't have to use that state. So it's fine. We can use the store.state.auth user. So fine, this is nice, but is it going to give us the user ID? So .uid, how about this? So what we are getting if I say .uid on the auth user? Yes, we are getting this user auth uid. So now we can, instead of this, I can say ID, that means user ID, and we can remove this reactive state user ID. And now we can export user ID, and here we are actually using this user ID, state.user ID. We don't have to use this state.user ID because now we are fetching it from the store we have, not the simple local state. Okay, so is it going to work now? It says Firebase. Okay, so we can remove the Firebase here, but we are using chats ref. Fine. Now let's try this. We have the chat. Yep, it is fine. And now I think we have some issue because these are not properly aligned. So what we can check here, chat.userid state. Okay, so it's not state.userid because state is a separate thing and then user ID is a separate thing. So now we need to just directly check for user ID. Yeah, now it's working. You can see the messages are on left and right. That means it's fine. So this is the power of using Vuex. So now let's try to log in, and after login, yeah, everything is fine. But let's now try to log out. What happened? Something is wrong. Open the console and now click on logout. Still we are not getting anything. What happened? Actually, if I go here on the app header, we can see we are having this logout, which is having this logout function here, and it says Firebase auth sign out. So whenever we sign out from here, we go to the app.user, this will trigger and it says, okay, there is no user. That means set login to false and auth user to empty. But we don't have these things in our app.view data. We are using store. So we need to once again do the same thing here, and this time for the user I'm not giving anything and I will say empty object. So we solve that problem, and for this we need to say here like false. We need to send this false information for set login. So let's open index from the store, and here when we set is logged in, we need to accept the payload like here, and instead of true I can say I want the payload, and then I can also pass from here the true like this. Now let's try and see, is it going to work? So refresh. Currently logged in, not logged in actually. Let's go to the home page, login, click on login. Yes, we are logged in. Click on logout, and simply very quickly we are logged out. So we have solved this simple problem. But next you can see I don't want people to go to the chat section because here we need the user ID. So that means we need the logged in user. So we need to protect this. So for that we need to go to the Vue Router and make sure we go to the Vue Router for Vue 3 actually. So I can move from here, which is next.router.vuejs, and here we can have like protecting route. So name route is there, redirect, dynamic matching, yeah, navigation guard is there. So we can have the router dot before each, and then we can do something, or we can provide like here somewhere we have yeah. So for the every you can say route we define, we provide before enter what we want to do. So we need to check if user is logged in or not. Otherwise we can redirect to elsewhere, like for the home page, let's say. For that we need to go to the router. So router.js, here we have, and we have the path component, and here after this we can say before enter. This is going to be an arrow function, and here we can say log I am working. So this is before enter is working. So let's open this Devtool, and now we have this I am working here. Cool. So how we can actually check? So we know that the logged in information is inside this store. We need to access this store, but how we can access it? Here is no Vue instance, so we can directly import the store from here. So import store from, and we have a store, and then we have an index. And now let's log, instead of this I am working, let's log store, and open once again the Devtool. And this time you can see we are having the store, and this store is having the state, which is here, and we can see the data we have is logged in is false, user auth user is not there. So we need to grab this information, and we know how to grab the information from store. We need to say store.state.is logged in. Let's try this. And now it says something. Oh, it's not saying something. So we can say store dot, oops, we have done this wrong. So store.state dot is logged in, and yeah, we are getting false. So if we are getting this as a false, then we need to redirect user to the home page. How we can redirect? Once again, go to the documentation for Vue Router, and as a third argument for this one we get the next function. So somewhere it's given here, I have already saw that, yeah, this one. So next is there, so we can use this next to move user to the next part. So I can say next, and this is the third argument actually. So first we can say underscore, and then also underscore, and then we grab the next. That's it. So obviously inside this next we need to define where we want to redirect, and redirect to the home page. And now it says already defined, so we can see we can use double underscore. Okay, so yeah, you can see we are on the chat, but it's not. Okay, so that's because we have to say if not of is logged in, then redirect. And you can see if I try to visit chat, I'm clicking there, it's not working. I'm clicking on the modal, it's working. On the chat, it's redirected me to the home page. This is actually called the middleware. But what if I am logged in? So if I try to log in, I am on the home page. Let's click on chat. Nothing is working there. Why is that? Because whenever we are using next, we need to tell that after doing everything, like on the else part, after doing everything, if it is not logged in, move to the home page, otherwise move to wherever the user want to go, which is the chat application. So after doing that, still I'm logged in, click on chat, and easily I can visit the chat application. That means this middleware is working fine. But then what if I want to have the same thing for the modal and for the calculator? So in that case, repeating this thing is not good thing. How to tackle that? Once again, go here, and on this thing, on this Vue router, you can see we have a route meta fields. Meta fields you can define if the required auth or not, or you can define any middleware kind of things here also. So then for each of the router you can check if the meta has this thing, then do something whatever you want actually. So now let's try this one. So here we can say meta, and here I'm going to define like defining this thing required auth, or you can say define middleware of auth. This is the one I am defining as a meta. So now before actually exporting it, I can say router dot before each we get to, we get from, and then we get next as the arguments, and it's given here to, from, and okay, so that's good. Let's try this. I don't think we need the next. Okay, so that's actually inside this, we don't have to use it. So we have an arrow function like here, and inside that we have a to and a from. Now let's log with to.meta if there is some meta for this one, and for now we don't need the from. And here for this we don't have any meta. Go to chat. Yes, we have a meta with the middleware of auth. So now we need to check if to dot meta dot middleware is there. If this one is available, then we need to log this middleware name, which we know is auth. So it's refreshed, and we need to go to the chat. It says auth. This is the middleware. Okay, so we need to create a file inside a directory called middleware. So let's create a directory called middleware, and inside that I'm going to create a file called auth.js, and I'm using the name as auth.js as the middleware name we have defined here, exactly same thing, because now I want to call the function from this file actually. For that, let's go to auth and say export default a function, and for this I just do the log anything, and then dynamically require that file. So I will say const middleware is equal to, we are going to say require, and requiring with the dot middleware and then the name of the middleware, which we get from the meta. So from here we are, and then try to now log the middleware from the middleware directory. So reload this page and go to the chat, and we have this, but on that we are having the default. So we can say if we have the middleware, so if middleware is there, then call middleware dot default. So because we are going to create, we have actually created this default function, export default. Now it should log this ASDF. Go to chat, ASDF is here. So once again refresh and try. ASDF is there. Good. So this means since we are having all these things, we can pass to, from, and next, which we can fetch from here, to, from, next, and then this will accept the to, from, and next. So we just need the, you can say, next only, and also we can have the store. For now actually we don't want to send the to and the next. We can just send next and store. So here we can have our logic. We had the logic here, so we can cut from there and paste it. So if we don't have the logged in user, go to the base URL, otherwise go to wherever you want to go. So let's remove this before enter from this chat, and let's try to have our middleware which we have created. So I think from is not required, so I can actually use underscore so that we will not get any error. Finally we are here, but okay, so we are here, everything is good, but it's not working. I think it's not working because we need to say if there is no middleware, like here, or I can say if there is no middleware, then call next like this, and if I refresh, so now we have DC heroes working, calendar working, markdown, slider, calculator, modal, and now if I go to chat, it is working. What if I log out? I'm logged out. Let's refresh this page, and yes, I am redirected to the home page. Try to go to chat. I cannot. Wow, this is nice. We have created, or we have implemented our own, you can say, middleware. So here also we can say if the middleware file is not exist there, then also we can move the user to wherever he want to move. That's fine. So we can simply, if we want, we can add this meta to any other file or any other path we want. So let's add this to calculator also so that we should have the middleware for the calculator. That means only logged in user can access this calculator. Okay, so try to log in, and that's good. Click on calculator. Yep, yeah, that's good. And the final thing is that if I log out and try to access calculator and chat, it's like these buttons are not active. So instead of this thing, I can first close these things and go to the app header, and whenever we click on any link and then we have some redirect part, then we should open this modal so that the login modal, we can open it so that people should know that, yep, if I'm trying to go to the calculator, that means I should log in first. So what we can do here, we can first move the logic of opening and closing of modal from this app to the store. So open the index store, and now here I can move this logic is login open to false initially. So I can totally remove the data from our app, and now we need is login modal. Where is login modal? Oh, it's a component. Okay, so then is login open is used on various places. So first let's say if of is login open. I can remove it, go to login modal, and we should have something here. Okay, so we can create a computed property so that we can have is login from the component. I just want computed. So I think we already have that. No, we don't have. So computed, yeah, got it. So computed property is there, and from the store we can say is login open. This will going to return this dot dollar store dot state dot is login open, and we can use this one for vif. So let's create a div, call it vif is login open, and let's finally close this div. Yeah, now let's try. If I click on login, it should first open the Moodle. Yes, we are getting the error, no issues. So go to the app header, we have this login button. When we click, we are saying that $emit all these things. Now we don't have to do the emit part, we can say open login, a method we can create. So here we have open login, and here we just need to do a commit. So this $store dot commit, and commit is open login modal, or you can directly say set login modal general form, and setting as true. That's an important thing. So here let's create a mutation called set login modal, use a state and use the payload, and then state dot is login open going to be the payload we define. Okay, so we have done that. That means if I go on the app, we are not emitting any event, so we don't have to listen for that event. So let's go refresh the page and try to click on login. Yes, it is opening, but it's not closing now. And we need to do the same thing from here. So let's remove this, and on the login modal we have this close method where we are doing this thing. Instead of that, we can just set this commit, and this time it should be the false, not the true. Finally, reload this application, and we are still getting some error. It says focus of undefined on login modal. No, not on login modal. It's yeah, it's on login modal. So focus of undefined. So email ref, it says is undefined. So is there input field email ref is there? Why it's creating the problem? This dot. So let's first solve this, then we will check the next part. This dot $refs, and refresh this application. You can see we are not having any ref. So instead of refs, I can say only ref. Okay, so yeah, we have the issue here for our ref we are defining. Okay, no problem, we will check that later. So for now we have just commented that. That means if I now try to open the login modal, it's opening, close, closing. Yeah, that's done with the use of Vuex. And since we have the store, and we can go to our router, and when we are saying that if you found this thing, like if the middleware is available, we are calling this middleware, which is auth.js. So we are saying that if not logged in, redirect to home page, but also store.commit, and I think I have, yeah, so store.commit set login modal to true. This means, it simply means that if I try to click on calculator, you can see I am logged into the base URL, but also this login modal get opened. Same for the chat. That's good. Click on login, and now we can access the chat, we can access the calculator, and no issues is there. So this is a way we can do some sort of things, and we will check why we are getting this error. So for now, let's move ahead. Next application we are going to work is with the Axios, that means calling an external API from Vuejs. For that we need Axios. So let's go and see what is Axios and how to use it. Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for browser and Node.js. That means you can simply you can say like send a GET request, POST request, any kind of request. Or if you don't want to use it, you can use the normal fetch API from the JavaScript core library. Okay, so we need to install it. So npm install Axios. But which API we are going to use? And there is a reqres actually. Reqres, yeah. Reqres is a very nice testing API where we can use this to test our application. And here we have this API, and we just need to say reqres.in/API/users and page whatever you want. So first let's create a page in our application, and I call it user_crud.view. Create a scaffolding user_crud, and then app header will have the user_crud. So I can say user and space crud. Then here we have a user_crud added. Go to the router. Here also we need one more for the user_crud. So just after the chat we can say user-crud. Component is user_crud, and we don't want any meta, that means the middleware. So yeah, like this we can import it, and now it's ready. So user_crud page is ready. We can click and we are here. Very nice. So once again I can have a section and give this section a class of flex and like full width. Then we know we have to give a div with a class of margin auto, and then once again user_crud. It should be at the center. We have. Now how we can call this API? So we need to grab the URL, and then on the mounted part, and let's use the setup composition API on this mounted. So on mounted we should call this using Axios. So first we need to use the Axios. So we can say import Axios from Axios, and dot, it's a GET request on this URL. If I do this, let's go on our application, open the network tab, and we should see, if I refresh, we should see a request. Yep, we have a users and we are getting all these things like add, we have data which we require, then page number and all sorts of things. Okay, so we need this to be async so that we can await it and get the data. So we can say const give me the destructured data if I await it. And then let's create a reactive property or ref. Let's use ref actually. Const let's say data is equal to ref of empty object, and then I think I changed my mind and I want to use the reactive. And then I can say const state is equal to reactive an object, the data is equal to empty object. I think it is an array. Yeah, it's an array. So we need to return the state like here, and finally we need to say state dot data is equal to the data. Okay, so that's good. And once again we should see on our view, and we have a user_crud, and we have a data and data. So data inside data. So instead of data, I can call it users. Yeah, users is good. So users is here, and now it's renamed to users. So if I refresh once again, users is here. Cool. Now what next? We need to loop over this users. So let's create a simple div. Inside this div, I'm going to create a let's say ul and then li, and then for this li we have to use v for user in users.data. Important thing, users.data. And what we are getting, actually we are getting the id also, so we can make the key as user.id, and inside that we can create a p tag which is going to hold the username. So user dot, is it name, first name, last name, and avatar, and also email. So user dot first, first with underscore, yes, first name, and then last name, and then email. Yeah, that's good. And try it. Refresh the page, and we have the errors. It says children of null. What's that mean? Okay, so I think this has to be state.users.data. Now once again refresh. Yeah, we have the data. Cool. So now let's style this and make it a simple table actually. So I'm going to convert it into a table. Table has t head and t body. In the t head we have a t head, that means heading part, which is going to hold, firstly I need to say t row. Inside that we have a header, and then we should have a id field, then we have first name, and then last name, then email, and initially we should have the avatar. Okay, that's good. Now in the body tag we need one more tr, and this loop should be for this tr actually, table row, and then table data, and the table data is exactly this thing. So cut this, remove this ul, and paste it, convert this p into table data td, and that should be the case. Wow. Now let's design it, and to design I will move it something like this, and let's zoom out a little bit, and here also. Okay, so first we need, so we can start from here, table data. So we have these table datas. We can give the border, we can give padding x as 2, and padding y as, let's say padding y2 and x4. Okay, looking nice. And we have first name, last name, and email, and we also have avatar. So first we also need to give that, we have a user dot id. Okay, id, avatar, first name, last name, and email. So first name is there, last name is there, avatar is missing. So now I need to say avatar, and actually that has to be inside a image tag. So let's have inside an image tag, source is the bind source here, and call it user dot first name, and bind the alt tag also like here, and also give the width as let's say 80, and giving a class of rounded full. Let's try it. Cool. So instead of 80 I can provide 50. So nice of this thing. And same thing we can do with the table head. Class padding x of 4, padding y of 2, and actually that is padding y, and finally give the border. That's nice. Here you can see a nice little table. We can also provide some margin here for this table. So margin top 10, not the table, just the div. So we have a very nice table created. Cool. So currently we are just getting 6 datas, and we should able to move to different pages because this is a very nice table we have created. So what we can do, we can have a simple left and right button so that we can move to the next page. Okay, so after this T body we can create 2 buttons. So button is going to have this kind of and this kind of. I think we can create the next button and then we should have a previous button. Okay, that's good. So let's move it inside a div like here, and then we can provide this as a flex and justify between so that it will be on the left and right, and move previous as a first one. Then let's simple design it so that we have a padding x of 3 and padding y of 2, once again border, rounded, and having a shadow. Cool. So we can also do one thing, like when I hover it, then I need shadow, otherwise not. So when I hover it, I have the shadow. Okay, so when we click on the next, we need to open or actually fetch the next part of this API, the user data we have. So on the next, we have an @click and call it next. Let's go to the setup method, that means the composition API we have, and here call a function called next, and this is going to once again call the same thing, but this time we are going to provide page as 2 and then setting the data. Okay, that's good. And why it's not auto formatting? I think we have some issue somewhere. It's not auto formatting. Okay, I got it. This function has to be a sync function. Yeah, now it's auto formatted. Yeah. Okay, so next is not exported from here or returned. Okay, so now let's try. If I click on next, you can see it's now changed to the next page, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Once again next, and I think they don't have the more than 2 pages. So from here I can check page 3. Total pages are 2. Here you can see it's given. See, so total pages 2, 1. What if I say page number 0? So page 0 is also there, then page 1 should be there, then page 2. So total pages are 2, page 1 is there, and page 2, only 2 pages are there. Okay, no problem. So let's work on the previous, similar to this, @click previous, and we should have the same thing for the previous, and it's going to return the page 1 and setting the data once again. And as usual, I forgot to return this previous. Okay, so we are on the first page, click on next. We are on the second page, click on previous, we are on the first page. So this is the easy way. But you know, if there is no previous page, that means if I am on the first page, I should disable this previous button. So how we can do that? You know, we have the current page information which is given here. If it is 1, then disable the first one. If the current page is equal to the total page, then we should disable the next one. And every information is here inside the user. So what we can say, we have the disable attribute and we are binding it with the user.page. If it is equal to 1, then disable it. So let's try, and it's having some issue. Yeah, we have some issue. Open and page of undefined. Okay, so it says undefined page of 2. Okay, so this has to be an object actually, and then if I try it, still we have the same issue, page of undefined. I got the point. Once again, it's actually users, and that also has to be state.users.page. Reload, and yeah, we have this. But this time you will see that if I try to yeah, you can see I'm pressing it, but nothing is happening, and the function is not actually called. But if I click on next, it's working, and this time if I press on previous, it's working. So let's disable this one, but before that, let's bind a class so that we should have some different dull effect on the previous if it is disabled. So once again, we need to check this. If this is true, then background should be gray 100. Otherwise, nothing is there on the background. So let's refresh, and now you can see it is here, and we don't want the shadow part also if it is not the active one. So yeah, you can see it's inactive and I cannot press it. There is nothing here. Same thing we can do for the next part, the next button. Actually, we can have this thing, but this time the logic is little different. If page is equal to state.users.total_pages, like here we have total pages. If this is true, then total pages is there, and we can use the same here also, like this. Try it, and obviously the first page is there, that means next page is available. Click on next, next become disabled, and previous is becoming active. So we can remove this from the next, the hover part, and now when it is active, when it is inactive, it's not having any shadow when I hover over it. But if I go on the previous, next become active and everything is fine. So this is fine, but you can see in our Axios, we are giving this and we are repeating this URL many times. So generally what happened when you have any external API, so API URL should be on the environment variable, and for that we will create a .env file. So let's create a .env file, and inside that we can define the URL like API_URL, and API URL is this one, till API. So let's grab it, like hit and paste it. We don't have to provide the quotes, it's fine for here. And then how we can use that API URL, then we can say actually we need to use backticks now, and then we need to say inside this process.url not process.url, process.env.api_url. Let's try, is it going to work or not? So we have done that on the next part. So if I click on next, no, it's not working. Why? Because it says 404 and it doesn't get that part, that .env part. See, undefined. So how we can get that? Actually, when you are using Vue, you need to say Vue_app then _API URL, and when you have added anything on the API .env file, then you need to restart your server. Now the server is restarted. Let's go refresh the page, and we are having this. Let's clear the network tab, click on next. Still it says undefined. We have some problem, and the problem is if I go here, we are still using API URL. We need to say Vue_app_API URL, and that's what we have defined here. Okay, let's refresh once again and finally click on next. Yeah, you can see it is working. Since it is working from here, we can actually change this every places. So we have here, now I can convert this into like here and use backticks. Then one more place is here. Okay, that's done. So I think everything will work fine, like next, fetch, previous, everything. But still, yeah, we have extracted the logic here, and if we want to change the API, we can change at one place. It will be affected every place on our project. But the problem is still we are using many times app.process.env, Vue App, API URL, lots of things, and this is not nice. So to solve this thing, we can actually define the Axios base URL. So here we have the Axios.defaults.base URL. This is going to be the base URL from our API, and in that case we don't have to use it like this. Done. And then we don't need to define this every time we use the Axios. And now you can see it's become so cleaner. Let's try refresh this page, and yes, everything is fine. This is amazing because now we are having all the logic at one place only, and then we can use Axios for anywhere. But next, we still don't want to use it again and again whenever I want to import the Axios. For that, we can go to the source and create a directory called plugins. It's just my preference. I create a plugins directory and axios.js. Here I'm going to actually cut these two and paste it here, and then finally I will say export default Axios, the same Axios I'm exporting. And this time I'm going to say import Axios from, not from directly Axios, but from the plugins and Axios. And this should also going to work. Reload the page. We are having the data, that means it's working. So we saw that it's so easy with the use of Vuejs that we can have the environment variable, we can set the Axios base URL, and we are getting everything like here. Super easy stuffs with the use of, once again, Vuejs. Since in our reqres API we are using, we don't have a really way to create. It's just dummy data, whether you're creating, deleting, updating, whatever you are doing. So I also have this CrudCrud.com. It's a very nice website because it provides you a unique endpoint for every visitor so that you can visit and see what you are having here. So you can see it has unicorns. So if I say /unicorns, we have 2 unicorns here, and we can create one more. So create unicorn, and now if I refresh, yep, I have 3. So in this way we are going to use this API for creating the users, and users should be something like this. So let's open this reqres, because we will use this reqres data to create new user. First, let's start by changing our API from reqres to CrudCrud. Wow, nice name, CrudCrud, reqres. Okay, and we already have that. So if I open .env file, I can change it like this. Nice. So if I go and refresh the page, it's still there, because now if I have changed anything in .env file, I need to restart my server. Now the server is started, and if I go refresh the page, and we are not having anything because now the URL is changed. So for the users, we are not having anything. And if I go to the network tab and reload this page, and it should give, yeah, we have this, and it says empty object or empty array actually. So let's start by adding new user. So we should have a button called add, or a simple add user type of button, which will open a modal. On that modal, we will going to add new user. So how we can do that? We already have created a reusable modal. We have this modal, and we have a title and the body. So we can go here and we can push it anywhere. So it's a modal, so we don't have to care about anything. So if you want, you can teleport. So let's use teleport, and we are going to teleport this to the body, and then let's use our modal. So comes modal, and we have to define the template here. So template, and hash title is going to be nothing, because we will do that title inside the template, and title is simple h1, which says, still we already have the h1 in the modal. Once again, if I see, yeah, we have the modal, we just need the text. So add new user, that's done, and we need to import this modal. So import modal from and components and modal. Yep, and let's inform our Vue that we have this component comes modal. Okay, so we have this, and we should use VIF so that we can show or hide this modal. So we can have a VIF, and that VIF is going to be data we can create, or ref we can create. So reactive is there, or just for boolean thing I generally use ref. So let's say const is modal open is equal to ref false with a small f, and let's return this one like here. Oops, is modal open. Okay, that's easy. So now VIF is modal open. So initially it should not be there. Yeah, it's not there. But if I say true, that has to be like this. And refresh the page. Yes, we have this modal. So let's create a simple button which will say add user above this table. So we have the button, say add user, and let's simple design this, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, border, and rounded. So yeah, we have this add user, and we can also give some margin, so margin of 4. Okay, so if I click on add user, it should open the modal. So at click, we need to say is modal open is going to be true. Easy. And yeah, and that's fine, because now we just need to close the modal. So on this modal at close, we simply need to say is modal open to false. So you saw that it's become so easy with the use of this reusable modal. Okay, so now what I am thinking, instead of putting all these things here, we should have something, a new component, but let's do that later. First, let's create a template for body, like here, and then inside this body I need a form which is going to hold first name, and not first name last name, just name, email, and avatar. From reqres we can use these things, ID also. So let's say we have a div, and inside this div we are going to create an input field, and this is saying the placeholder like your name or user name, and this also need one more for email, user email, and the type is email. Then we need one more for the avatar, so like avatar URL, and it should be simple text. And the final one is ID, we can append actually. Okay, and that's done. 3 things are there. Okay, so let's see on our modal how it's going to look. Yeah, we have these 3 things. Let's give some styling to this one. First I need one label, and then we should have this input field, and each input field should have a class which says width of full and padding of 2, then rounded, and give some border, yeah, something like this. And then for each input we have this div, and I can give this div a padding of 2 like this, but we have some issue. Okay, so we have given the padding 2 on this form instead of div we have. Okay, so this is nice, and let's give the label for everyone. So label is email first, and yeah, email is there. Then that should be actually first is name, email, and here come the avatar. Okay, fine. So finally need a simple button to submit this form. So I can create an input field of type submit, and value is create, and let's try this. Yep, nice button we have. We can also provide hover and bg gray 300. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so this is done, and we need to hold the data from this. We need some data field inside this setup. We have this reactive. We can say form is going to be holding the name, then email, and then avatar. Okay, so we can bind this for every input field. We can say v model of state.form.name and copy. For the input, state.form.email, and final state dot, I think we did it wrong, name should be here for the first one, then this is actually email, and this one is avatar. Okay, so that's done finally. And at last, when we click on this create, that means when the form is submit, firstly let's use .prevent, and then I'll say submit function we have to be on the setup method. On this setup method, let's create a function called submit, and obviously return this submit from here. And inside submit, I will use Axios, because Axios.post and posting to /users like this, and providing the form. So state.form. The form we are providing, that means we are providing email, name and avatar. Okay, so this is how we have this kind of a structure on the, if I go to /users, you can see we don't have anything on CrudCrud API. But if I try, so first let's refresh and say some data from here. So Michael is there, email is this, and Michael, and now avatar. This is the important thing. Copy link address, paste it, and now click on create and go to CrudCrud, refresh, and yeah, we have this one. And the unique thing is this ID is already added by default. So we have successfully done that. So let's clear these things, and after that close the modal and append that data into the table. So first we need to clear the data. So the state.form.email is going to be empty. Same for name and also for avatar. And then we also need to say is modal open dot value, because this is actually a ref, will become false. And when we have done with this, so we can say async, and we can say const data is equal to await of this one. But before moving to that thing, okay, so data is not used. I can just log the data. Okay, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually I'm going to first fetch all the data and show on our table. So refresh this page and open the Chrome Devtool, go to network tab, once again reload the page, and here we should see we have the user. Inside the user we have the avatar, email, name and ID. Okay, so we need to loop over this. We are setting it on our user, but we can see if I go here on the CRUD user CRUD, state.users is actually there. That's good. So since we have the state.users and we are looping over the users here, state.users.data we are doing. We don't have to do this now because we don't have any data field inside the user, and with that we have this. Now we don't have first name, last name, we just have the name only. So I can remove this and I can say name and just convert it to name. Remove this first name and totally remove the last name, and that's it. So we have this. That's cool. So since we have populated the data from our CrudCrud API, let's now once again create add user. Click on add user. This time I'm going to get another user from here. So he is Lindsay. So actually Lindsay is here, and the avatar field is important once again. So copy this, paste, create, and you can see it's closed and cleaned, but even after refresh we are getting this. This is an issue, and actually you can see one issue is also there. ID has to be the underscore ID, so we can say user dot underscore ID. Yep, because we have the underscore ID here. And the final thing is, when we create a new one, we need to add that to this list. This means if I go to the create or the submit part, we are having the data. We can destructure it like this, and whenever we create new, we should see that inside the console. Once again, create a new one, and to create I will grab the third from the reqres, and yeah, so Tobias, and copy the avatar field, paste it, create, and yeah, it is created, and you can see on our console we are getting the data. So since we are getting the data, final thing is state.users.push data, and this has to be push because okay, so users is object, we need to convert it into array, and now it should work absolutely fine. Once again, final thing, and the create part of user, so we can copy this, and Baron is here, and the avatar field comes from here, and create. Yep, you can see at last it's now added. Very nice. And this is how you can actually create the CRUD part, but CRUD means delete also. So let's work on the delete. To delete a user from the list we should have some delete button, so we can create that button. On here we can create action, so actions are there, and at last we can have one more td, table data, and here we can create a button, and this button is called delete. And then I'm going to give padding x of 2 and like this, and padding y of 1, and background is red, let's say 800, and rounded. How about this? Cool. But when we need this, we need to have text white for everyone actually. Yeah. Okay, so we have that, and when we click on delete, we should delete it. Simple. So at click, we need to delete, but we need to tell which one we need to delete. So we need to pass the ID. So user underscore ID is there, user dot underscore ID. But you know, this delete keyword is a reserved one, you cannot use it, so we can say destroy. So now it will going to work here. So go to setup method. After the submit, we can say once again async function destroy, and this destroy will give us the ID. So we have the ID field, and then first we need to remove it from the list only. So we can say state.users.filter, and we get the user, and for user dot underscore ID, if we only want when this is not equal to the ID we have given. So state.users is equal to the filtered one. So let's try this by just having it, and finally we need to return this like here, and try to delete the second one, and yeah, it's deleted. You can see I can delete anyone, but it's not deleted from the server. CrudCrud is not deleted. So then we need the await axios dot delete. So because we are deleting, we need to use the delete method, and deleting for the users, and then how we can delete this Okay, so is there any information? Okay, here given, so delete and the ID. So delete user and then we have the ID, but we need to use the backticks so that we can have the template literal, and here I can say $ID, which will actually delete it. Now see, if I try to delete the third one, and yeah, it's deleted, and if I refresh the page, yes, it's really deleted from the CrudCrud API. Okay, so this was easy, and in this way you can actually create the update part also, and I should leave it for you because you also has to do something. So make it a CRUD, full CRUD with the update part also, and then share that part, that updated part on Twitter, and I will retweet it, and let's have chat for that update part. But then you can see here we are doing lots of things, and this modal, the create part, should not belong to here. We should create a new component which will hold this part, that means the modal part, and also the submit part, like this we have. So how we can do that? We need to create a new directory inside the components directory, and the name of directory is going to be user CRUD with a capital U. Inside user CRUD, I'm going to create a new file called create.vue, and this will going to first have a scaffolding, and then move this teleport from the teleport till this modal here and paste it here. Okay, so since we have this, we need to import this modal, so we can say import modal from go up a directory, and we have the modal. Let's inform the component that we have new component called modal. That's nice, we have here, but then we need is modal open. So what I think, we don't need this is modal open here, or let's have it here. So in that case we need the setup method, and this ref part should go here, and create one more setup, and ref, we need it from the view, done, and then we need to export it also. So cut from here and return is modal open, so it will open and close it. Super easy. And if I try, and it says ref is defined but never used. Inside user CRUD it says ref is defined but never used. So yeah, correct. Then it says modal component is registered but never used. Okay, so delete that. And finally it says is modal open is not defined, where we are having is modal open on the submit part, and we actually want to move this submit part from here to here. So let's have the submit, and then Axios, we need to import that Axios. So import Axios from go up a directory and one more up a directory, then inside plugins actually we have the Axios, and then we have the user state.form. So we also need the form. So we have the form as a reactive, so cut that from here, go and create const state is going to be reactive, and import it, and then provide the form. So we have imported that. So finally we have the state.form, which we are having state.form. Then we are clearing all the forms. Then we need to push the data to the state.user, but the user is inside this user CRUD. How we can do that? So everything is fine, but let's see, submit is not defined. Okay, so submit has to be returned from here like this, and finally it should, okay, so yeah, on the user CRUD it says submit is not defined, so because we have moved the submit part. Now see, everything is good. Add, okay, so add user, see, this is also a problem. Add user button is here, and we say that is modal open, this one is here, and we have moved the is modal open inside the create part. So how we can do that? First, actually we can have that. Okay, so we can do the magic of this teleport. So see what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut this button from here, and I'm going to use this button above this teleport, and now we have this button, and then in place of button I'm going to have the create component we have created. So let's import this create component, import create from components, and like this, then CRUD, and then create, and inform the user, inform the view that we have a create component. And see, if I refresh, still we have this add user, because in place of add user I have added this create, and for the modal we have used the teleport, so it will go at the last of the body. So if I open the Devtool, go to create, and see we have this if at the last. If I click on add user, it's not working, although we can see why it's not working. It says form of undefined. So somewhere we have form of undefined. So here we are having form, no, on the create is modal open. Okay, state.form.name, everything is there. So I think we have not returned the state, that's why. Once again, reload the page, go to element, we have these if commented. Now if I click on add user, you can see the modal part comes here, and the button part will go on its place, just like, yeah, here we have the modal button which is for add user, and now it is so easy because of this teleport. Okay, so this is how we can actually extract information. But the final thing is, when we add, we need to inform the user CRUD that one user has added. So when we have this, we can simply say $emit, or actually it's not $emit, just emit, because we are on the setup method, and as a second argument we can destructure the emit, and emitting the event called new user added, and giving the payload as the data. So then we can go here on the create, we have a custom event, add new user. So I can say add user, this is a function we need to create inside the setup method. So here we can say function add user, and this will get the data by default, because this is actually from the event, and for the event we are passing the data like this one. So we can cut this state.user.push and do that part here, state.user.push of the data. Let's see, is it going to work finally or not. Now it says custom name. Okay, kebab case has to be there, I forgot every time. Okay, so user, new user added, and also here new user added. Final, now it says add user is defined but never used. I know these things, every time I forgot. Okay, add user is there, and now refresh the page, no error, and go to reqres. This time let's have George in our list. So George is there, and the avatar field for the George. Yeah, so click on create, and now everything is working fine. So even if I refresh, it's staying there. So this is how you can refactor your Vue application with the use of this custom component and teleport and all important features of this Vuejs. Now let's work upon the object detection using TensorFlow. Yay! So TensorFlow JS, let's search for this one, and we will get the website tensorflow.org/js, so JavaScript, and go to the models actually. And on this model, not model, it's model. So on this model, we have the object detection. In my React 10-hour course, I have used the image classification. So this time I'm going to use the object detection. So let's open this one, and the object detection model name is Coco SSD. So how we can use it? For npm, we need to install TensorFlow backend CPU, backend WebGL, and the model, and obviously some other things. So if you don't know what you actually need for this, you can go to the demo app, and on the demo app you can take a look on the package.json. On the package.json you can see backend WebGL, CPU, Coco SSD are required, but TensorFlow JS converter and TensorFlow JS core is also needed. So let's install everything. So before that, actually we need to create our page. So I can create a new page called tensorflow.view, and I call it TensorFlow here, and then open router, because here I need to register this page. So I can simply say TensorFlow like here, and also register here after user CRUD, and that's actually TensorFlow and TensorFlow. Okay, let's make it in a single line like this, and also for this one, and done. Final app header, actually not dot. So TensorFlow, and comes TensorFlow with a small t. So since we have done that, now we have this TensorFlow page, and that's good. Let's copy one by one the name. So Coco SSD, so npm install Coco SSD, and we need converter, so copy that, paste it here. Then we need core, oops, like here, and let's install it. And then we also need this CPU, and we need to wait for these three to install. So these three are installed, you can see here. Next, once again, npm install CPU and WebGL. Done. So let's install this. While this is installing, let's once again go to the documentation we have. Close this one. On the documentation, we need to require these two, although we are not using these. The Coco SSD will use it, and also we need to require this one. So let's copy these three, and here we need to require all these things, and that's also done. So all the dependencies are installed. Then what we need to fetch an image, load the model, have the prediction, and console log the predictions. So I will do this part for mounted. When this is mounted, I'm going to have all these things like await. So I think I need to say async. So first load the model like this, then prediction. For that we actually need the image. So I can say const image is equal to, or img is equal to, and we can actually create a ref. So let's do one thing. Let's go and create a composition API. Let's set up and here we have on mounted. In this I can provide it as a async, and then I can have all these things moved inside that and remove the old mounted. So why I have done that? Because now I'm going to create a ref called img ref, that means image ref is going to be empty, and we need to import this ref also, yeah, which is there. And then we can simply say image ref dot and dot value, yeah, I think, yeah, the dot value. So we need the image. So first, as we know, we always do, so I can actually copy this from any other pages. Like we have a user CRUD, and we can copy till these things like here. So close, close, and close. Okay, inside this I can have a h1 tag called Tensorflow, like here, object detection, and giving the class of text to Excel. And one more thing, I need to give the margin 4. Okay, so here I can create an image tag, and I'm not giving any alt tag, but here I can provide it as a width of, let's say, 200, and the source, we need some source, like we need an mobile image. So let's grab any mobile. So if this anyone so I can go to unsplash is there, and search for mobile, and here we are. And this means now I can copy this image address and paste it here. So even if I remove all these things, so that will be fine. Okay, so now refresh. Yeah, we have this image, and I could do one more thing, like have this image and providing a flex justify center. So it should be at center. Yeah, so we need to give the prediction, and prediction, I think it has already predicted the result because we are doing this on mounted. But now we have a problem. It says tf browser.from pixel must be either an HTML video element or all these things. Why is that? So image ref, because image ref is not available on this image tag, so I can say ref is equal to the image ref, like this. And after that, once again refresh this page, and this time let's see, we have the page, we are waiting for the detection, and we are not getting anything. No, we are getting this. So once again it says it's not having it. So I can actually log, and I'm going to log image ref dot value. Let's see, and I can actually comment other things so that it will not give any error. Log is imported from Tensorflow JS. This is the weird thing sometime happened. Coco SSD. The problem with this ESLint, it's always giving this errors. Okay, so see, there is nothing inside this. You can see it's empty. If I say just say image ref, we have not exported it. Always I forgot. Somebody try to push me. img ref is there, and now it should work. Yeah, you can see we have that, and this means if I say dot value, it should give us the image tag. Now since we have everything, we can uncomment it, also this one. Now since it is working, it should give us the prediction if I refresh the page. So refreshed the page, and here you will see still we are not getting anything. No, we are getting. This time we are having a different error. It says text image 2D WebGL2 rendering context canvas may not be loaded. Why is that? Because now we need to give cross origin to anonymous. And let's once again refresh this page. Wait for the prediction, and image is not showing. Actually, it's not loaded. My system becomes slow. And now we have the prediction, and it says it is a remote. What a worse prediction. It says remote. Okay, no problem. Let's have something else. It's not properly getting it. So now what if I say this image or iPhone image? Okay, now try this one. So copy image address and paste it like here, and once again remove all the different query params. Refresh the page, and it should also detect this one. So we have the prediction, and let's see, it says cell phone. Okay, so now this is working fine. So this is the way you can have the prediction, but prediction should not be on the console, it should be here. Okay, so see, the prediction is actually an array, and inside the array we are having the first element, and on the first element we have the class. So we need to go inside the first element and get the class. So let's have a new ref and call it const result actually, and this will be the empty string. And when we have the prediction, we just need to say we have the result dot value is equal to predictions, and actually I can get the first prediction, or let's have this prediction. And then finally, this time I remember that I need to return the result. Since we have the result, we can actually show the result just below the image. So image is there, and we can create a simple p tag, and on this p tag I can say result getting the first element and give me the class. But this is only going to be valid when we have the result value. So now you see it says cell phone, but if I refresh the page and open the console, we are getting this error. It says class of undefined, because initially a result doesn't have anything. Or we can actually make it an array. In that case, is it going to affect anything? Okay, still we are getting that. So one, we need to check here if this is only going to be visible, or I can have a div. In this div we can say if when result dot length is greater than 0, then only show this one. And I should give a class of width full and give this flex wrap, and that's good. Reload this page, and we have this image, and we should wait for the prediction. And yeah, we have this prediction as cell phone. That's nice. We can provide text center, but then we should have the button, and then we get this prediction. Okay, so then we have button, and this button says detect object, and on click, that means at click, we need to say detect, and this detect is going to be a function detect, and we do the detection part, all these things actually inside this detect method instead of doing this on the mounted. So I can remove on mounted and make this as a sync, and then it is going to work. Okay, so object detection has to be a simple one. So one I can do, have a div there and create one div like here, and this div is going to be the holding the P, and the outer div going to hold all these things. Now it says mounted and detect never used. As usual, let's return this detect and remove the on mounted. I think this ESLint is made for the people like me who always forgot things. So click on detect object, and we need to wait for some time, and after some time you will see, yep, we have the cell phone. Cool. And we need to do the loading part also, so we can create one more ref called const is loading or loading is equal to ref of initially false, it's not loading, but then before this await we need to say is loading dot value is equal to true, and when we done with the prediction we can say false. Okay, and we can use this is loading on this button, and first I can give this a class of width full and rounded bg. Let's go to the login modal because I want to have the button design I have given here. Copy and paste it. Okay, so this is too big, so I can give some proper width like 30. Is there any 30? I think 32 is there. Yeah, 32 width is there. Okay, finally we can provide this as a margin of 4, and inside this I should say a span tag. In this span I'm going to put this detect object, the word detect object or string, and also we should have a waiting sign, or I can say loading dot dot dot, and then this is only going to be visible if is loading is true, else we else show the detect object. And remember, I am saying to you who always forget so remember to return this is loading. Try this, detect loading, and then we have done with this. So cell phone is there, very nice. So this is done with the use of TensorFlow, and you can replace this image to any other image, and let's see how we can do some unique thing. Now let's do one fun part. Let's open the device camera, take a snapshot of any object, put that image in place of this phone, and then detect that object. Wow, fun part. Let's see how we can start. So first, once again, I will do everything on the mounted part, or I can actually do one button just above this image, so it will be like open camera. So above this I can have a button and copy this class, and I can say button here open camera and give this class, and it should be, instead of red I can say blue and indigo. How about this? Oops, it's so ugly. So actually I can move it above, and now we have some issue. Yeah, we have the issue because we need to move the full button, not just the initial tag of the button. Now we have here, okay, so that should be actually inside a div which is going to hold the text. So I can say flex justify center, and yeah, that's good. Margin y of 2, and this is becoming too big, so actually this is the real size. I just zoomed it for you. Okay, so this is here, and if I click on open camera, it should open the camera. So when I click, and I can say open camera, let's copy that and create a function here, function, and before I forgot, I'm going to return this like here. And inside this, how we can actually open the camera. So it's very easy. We have a navigator. So navigator, it's a JavaScript part, navigator dot media devices dot get user media. If this is true, that means if there is some media, then navigator dot media device dot get user media, and inside that I need to say video is true. So I'm saying I want the video part from all the media we have. And when we have that, that means after this, so then part, we have the response, or actually you can say stream because it's a video. So we need to hold it somewhere. So we can create a video, you can say tag. So HTML video tag, and we need to create a ref for this, and ref is video ref, and width is going to be 100. So let's create this video ref, and once again, before I forgot, I need to return this and create a video ref. Yeah, so that's good. And when we have the stream, then we can say video ref dot source object because it's a video, and we can say stream. Okay, so let's do this. I will go here, and now it says then is not defined. Where? Okay, so this has to be dot then like this. Okay, so now it says dot value to read. Okay, that's good. So dot value dot stream. Finally we have this. And now what if I click on this camera? Let's open the camera, and now it's actually opened the camera, but we cannot see the stream. We have some issue there, and the problem here is on the autoplay. So we have this video, and we need to say autoplay as true. And one more thing is this button is making the issue. So first I can give the x as 2 and y as 1, the padding, and also I'm going to put this inside a div like here, and give this div as a width of full and this flex wrap. Okay, so now it's good, and I can also give the justify center. So after giving flex justify center, it's at the center, open camera, and now you can see I am here. Okay, so that's good, but if you have more than one camera, then you can do one more thing. You can get the enumerated camera. So it's like navigator dot media devices dot enumerated devices, and when you have that, and actually we can also use the async await. So async, and we can say const devices is equal to this one, and this actually be await, and after that we can log all the devices. So devices, and for now I'm not going to open the camera, I'm just logging the device. So open the console, click on open camera, and all the devices are here. And on the media device, you can see this one is the FaceTime HD camera. And now I'm going to add one more camera to my device, or my laptop actually. And after adding that, if I once again refresh this page and click on the open camera, so you will see now we have 4 devices, and the second one is called video input and video USB video #2, and the device ID is this one. So we can actually grab the device ID, so we can actually say it's first one. So this is the first one, and I can grab the first device. Actually I need to check the kind has to be the video input. So dot filter and filtering device, where device dot kind is equal to the video input, like this. If I do this and click on open camera, now we just have 2 devices, and and among these 2 we need to use the first one. So I can say cams is equal to, that means camera, so const cams is this, and once again I'm going to log cams and getting the first one, and dot device ID. Try this one, clear the console, and device ID is here. Since we have the device ID, we can open the camera using device ID. So we are saying to the get user media that I want the video, but inside that I want to have with the device ID, and the device ID is going to be exactly same for the device ID we are having here. So I can say, once again I can say const device or cam ID is actually, and cam ID comes exact cam ID like this one. Okay, let's now try this one. So refresh this page, and now let's click on open camera, and here I am. So this is how you can actually have your device cameras, whatever device you want to have. So when we open the camera, we know that if camera is opened, then we don't want this button. So that means we need a ref which is going to hold the information of is streaming. So is streaming, which is initially false, but when we have this, we can say is streaming dot value is equal to true. So if this value is true, then we don't want to show the button. So if is streaming is true, then we don't want to show this. So if it is not streaming, then show this button. Okay, so now let's try this. Refresh the page and click on this open camera, and still it's saying this thing. We have some issue. Is streaming. Okay, I think I have not exported it. What I can do, once again let's try this. So open camera, and yeah, you can see that button is gone. We need one more button to stop this streaming. Let's go here, and when we have this button, we can also create one more button which will be like stop streaming, and it says open camera, then we can say stop streaming, and this will be the else part. So how we can stop streaming? We can create another method like here. So function stop streaming, and when we want to stop the streaming, we just need to grab the video So const video is going to be video ref dot value, and actually we can say dot source object. So instead of vd we can say stream, and then we can create a const tracks is equal to stream, not this, stream dot get tracks like this, and then so this should be const for every track. So we can simply say tracks dot map, and we get the track, and for each track we can say dot stop. Let's try this one, and we have the camera. Let's open the camera. Hello here, and we are not having streaming. Oops. How to solve this issue? Okay, so stop streaming is there. We have returned it one more time. Let's say open stream, now stop stream, it's now stopped. Okay, so we still have this, don't worry about that. Now next task is to get a screenshot and move that screenshot in place of this image. To take a screenshot, when we open the camera, we need one more button to take screenshot. So just above here we have all the buttons, lots of buttons we have. We can move this stop streaming button, and we will create another button called take a snapshot. So we have this button, and actually this all these things will be on the VLs when the streaming is there. So after that we need one more button, so make this div as a class of flex and justify between, and that means I can say snapshot, and when we click I can say snapshot with a small s, and there is no else part, so a snapshot. So before I forgot, let's return this snapshot and create a function called snapshot, and this is going to actually first create a canvas. So const canvas is equal to document dot create element called canvas, so that's like this. And then since we have the canvas, let's see how it's going to be. So canvas is there, and let's open the console, open the camera, we have a snapshot button, and we have the canvas. Cool. So since we have the canvas, then we can do like here we can have context. So const ctx we can call it. Context is canvas dot get context in 2D, and then context dot draw image. We want to draw a image, DRAW, draw image, and image we can get from the video we have. So video ref dot value, we have this, and providing some of the other things, and width should be, let's say 200 by 200. And then if when we have the image inside the canvas, then we can say const data is equal to canvas dot to data URL, and make it image PNG or JPG, whatever you want. Let's have the PNG. So these things are there, and finally when we have that, we can say image ref dot set attribute, and the dot value dot set attribute. So attribute, and the source will become the data. Here we are. So this is how we can move the snapshot in place of this phone. So let's open the camera. Here we are, and let's click on snapshot, and yes, you can see my face is there. And what next? What we want to do, we want to have some object. So here we are, here is the cell phone like this, and take a snapshot like here and click on detect object, and yeah, it says cell phone. Okay, so cell phone is there, but whenever we stop the streaming, we need to also do that snapshot or is streaming to false. So stop streaming there is streaming dot value is equal to false. If that is the case, I open the camera. Yeah, so this is nice. Before detecting another object, I can tell you one more important thing, that this Coco SSD model we have is only capable of detecting 80 different classes of an object. So all these things are given here. It's now becoming 90, and we can detect scissor, we can detect clock, book, or various things given here. So yes, it can detect the phone, but it cannot detect the simple watch. So let's open the camera and try to detect the scissor. So if we have this and we have the scissor and take a snapshot, detect, and wait for this, and yeah, we have the scissor here. Similarly, once again we can try with the cell phone. Cell phone, detect. It should detect the cell phone. It's not detected. One more try. We have the issue with Coco SSD model, no worries. Try with this, and yeah, it says person. Okay, so one last time, so I can do with the back side. I'm not trying to show that this is iPhone. it's just I'm trying to have a different clear image of this, and detect. It's not detected. Yeah, cell phone is detected. So this is the way you can have that, and I can actually have a note here, object detection only detect some parts only, or I can say simply try with cell phone only, try with cell phone only. So the limitation is this, try with cell phone only, and I can text, give a class for text center. Now let's try this, and before giving text center we need to say width full. It's not working. I think this is not working for a small tag, I think. So we can have a div where we can move these two, and then we can give a class of text center width full. Yeah, okay, and we can divide it like top only 4. Cool. So we have done lots of things. We have done 10 different apps. DC Heroes, Calendar, Markdown, Slider, Calculator, Modal, Chat, CrudCrud, User CrudCrud, Tensorflow, and Login. Wow. And everything is done here. Everything is working fine. And let's now have this into our okay, so it's middleware working. So into our server, and we are going to use Netlify to deploy this application, and all the source code is available here. So we can use the git and log in first, and after this we need to use the GitHub to log in, and then we can fetch new from the GitHub, and it's authorized, and search for Vue full course, which is not available. So I think I need to configure this. So I need to configure for Sarthak Sevi, no, not for Sarthak, for Bitfumes. So giving the password, and here we can see we can provide only some repositories. Search for Vue full course. Where is that? Vue 3 for beginner. Okay, so the name is different. Vue 3 for beginner. Got it. And next, so refresh this page once again. Let's try from the GitHub. Authorized, and I have my repository on Bitfumes, Vue 3 for beginners, and we need to deploy. And how we can deploy? We need to run the command npm run and open package.json. Here we have a script called build. So npm run build, and the directory is dist, and yeah, we need to give some environment variable. And environment variable is go to env Vue App API URL, like this one is going to be this actually URL for API for CrudCrud. Now let's say deploy site, and it's going to work and deploy it. You can check the progress from here, and let's try this. It's failing, and why it's failing? Let's see. Go to deploy setting. It says npm run build, and if I open the repository, on this repository, okay, we need to go first into Vue 3 directory and then we can build. Okay, so first we need to say yes, this is npm run build, but the base directory is Vue 3, and now it's already taken that Vue 3. And now save this file, go to deployers, and on the right side we have a trigger deploy, clear cache, and now let's see how it's going to deploy it. And congratulations, site is live, it's deployed. Click on preview here, and you can see it's there. Everything is absolutely fine, but the problem is if I refresh this page, it's not responding. The point is we need to fix for the Netlify actually. So let's go here, and on the public directory, let's create a file called _redirect, and actually redirects, and then put this, like everything go to the index.html with the 200. So now say added redirect file, and push it, and yep, it is there. So it's now started deploying for the newer version. Yep, we need to wait for this. And now you can see it is published. This means if I go here and refresh this app, and now you can see if I go to any other page and refresh the page, you can see it is still working. That means we have solved that issue. If you are on Twitter, then make sure you share your experience about this course, and don't forget to tag me, the Sarthak Savvy. If you follow me, you will get tips and tricks for becoming a better programmer behind the scene of the courses I am working. And there is the official Bitfumes account you can follow here also, but I will wait for your tweet, and if you tweet, I will retweet that, and let's have a chat on reading books, self-improvement, and obviously the programming.